Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
С новым дрифтом, дорогие друзья! Здравствуйте! Добро
Happy New
пожаловать
Drift, dear
на
friends.
Igora
Hello and
Drive.
welcome to
Этот
Igora
спортивный
Drive.
комплекс принимает
This is the
второй
facility
этап
that hosts the
Гран-при
second
Российской
event of Russian
серии
Drift Series Grand Prix
2026 года. Я с
2026, and
удовольствием
I'm
представляю
delighted to
вам
introduce to you
участников
the
этого
participants of
захватывающего
this exciting process.
впервые в рамках
For the first
RDS
time at RDS
проходит в этот раз
GP, we've
учебно-тренировочная
got a
сборная
boot
на
camp
том же
for
самом
juniors,
профессиональном
at the same
пилотном
configuration as
самые
for
юные
the
наши
professional
дрифтеры
drivers.
и
Here are
самые
our
юные из
youngest
самых
drifters, and the
юных.
youngest of the youngest that opens the parade is a 10-year-old guy, and his name is Danila Arefyev. He has already taken part in a boot camp, and he has got a silver prize in Pechatniki at the Technical Sports Center in Moscow during the Open Championship of RDS. And next to him, here stands our regular contender of RDS Open, and the father of the young drifter, Ruslan Arefyev, the winner of Russian Drag Racing Championship and a Master of Sports. Now let's proceed. The rookie of the professional drifting competitions, who this year competes in RDS Open, and he has joined us with the wild card, a driver from Moscow, Alexander Leonov. The driver, thanks to whom we finally recalled how a Mazda RX-8 can look at a drifting competition. Stanislav Antropov from Omsk. Now, Start Pro Stars IMOL team for the second event in a row is reinforced with one of the leaders of RDS Open competition, and his name is Vladislav Yerofeev. He represents the town of Georgiesk. He's a prize winner of RDS Open events, and he is a teammate, also a prize winner of the Open competition, and the rookie of RDS GP, Dmitry Putilin from Chelyabinsk. And now here is our old participant, four-time winner of RDS East, and the prize winner of FIA Motorsports Games, Ilya Fedorov from Khabarovsk. Another Siberian driver representing the city of Irkutsk, the winner of the regional Siberian competitions, Anton Dmitrienko. The local guy who is always very successful at Igora Drive, and this far he is the only representative of Heat Carbon Racing team, Anton Klemko. The driver who last year was an RDS Open and a judge at RDS GP, but now it's vice versa. Now he's judge at RDS Open and a driver in RDS GP, Mikhail Davidyans. Vice champion of the next competition of RDS Open, and he has been with us for more than a year, Artur Zelenyy. Here comes Lukoil Racing Drift Team, dear friends, and I'm delighted to introduce to you the members of this famous team. Number 8, the winner of RDS Urals and a prize winner of RDS Siberia, Andrei Astapov from Yekaterinburg. The city of Penza is represented by the winner of RDS Europe events, Danilo Vorobyov. And the city of Nakhodka is represented by the guy who wakes up his entire team in the morning, the winner of RDS Asia and RDS Europe, Grigory Gusev. The team, which after the first event is the leader of both competitions of RDS GP, Fresh Racing. And here comes the founder, the head and the driver of this beautiful team, the winner of the West versus South competition, Denis Migal. Now let's move on. The driver who has been in RDS GP for several years, and he joined Fresh Racing team this year. Here is Sergei Kuznetsov from the city of Samara. The driver who broke into RDS GP as a true winner. He has got a victory at the first event, and now he stands on the top of the personal competition. He's also champion of Ireland and the winner of the Oman Drifting Championship. He represents Ireland, Tommy Kiley. Bronze prize winner and a silver prize winner of RDS GP, Damir Idiatulin. And now here's another junior driver, the student of Damir Idiatulin. Moreover, he's the winner of the winter boot camp of RDS and at the previous RDS event. So if you want your child to drive like he does, you know where to go. But now let's welcome the driver, Timofey Kolobov. A local team, Carville Racing, a legendary racing team. And here is the champion of RDS West and RDS Europe. and the vice champion of RDS GP, Anton Kozlov. Probably the most local of our drivers because his hometown Sartovala is very close nearby. And moreover, he is a prize winner of the regional championship and a prize winner of RDS Europe events, and his name is Artyom Leitis. The winner of the regional competitions and also a driver who this year has joined the Carville Racing team, Dmitry Sherbina. Bronze prize winner of RDS Europe and a bronze prize winner of the Russian Drift Cup, Ivan Palmin. And a great friend of the team and a great fan of RDS series, another participant of the junior competition. He was third at the same competition held at our Winter Cup, Stepan Popov. Takayama Forward Auto team, my dear friends. And here's the reigning champion of RDS GP in the team's competition. And number 31 is the most experienced driver of RDS GP. And now this is his official 70th event in the career of this driver. He has got 20 victories, 4 championship titles in RDS GP, 2 victories in Intercontinental Drifting Cup. And moreover, he's got the history's first Russia Drift Cup, Georgy Chivchan. 5 titles in Kazakhstan and various motorsports competition belonged to this driver. Moreover, he is the reigning champion of the Central Asian Drift Show, and his name is Pyotr Borodin, the city of Almaty. The driver who started his career at this racing track with a victory, it was newly built, and he won an event on his rookie year, Roman Tivadar, and the reigning champion of Russian Drift Cup. This is a very significant racing track for this team because here this driver got his first qualification trophy. And here he got his first RDS Open Next title. Moreover, this is his 20th official event in RDS GP, Timofey Dobrovolsky. Here is the team who this year is called System Electric Одержимый Motorsport, and the first member of the team is the winner of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix events, Vladislav Popov. His twin brother and also the driver who has been to our podiums multiple times, winning various trophies, Ilya Popov. I didn't really think that I would ever address to this driver as a freshman, but he is the freshman in this team because this team has got a new chapter in its history, and this is a silver prize winner of RDS GP and a champion of RDS Siberia, and the winner of Winter Drift Battle, Yevgeny Losev. And here's the founder of the team. Moreover, he is the reigning and 2-time champion of RDS GP, vice champion of the world, and the winner of RDS Siberia, Arkady Tsarigradsev. And so now, last but not least, the 4th member of our boot camp, the guy who, according to our legislation, cannot take part in the RDS competitions, but he has already competed with adults, and it was successful for him and unsuccessful for them. Arseniy Tsarigradsev, the son of Arkady. I wouldn't quote his words saying what he promised to do with the RDS GP drivers. Wait and see. We don't have to wait for too long. But now I would like to thank our partners and sponsors. The general sponsor of RDS series is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of our competitions is the premium motor oil brand iMol. And I'm delighted to introduce to you our officials, the people who manage the entire sports process. The director of the race, all-Russian category judge, Vasily Karachkov. The sports director of RDS and all-Russian category judge, Svetlana Shakhova. A driver of RDS Open, the general director of Russian Drift Series, all-Russian category judge, and the chairman of the drifting committee of Russian Automobile Federation, the member of the RAF Federation, Dmitry Dobrovolsky. Mr. Dobrovolsky, you've got the floor. It's kind of wet here today. Hello, St. Petersburg. We never give up. No matter how much water falls on our heads from above, we will still continue racing. We will still continue coming here. We will show you the most beautiful drifting ever. So, you're all welcome to come and see. I know that every one of you has got at least 3 raincoats with you, and we always welcome you. Let there be drift. Dmitry Dobrovolsky, now, dear friends, at the end of our opening ceremony, will rise to the national anthem of the Russian Federation. We are proud of you, Russia, and with great pride for our country, we declare the second event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix open. Happy New Drift, dear country! Yes, this is the Happy New Drift, my friends, and here is Igora Drive. This is our beautiful competition location, a very new and modern facility, and it has been beautifully maintained, and this is the 9th official visit of RDS-GP to this facility, and for the 3rd time we use the so-called reverse configuration. It is slightly extended, and this is the 2nd time we use it. We designed it last year, everyone loved it, because the reverse configuration is just as dynamic as it has always been. And here is the judges' assignment, 15 touch and goes. Wow, this is going to be amazing. 960 meters from start to finish, and 160 is the run-in. There are 4 sectors which are very important for the style evaluation. Please notice the inner touch and go 4 and 3/1. Why 3/1 is so important? If you ignore it and go into 3/2, you may shorten the distance by 10 meters. We have officially measured that. And this is why the drivers are instructed to go touch and go 3/1. The double penalty area from touch and go 6 to the transition into touch and go 8/1. And there, the drivers will be penalized double for the wheels outside the track. And you remember that 4 wheels outside are absolutely prohibited. And in the double penalty zone, every wheel goes to 5 points. So 3 wheels outside would goes to 15 points. Yesterday, a huge analyzing work was done by our judges to determine the criteria and the time limits for every sector and the overall timing for every run. But now it doesn't make any sense anymore because the weather has changed compared to what it was like yesterday. Now everyone is moving much slower, but the standard has been slightly corrected. I know that I contradict myself, but now our judges have to do an even harder job within a shorter time in order to establish the new standards and time limits. We will check the timing system, the scoring system. If everything is rhythmic and normal, we will let you know about everything that is happening on the track, because there is a run-in limit. It is quite hard to measure, but we will show you the slide when we can do this. But first, let's take a look at the standings. Tommy Kiley is the leader who started his performance with the victory and also made a great contribution to the team's success. Therefore, his team has got the 3 points, the famous 3 points. This is not the first time in their history. I remind you that Damir Yatulin won the qualification with another 100 points result. Here's the greatest expert in qualifications and 100 points, and Tommy helped him by getting the top step of the podium. Arkady Tseregratsev was the second at Moscow Raceway. Through one more time, he lost to Tommy Kiley in the final heat. And for the first time in his career in the Russian Drift Series, Petr Borodin rose to the third step of the podium. Damir Yatulin, who won the qualification due to the contact, lost to the driver from Kazakhstan. So we've got 29 participants, and 29 participants will be starting because we've got some changes. Charles Eng came only once to support his team, Starter Stars IMO. But from the drivers' parade, I guess you know that we've got another rookie of RDSGP, that is Stanislav Antropov, and Alexander Leonov, who never took part in a single event of RDSGP. So they will start with this challenging weather and on this interesting configuration. It was very interesting to speak to the first winner of the qualification, because every configuration is interesting for him. But he shared that he perfectly figured out what it was like. But before our adult drivers come to the start, we will see the juniors. The junior boot camp that is taking place here at RDSGP with the support of the young drivers called IMO Junior. This is Timofey Kolobov, who won the first boot camp competition 1 week earlier. And yesterday he had more track time than some of our adult drivers. And the opposite of Timofey Kolobov was Evgeny Losev, who didn't really rush to practice, even though he definitely had some things to think about after the first event, because he didn't make friends with his Z, and you could tell that in the speed, especially in his competition versus Arkady Tseregratsev. But yesterday, those several runs that Evgeny Losev completed, he proved that the curse has probably been busted. And we have seen this skyline much more often than some other cars, and now it's going to be really exciting to see how it's going to happen in the qualification. The juniors have the same assignment as the adults, and now we'll pay special attention to the style because the standards have changed. 9.1 seconds is the time limit for the first sector, which is from here to the border between touch and go 1, touch and go 2. Timofey Kolobov starts with very high speed, but you should understand that this track is in a very challenging condition. It's worse than it could be if it had been raining. It's around plus 20 degrees centigrade, the temperature of the asphalt. And Timofey is drawing an amazing line through touch and go 4. This is very beautiful. And now finally the most challenging part of the track, the deceleration zone from touch and go 6 into touch and go 7. And also the borders of the track have been slightly narrowed to make it harder for the drivers. Touch and goes 8 has been passed. And now the last transition in the scored section of the track, and the nice touch and go. They're very widely established. Come on, hold on, Timofey. And Timofey is holding on very well. No sharp moves. Such a young driver. He's 14 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And look how correctly he moves. Even when he feels that the car is going wrong, he did everything in the way he was supposed to do. He didn't try to correct what's impossible to correct. He just continued running. And as far as the time limits are concerned, they're all cancelled for the juniors. But it makes it even more interesting to compare, definitely, especially considering that yesterday some of the juniors' runs were faster than those of the of the adults. And he has run through the first sector within the time limit of 9.1 seconds. And this is the distance from 50 meters from the start to the border between touch and go 1, touch and go 2. This is the way how the loops and the antennas are arranged, and the judges simply looked at the statistics and looked at the top drivers and established the time limit. Yesterday it was 6.1 seconds because it was dry, but now the weather has introduced lots of changes in the standards, and the judges added 3 more seconds because it's hard to speed up on such a wet track. in a safe manner. And now I guess Timofey Kolobov has become a reference for our adult drivers. He has just proven that even if you are very young, 14 years old, and without any big experience of drifting competition, you can still conform to the standards and you can easily comply with the requirements. Just stay calm and don't rush. The run-in was intensive enough. He didn't start drifting earlier than it was prescribed. He just gained the speed in a consistent manner, exactly as the judges told us about. And the judges are the winner of RDS Siberia, Dmitry Yermokhin, vice champion of RDS West, Anton Novikov, and the coach and the driver, Andrei Pauli, who last season worked as an assistant judge at RDS GP. Then he has got an official qualification. Now he can judge RDS GP. He started at the Winter Cup, and now he has gradually passed to the summer season and RDS GP. As far as the run is concerned, and the juniors in general, I recall the first boot camp that took place 1 week ago. The first summer boot camp, Timofey Kolobov had qualified for 93 points, even though it was an absolutely adult qualification, and he lost only 1 point to the winner of the qualification, Valery Bogacharov. And we will also look at RDS Open drivers and see how all of them look at the background of RDS GP drivers. Yesterday I watched the practice of Arkady and Arsenij Tseregratsov, and the father, Arkady Tseregratsov, was even slower than his son was. Once again, I would like to say how much I admire our young talents. And this is a phrase that I cannot help quoting. I just want to see them grow up. But since you can take part in adult competitions from the age of 16, this is not our own requirements. We've got a sports code, and since we're an official competition of Russian Automobile Federation, we've got to comply. And here is the youngest competitor in the history of Russian Drift Series. This is Danil Arefyev. He's driving a BMW E92, and he is definitely listening to some music inside the cockpit, and I know why, because his coach is Artem Shabanov. Last year, he also took part in the junior boot camp, and here is the score of Timofey Kolobov. And yes, there's some penalty in the angle. That is the initiation moment, I guess, and plus some wheels outside. He has lost 11 points, but as far as the rest is concerned, it's a very good run. If all of his wheels had been in, that would have been much better. And now it's 77. The angle is also great. So 77 is the total score. Very good. Very good anyway. Now, Danil Arefyev, a prize winner of the first summer RDS boot camp that took place 1 year ago. And he even won a heat versus Timofey Kolobov. He's only 10 years old. Some guys cannot even ride a bicycle at this age, and he is driving a BMW E92. He's very young, and some of the controls of the car had to be modified because he's very small. But he has already proven that he knows how to stay calm and how to keep the vehicle under control, which means that he's growing in a very right manner. Now he's doing a transition touch and go 5 and touch and go 6, the so-called double transition, and then touch and go 7. And thankfully, no 4 wheels outside. Now he collects touch and goes number 8. Here the double penalty area is over. It is over at the transition before touch and go 8/1. And here the line is a little narrow, which is understandable on such a wet asphalt. I hope that 1 wheel stayed in. I hope this is not a 0, because we don't want zeros at all. We never wanted. During the week, some metamorphoses happened to this vehicle because Danil practiced so hard. He practiced so much that he overheated his engine. And for this reason, they have to change it. And also they changed the turbochargers. So now he's got 750 HP instead of 600. And anti-lag, everything. All the toys that adults can enjoy, he's got. He's got a Samson's transmission and a Bulldog reductor. This is an absolutely adult vehicle. It totally conforms to the RDSGP requirements without any discounts, without any remarks. And now, speaking of the junior runs, I've noticed that a week ago, they progress from one run to another. If the adults progress from one event to another, the juniors get better one run after another. But unfortunately, this is a 0. He had 4 wheels outside in around touch and go 7, and there was also a question at the initiation, a pretty serious one, because if we strictly look at the judge's assignment in a very scrupulous manner, then for the initiation mistakes there are some penalties, and they're very serious ones. Andrei Paulis said that he's going to be very, very strict about the angle stuff. All the angle play on the transition from touch and go 7 to touch and go 8 would be very serious, up to a 0 score. This is what we call an unchaseable run. Now, as far as the first sector mistakes are concerned, here is a stepwise angle gain. That is around 2.5 or 3.5 points penalty. Then it is all very serious. But generally speaking, if we take a look at it in a very distilled way, then after the initiation area, it makes a big chance for a 0. It's equal to a straight wheels driving. If in winter the juniors had some little benefits, and it would be a 0 for one of the sectors, but now it is all cancelled upon the request of the juniors themselves. So it is not, we're not being cruel to the kids. But the kids have shown such a great performance that they don't need these benefits at all. And also they requested it to be cancelled, because now they compete on an adult configuration equally with the adults. So they want to be equal, and they want to practice, and they want to compete in these conditions. Yes, they will make mistakes, but then later these mistakes will help them progress. Stepan Popov is here. And he's got a very touching story of his boot camp. He's been waiting and waiting and waiting for his vehicle. And finally it came, but it was unprepared for the runs. But now it's here. It's absolutely ready. And this is his first official qualification run. Now, the driver from Moscow on board his Toyota Mark II. And I feel very nostalgic right now when you look at this vehicle. Wow, he is sliding on the line with the left rear wheel, and now he hardly manages to make the transition before touch and go 2, and then he moves along the 3 touch and goes number 3, 3 threes, and now he's got a shift here. Yes, I thank the director for this view from this angle. And now the double transition, which is pretty dynamic, performed by Stepan Popov in this weather. Here, unfortunately, there were some wheels outside, but the judges will calculate it all. But now, together with Stepan, we're running through touch and go 8/1, 8/2 on the last transition and the last sector. And then he slides along the borders of the track. And this is also beautiful and harmonic. I'm not sure if this is the magic of the angle or he really did reduce the speed, but we know that the track is still very wet. This last sweeper is not just a sweeper, it's also an uphill climb. It's 7 meters uphill, and before that, you don't really see it on the screen, but before that, there is a 5 meters descent. So there are some serious hills between touch and go 7, touch and go 8. First, you dive downhill. Now we'll get to touch and go 7, we will see it, and I will repeat it all for you. Now it's 5 and 6. Here the angle was supposed to be large, but then it was changed to the middle. Here the track goes downhill, even though it's not obvious if you look at it. And now after the 8, there is a very tangible uphill climb, up and up and up and up. And the classic configuration would have been a downhill descent, but now it's an uphill climb. And here you've got to at least maintain the speed, and it requires a lot of skills and the right setups of the car. Also, the reason might be the fact that one of the wheels was slipping out, and Stepan tried to keep the situation up under control, so he let go of the accelerator not to push the car outside. This is what the adults also do, and this is one of the techniques that you can use, and it means that this driver is perfectly aware of what he is doing in the cockpit, how to control his vehicle, and we have seen it with our own eyes. This is a really good run. There were some little corrections, and some corrections should be introduced, and if he does, it would be absolutely perfect. He can really make it perfect, I'm sure. Now the judges are requesting several replays because there will be some penalties, unfortunately, we've got to admit. And this is the double penalty zone. He may lose 15 points out of 30 for the line, I remind you. And if a driver gets more than 30 points for the line, then these points wouldn't be deduced from the other criteria. He only gets a 0 for the line, and then the other criteria are evaluated as they're supposed to. But I hope we don't get that far. I'm just telling you for your information. And that's it. I remind you that this is the first of the 3 attempts of the juniors. The juniors have 1 attempt more. I guess, if I'm not mistaken, I may be mistaken. No, sorry, I'm wrong. They also have 2 runs each. So this is an absolutely adult kind of competition. Oh, wow. Only 1 point for the line. Yeah, 29 points deduction. He collected all the touch and goes, but still there is a 29 points penalty. But look at other sectors. It's so beautiful, but there's a 1 for the line. So it is a total of 63. This is an amazing situation when you collect all the touch and goes, but unfortunately, the wheels have crossed the borders of the track so many times that there is hardly anything left of the line, but still, there is a big advantage. He knows where to get the points. Now, here comes Arsenij Tseregradzev, Toyota Alteza. He represents the city of Sochi, a 500 HP 2GZ GDE. And I think that Arsenij Tseregradzev spoke of this Alteza with more love than he usually speaks of his Z. But, you know, this family, the Tseregradzev's family, does no good cars. The sun is coming out, which gives us a little hope. And now Arsenij Tseregradzev is running to touch and go 2. And look, he's sliding on the white line as though it was a wall. He takes all the touch and goes number 3. Then he carefully shifts inward and to get touch and go number 4. And then here's a double transition, which he is doing at the moment. And then he lets go of the handbrake, and here he starts gaining more and more speed. Finally, someone managed not to get out of the track, and this is a very important information. And also he crossed the famous Igora River, which appears when it rains here at Igora Drive. But I hope that the wind and the sun will destroy, just like Arsenij Tseregradzev destroys his competitors, because we haven't seen such a clean line this far. I've spoken to Evgeny Losev. Evgeny Losev worked with Arsenij Tseregradzev at the winter boot camp, but he was extremely impressed by his analytic skills, because he knows everything very well. He takes a look at his replays, he understands everything, he takes all his mistakes into consideration, and then he is very cautious with the mistakes he had previously made. This is something that the adults should take as a reference point. He is not overcooking the angles, he does everything to keep his line under control. So this is all very, very precise. The weather creates a lot of challenges for our drivers, and it's gonna get even more difficult, I guess, when it starts drying out. The weather never asks us what we expect to see. As far as the run is concerned, this is something what we expected, more or less. And I only have doubts about the transition, about how clear it was, if touch and go 2 could be accepted. But before the qualification round began, the judges said that these full throttle lines are also conventional in this weather, because you cannot judge the runs on the wet asphalt in the same manner as on the dry, because first of all, when it's wet, the car slides, and you cannot penalize the drivers for pressing the accelerator too late. Look at this! Just look at this. What do we see? Last year, the drivers would win the qualification with such a result as 98.5. You don't have to be a great mathematician to sum it all up. Wow, here's the reference point for the adults. Dear run looked exactly as our most experienced drivers usually do. Yes, it wasn't very fast, but we know why. But to be fair, the full throttle lines are drawn on the track, but the judges don't take it as a condition. They take it as a recommendation. But speaking of the most challenging part of the track, where everyone would spin around regardless of their experience and decorations, there were very few drivers who managed to run through it with a good dynamics. Just for example, I don't want to offend anyone, but even Georgy Chevchan spun around at that point several times, but he didn't only make a beautiful run, but he also let all the handbrakes go at the right moments and gained the speed required. And why everyone spinned around there? Because they were looking for the limits, the extremes. And how can you find a limit? You've got to cross it. The people have no umbrellas. It means it's not raining. Thank you guys for waking up so early to come to see us, to see the second event of Russian Series Grand Prix. And I remind you that today we have the qualification plus the open practice with guests in our studio. And I'm sure that some of the drivers will come to our studio and we will talk to them about life and about drifting. Now Timofey Kolobov is preparing for his second run. He had 77 points for the first attempt, and now I'm sure that Timofey is willing to give a decent response to Arseniy Tseregratsov. 77 may not look that impressive. The run was good, but he just had to keep his energy under control. Now he knows perfectly what to do, and I'm sure that Damir Diaturin has given some piece of advice, and I'm sure that everyone would do the transition before touch and go too little late because it's wet now, the trees, and he's shifting inward. And now look how beautiful it is looking under the sun. The white and red curb, the red and white car, a beautiful double transition. And here, this is how fast these kids can learn. And now this is an absolutely perfect line in the most challenging part of the track. Now he's got to take touch and goes number 9, but the line is a little too narrow, but at least he captures the last touch and go and finishes. Yes, he misses 9/2, which is only -2 points, the same as having a wheel out. I know that Arseny's result will definitely be the best for a while, but he's got some decent competitors. Speaking more about the boot camp and its format. The boot camp is a kind of event where we have 3 competitions. A theoretical competition where the kids compete in the knowledge of the regulations. Here is the second part, which is solo runs competition, and the second part, the last competition, is a tandem runs, where the drivers will demonstrate how they can put the theory into practice. And they will be also awarded. They will also go to the podium, and they will get prizes and trophies, and we will honor the winner and prize winners. We had the comparison on the screen where you could see how many inaccuracies Timofey has eliminated in the second run. More than a half, at least. Even in the first run, he also looked pretty rhythmic and harmonic, but this is exactly what you should do. Like a musician who is rehearsing and he can stop on the way, but when he is at a concert, he's got to play everything from start to end until the coda. And the same happens to these kids. Now they go straight through the entire racing track. They know that all they've got to do is to get to the finish, collecting a result that would be more than a 0. The juniors also do not try to correct their mistakes on the way, because if they do, they may ruin the entire run. They simply continue. They know that they have another attempt in stock. Secondly, they remember that their life would end with this mistake, and so everything they've got to do is go on. And Stepan Popov was a very good example. Yes, he made some mistakes on the line, but at least he didn't break the angle and the style. Correcting a line is probably the easiest part in drifting. Okay, we've praised our contenders as much as they could. Now we're waiting for the judges, who've got a different mission. They've got to give them an objective grades. It takes a little time, and now let's enjoy this beautiful landscape. 100 hectares, and there are lots of facilities for motorsport and rallycross and motocross tracks, and there are tracks for various levels. Even if you an absolute beginner, you can still learn. There are fountains and obstacles. You can pump up your skills at the facilities of Igora Drive. There is a karting drome, which is always functioning, plus a circuit racing track which complies to the Formula 1 standards. There is a 9-point penalty for the line because he missed 2 control points in the touch and goes number 9. Our judges are pretty strict. In the first 2 sectors there were some deductions as well, unfortunately, but now the result is 77. Once again, it's the same. So the run is different, but the score is the same. So now, here comes Daniil Arefyev. For the first attempt, he had 4 wheels out of the track, and it's all clear, he knows what to do. Just get a little bit more careful. So he's gonna save himself. Daniil Arefyev is ready to start, and he reminds me of Ruslan, who did the same at the first event. But he saved himself, and he got in top 32, and I hope that Daniil Arefyev also does the same. He initiates, and it is now looking much better. The sun is coming out, and I hope that it doesn't shine in the driver's eyes. It hasn't dried the track this far, but Daniil Arefyev can definitely do something with his run. He is caught on the curb line a little bit, but he didn't move the steering wheel too much because it... Oh! Come on, come on, come on, spin it, spin it, spin it! Yes, he does, and then he continues. This was a very long transition, let's call it this way, and he's past touching goals number 8. Now he's got to make the last transition at the score section of the track. And yes, the last part, but without any sharp moves, without crossing the borders, he finishes the run. Well done. There were no attempts to change anything in the actual performance, because it is better just continue as it is. At first he handled the great psychological pressure because this is the largest track he has ever seen. I remind you that Daniil is only 10 years old. Many people, when they learned his age, said that at this age they were just playing out in the yard. They didn't drive 700 HP vehicles at Russian Drift Series, and of course that is extremely impressive. He's a really outstanding child. Moreover, Daniil Arefyev has got a vacuum brake reinforcer because he's very small. And if you want to read more details about his vehicle, you can check out the social media account of RDS Open, where we tell you some details about this racing vehicle. Daniil also takes part in karting competitions, and it does require a certain level of physical development. But we are people, and we all develop in a similar way, and these vehicles are designed for adults, not for children, so some little modifications need to be introduced. Artem Shabanov told me during the Winter Cup that if you cannot pull the handbrake, we can use the vacuum reinforcer. And now it works exactly the way that it should, starting from the parking lots, from the racing tracks, and to the RDS GP configurations. And it's very interesting to see how the students of Artem Shabanov and Damir Rydyatulin compete at the bootcamp, and even judges made jokes saying that Damir Rydyatulin won the heat, meaning the student of Damir Rydyatulin. And it's great to see this succession. I checked out the results because we were so charmed by the run of Arseniy Tseregratsov. I even forgot about the time restrictions, but he overperformed. It took Arseniy less than 8 seconds to run through the first sector. You remember what it was like? There was no extra aggression that could be visually seen, but it was still amazing. generally the wet drifting runs have a lot in common with the ice drifting. The slower it looks, the faster it actually is, because every sharp move ruins it all, it makes it all more difficult, and also slows down the speed. But Arseny has got a lot of track time in various weather conditions, including drift karts, and the drift karts don't have great grip. The grip on the drift karts is not very good. They've got the plastic tubes on the wheels to make them more slippery, and I think that it helps him learn. It helps you learn how to use the accelerator in the correct manner. But drifting is not that far from other motorsports disciplines in the way that it is all about the throttle control. And if you know how to do it, just like Stepan Popov demonstrated when his car started going wider than it was supposed to be, he didn't let go of the pedal. He simply reduced the throttle, and you couldn't even see the angle correction, at least from the angles that we have in stock. So speaking about the time restrictions, I guess that now the judges may change a little bit, because now the time restriction for the first sector is 9.1 seconds. But oh, yes, 10 points for the angle is pretty clear. That is the long transition. That made us all very anxious. But most importantly, he's got some result. It's not a zero, and the rest doesn't matter. The main thing is that he can show his skills in the tandem runs. 22.5 and 25, and this is 53.5. This is a good result, considering all the adventures that Daniil had on the way. And now we're ready to see the next contender. Also, don't forget about the psychological pressure, because even the adults can hardly handle this pressure sometimes, and for the children it's even harder. And after the first failure, he's got to pull himself together and just go on. So bravo. Let's check the first attempt of Stepan Popov, because it looks like something was broken in the communication, and what we saw was probably a little wrong. I remind you that he had 63 points for the first attempt, but in fact, I don't know yet. I guess I need to check out the working chats on Telegram. Okay, Stepan Popov is coming. He's currently third in the overall qualifying rating. Yes, 66 points is the right result for the qualification run. So when it's more than we thought it would be, it's even better. Here's his Mark II, and the starting number of the contender is 123. Stepan Popov is driving. We see the current rating on the screen. The record belongs to Arseny Tserigradzev. Yes, the transition is far too late. Right into touch and go 2. We'll see what the judges say about it. But now they're pretty liberal about the juniors. And now he takes touch and go 4. The previous time he did more or less the same. A very sharp transition is demonstrated by Stepan Popov. He takes touch and go number 7, but the line is a little too wide. But once again, the most important thing is that the transition was energetic. This is a really huge vehicle, and such a small boy is moving it around. And now here are touch and goes number 9. And even in the previous run, Stepan Popov demonstrated that he's capable of keeping the vehicle within the borders. But now I want to remind you that now the adventures will begin, because the track begins drying out. And I would explain many things by the difference in the different sectors of the track. Some of them are very wet, some of them are drier. So what makes it so difficult? When you're on the dry, you speed up, and then you get into the wetter part, and you don't have enough grip. Or when you're on the wet, you cannot gain enough speed in order to get enough inertia to run through the dry section. And these are great challenges for the driver and also for the vehicle, because the transmission really suffers. The load is over the top, and now all of these difficulties simply rain on our juniors. But the juniors work out perfectly. So they've got a very important mission. They dry out the racing track for the adults. And also it's a lot about the tire pressure. Some drivers prefer to pump up their tires a little more in such conditions to make the vehicle slide in a uniform manner, I'm sorry. You can sacrifice a little grip on the wet areas, but at least the movement will be smoother. Also, when you're running on such an asphalt as you've got the Igora Drive, you need to look attentively at the track because you cannot always visually evaluate the condition of the asphalt, if it's wet or it's dry. And you never know what is awaiting you. You've got to make lots of decisions in the process, and sometimes it happens like this. Yes, as far as the assignment is concerned, this is a mistake, but can you say that the driver made a mistake? No, he did everything correctly, but the inertia was playing against him, and sometimes even our more experienced drivers do the same. Racing on such a track, a lot is about experience. If you've got the experience in such conditions, you understand how the track is drying, and you can only predict. There are some advanced actions that you can use in order to keep up with the assignment, but the result is truly brilliant. Just let's imagine that all the wheels were within the borders. It would be absolutely amazing, but now he's got a 15 points deduction for the line. So now it makes a total of 80 points. And he's supposed to be second, not third. Because Arseny had 98.5, Stepan has had 80. Okay, so here comes Arseny Tseregratsov. He's already the winner of the qualification. He cannot lose it. He's coming on for his second attempt, so we will see how he can handle these challenging conditions. So this is an additional rehearsal for him. And today, after the adults training, the adults practice, the juniors will do their first tandem run session, because our weekend schedule doesn't allow us to make it at any other time. Now Arseny Tseregratsov starts his second run in a very confident manner. He tried to experiment a little bit with the speed and gain more speed here in the first sector, but now Arseny can do anything. He can even spin 360 and it doesn't change anything in his rating position. But Arseny Tseregratsov makes a brilliant transition, touch and go 8. And here is another transition, here it is. And then he immediately jumps into 9/1, and look how smooth it looks. As though there is no uphill climb at all, and then he finishes this exercise. I've got a feeling that perhaps it wouldn't be a 98.5, but we will see, because it looked to me like he was a little bit less precise than he was due to the speed experiments. But now the judges will tell us everything. And this far, let us not compare, let's just watch. Damir Iziatulin is usually standing out with such stability. I don't mean to offend anyone, but looking at yesterday's practice, I would say that if you've seen one run of Damir Iziatulin, it means that you've seen all of them, because he always does it equally. He always does it the same, because he's incredibly consistent. Arseny is showing something similar as far as the junior tandem runs are concerned. They will have a round robin where every driver competes with everyone, getting 3 points for the victory, 0 for a loss, and 1 for one more time. In this situation, one more time would count for a draw, which is unacceptable for the Olympic system, but is more than acceptable for such a round robin. So the winner would be determined by the sum of the score, by the overall score. Everything is done very similar to what we have in an adult competition. But the round robin is a very attractive kind of competition system. And this is exactly what we used to have in regional competitions, where we had few participants, when everyone can race with everyone, and the spectators were also happy to watch it. Yeah, so it was not the repetition of the previous result, but still some experiments have been made, and I'm sure that Arsenio should be content. And also, the weather has changed. Now the asphalt started drying out, but anyway, it's 93. Even this result would be enough for him to win, but in the first attempt, he decided to show the maximum. At 98.5, it was definitely his absolutely conscious decision. So the juniors have finished their performance, and now we are ready to proceed to the adults, to the adult drivers of Russian Drift Series. And the qualification will be opened by Ruslan Arefyev. So let's compare the father and the son. And the last would be Timofey Dobrovolsky. We'll see who is luckier. We've got a new suspense. Would Arkady Tsaregradzev perform better than his son? And Ruslan Arefyev also is the father of one of the juniors, and he will also open the qualification. So the weather conditions would be more or less the same. So it's very interesting to compare the two generations of the Arefyevs. I think that yesterday the draw played a very big role, bigger than ever, because we've got fathers and son. Ruslan Arefyev on board his vehicle, which is a BMW M4 G82. And now here he is, and this is the first race of this vehicle at Igora. And the first attempt of the father, and the car resists. It's catching on the asphalt, but Ruslan is pushing it forward more and more. And here you see the difference between the dry and the wet. I'm not sure that Ruslan was really ready for that. In around touch and go 3, it's very wet. Now the double transition, you can see some little sparkles, but now on the right-hand side, the asphalt is obviously drier. This is a very interesting situation when you do not only get to the dry to the wet, but you go from the wet to the dry and then vice versa. It's very hard to keep within the borders of the track. In around 9/1, it's got to keep the vehicle under control to get at least some score to the end. And now we've got such a BMW in Russian Drift Series as well. But apart from the wetness and dryness, there is a difference of different asphalts, because we've got a crisscross of the two tracks here, and the asphalt quality is slightly different. And moreover, the drivers have the right to a familiarization run before the race, because without it, it would be absolutely unhuman. It would have been very cruel to the drivers, and they are happy to take this chance to understand what is happening on the track. Of course, after your familiarization run, you cannot do any modifications on the vehicle. You cannot change the tire pressure, you cannot change the suspension setups, but still you can touch the asphalt to see what awaits you on this racing track. And also there were some practice hours in the morning, but the drivers say that this is an unchaseable run. We never argue with our judges, but such an initiation that we have just seen really looks unchaseable. So we can see the same. The son and the father have got a 0 for the first run, but as a father, as son, so I'm sure that Ruslan can correct it all in the second run. I remind you that the judge's assignment is a certain set of requirements that are required to ensure high-quality tandem drifting. The assignment prescribes a line that a leader should follow for the chaser to do the chase run in a proper manner. So you've got to be very precise to leave the space for your chaser. And the initiation plays a critical role, because if you create an obstacle for your opponent in the first meters of the track, then no tandem drifting can happen. But still there is another run to do. Now Artem Lidis from Sortavala Carville Racing Team on board his Nissan 350Z. Look at this livery. I hope that this design helps Artem Lidis in his performance. Everything starts with a Fury dash, but sometimes this is where it all finishes. The driver from Sortavala, the team of Carville Racing, at his home circuit. amongst the real Karelian forest. Artem Letis is running through touch and go 3 in a very good manner. Then he shifts inboard and collects touch and go number 4, which is very precious. Now he gets here and hits touch and go number 6. Let's go with the handbrake and goes full throttle through touch and go number 7. Now it's time to do another transition. I know that it's very wet out there. We can see some smoke appearing, which gives us hope. And now he continues sliding along touch and go number 9, right along the borderline towards the finish. Bravo! Artem did exactly what he had to do in the first run. Now let's recall the last year and the massive transition of the drivers into the health group because the track was far too wet. Artem Letis last year was the only one who decided not to go to the health group. And he had one attempt that was not very good. But last year also we had a great competition for top 32, and even with the productive runs you could lose the qualification. And it's very, very sad when you're fit but the weather works against you. But this is why we had a draw this year, so that it's all random, so that it's all fair, because you can hit a good weather or you can hit a bad weather, and nothing depends on you. Everything you can do is simply go and drive, no matter what it's like, no matter the weather. But last year he had 50 points and then he had 60 points, and it was still not enough because 78 was the threshold. Grigory Gusev was 32nd in the qualification rating. There was such a suspense. Who would be in top 32? Who would lose? And it was so exciting to watch. You can imagine how nervous the participants were after the 2 attempts when they couldn't change anything, while their opponents, while their competitors were improving their score. You know that they're all friends outside the competition, but within, the situation is different. And now Artem Letis gets a ticket to Tandem runs, and then we will see if this ticket is golden or not. He still has got another run in stock. We're waiting for Dmitry Putilin, and now let's give the floor to Alisha. My friends, I think that this is the little guy who brought the sun to Igora Drive. He's the winner of the junior qualification, Arseniy Tseregradzev. Arseniy, you're such a great athlete. I'm sure that you have heard it many times. So what was the qualification like for you? What do you think about it all? Get closer to me. We're holding on to each other. Hello, everyone. I want to thank everyone. I was very lucky in the first run because the track was completely wet. In the second run, I was less lucky. There were some dry spots and some wet spots. In the second run, my result was worse. In the first one, I did everything well. I had 98 points. I loved it. Would like to hit 100. Yeah, sure. My dad texted me, come on, make it a 100, but I failed. You know, now you've got to send him the same message. I want him to beat me first. Arkady, did you hear that? Beat your son first before giving him recommendations. Well done. Great job, Arseniy. Go and prepare for your tandem practice. We will see you tomorrow, and we continue the qualification. So this is the score of Artem Letis. Here it comes. Yeah, you could tell that in the double penalty zone, Artem had some wheels outside. But once again, I repeat the same. Let's recall that this is his first run and the conditions are very challenging. And once again, the most important thing is to get a positive result. 15, 24, and 30, and the total is 69. So Artem Letis is the leader of the qualification rating, one of the two. And now here comes Dmitry Putilin, who had some technical problems on the way. He represents Start Stars. I'm all on board his BMW E92. Freshly built for this season. A little spring popped last night and the mechanics had to fix it. It was like an infarction that happened within the engine. Now he's running in, he initiates, Now the track looks absolutely dry. I wonder what the judges think about it. Look at this wonderful transition. Hold on. Oh no, 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 no. That was so brave, but it was so painful to see. It's so bad that it didn't work out. I know he didn't mean to do that, but even if he didn't mean to, it looked so amazing at first. You know that the nature still interferes, the weather still interferes. Dmitry Putin knew perfectly what to do, and he did the right dance on the clutch, but he pressed the accelerator far too early, and when it all continued, the speed had been lost. He had no choice. Once you hit the wet spot, you could press the clutch for as long as you wanted, but then he would simply have stopped. But when he came to realize that the speed was critically low, he decided to press the accelerator, just in case it works out, but it didn't. It was too late. All right, okay, this is experience, and we learn on our experience. Stanislav Antropov is going on his familiarization run, leaving us all alone, contemplating on everything we have just seen. And I would love to tell you something about the time restrictions and the standards and about how well our drivers comply with them, but we do not regularly get the scoring information from the telemetric system. Moreover, our drivers outperform the time restrictions so often that I guess it's too early for the judges to apply these standards. The asphalt is not 100% dry. You could hear what Arseny said. He said exactly the same, that this is why his first run was so good, because everything was predictable. Maybe not too fast, but still good enough. Ruslan Arefyev decided that he shouldn't go to the track for the second time in such conditions, so he decided to move to the health group. He's got a 0, he's got nothing to lose. But I remind you that you can go to the health group for technical reasons or upon your own desire. But the main things you've got to remember, then you have only one run to do. And then it's all up to you. But if you have one positive run completed, then this result wouldn't count. It would. And you may also not have a familiarization run in the health group. Now, Stanislav Antropov from Omsk, driving Mazda RX-8, a very interesting car, which we may speak about a little later. But now let's see what Stanislav can do in this challenging weather. Also notice his helmet, it's very beautiful. I hope Stanislav does everything so that we can see him tomorrow. Now the RX-8 is dancing before the initiation. The initiation is correct. Now he pushes Z inward, which is also pretty expectable. 3/3 is taken and touching go 4, then a transition and another one. A very smooth one this time. But I think that the judges wouldn't demand a sharper transition. And here is a fight, and this far the driver has got the upper hand. Now he's got to move to the last sector, and poor car. This is everything I can say. This is a real torture because you run in on the dry. The first sweeper is also more of a dry, then it's of a wet. Then you make a transition into a wet sector where the grip is much less and the speed also falls. Then you've got to go on this straight line, which is also not completely dry. Then you make a transition from the dry into the wet in round touch and go 7, where lots of drivers failed last year. And then there is a true fight from dry to wet, from wet to dry. So this is a great challenge because you could never guess where you find yourself a second later. So you've got to simply react. And Stanislav Antropov did a great job tackling all these difficulties on the way. The only question is if it was chaseable, according to our judges. So it may look a little chaotic, but our drivers are trying to show the best performance possible, but this is really hard. So it all turns about a fight for survival. And now here's a health group. Dmitry Putilin is also moving to the end of the list. But this is kind of a nothing to lose kind of thing, because his first attempt is a 0, and it makes no sense to keep it. I don't know if it's going to be better or worse, but at least it can give them a little bit more consistency, because Igora Drive is one of the few facilities where the asphalt is so challenging and the risk is really high. So when it's half dry, half wet, it's much harder than at other facilities. All right, guys, I hope that you've got enough raincoats and warm clothes. It looks like we've got another driver in the health group, but you could see how much suffering he faced on the way. You should also understand that he doesn't have enough experience, even though that you don't get to RDS-GP without a reason, but still, the racing track is very wide. The diversity in the asphalt. Now, the second driver of Carvel Racing, Dmitry Sherbina, is already running on board his Supra A80. The Supra A80 was slightly hurt yesterday, but now everything is fixed, and now it looks brand new once again. A little bit of right foot, a little bit of left foot is used by the contender, you could tell. And now Dmitry is running through touching goal number 3, then he shifts inside the track to collect touching goal number 4. Now you've got to make a very specific kind of transition, and Dmitry does it very well. And now, wow, it looks like we're going to have some line issues. And now in the meanwhile, Dmitry is breaking into the third sector. The river is almost dry. And finally, Dmitry is collecting touching goals number 9. Yes, he collects them all. He crosses the finishing line, and the judges are thinking, and we're watching the replay. So regardless of his experience, which is not very rich, he did a great job on the track. Considering the conditions of this qualification round, it is still pretty impressive. I think that there are going to be enough penalties, but this is not going to be a 0. But still, he managed to do it very well. This transition made me specifically worried. Touching goal 6 and then touching goal 7, because once you find yourself in this place of touching goal 7, last year we had 2 touching goals number 7/1 and /2, and if the driver was hitting touching goal 7/1, he would automatically get into 7/2, because that was a very big wet spot. But now the track is getting drier, and I guess it's starting from the second qualification group, we will start seeing full-scale solo runs. And I guess that then we will see the time restrictions again, the speed restrictions that were introduced. Yesterday we had the number of 32 seconds, which was the time restriction for the entire track. I checked the timing of Dmitry Sherbina. It was quite a good and nice dynamic run, and the line was more or less okay, with some little problems, but at least he didn't miss everything. And it was almost 45 seconds. So this far, the speed is simply impossible to achieve, because the track isn't dry enough. So the judges are not applying this criterion for an obvious reason. And by the way, it looks like the starting criterion is also not applied. Stanislav Antropov is moving to the health group. And Dmitry Sherbina also gets a 0. And what do they say? They say it's an unchaseable run. All right. I believe this is strict but fair. So many 0s this far. And let's recall the last year. Come on, guys, pull yourself together. But this is a good strategy anyway. Now you say, all right, my first attempt has failed. So now you simply wait for the health group to begin, because something may change on the track. It may begin raining, or it may get dry, and it may get comfortable enough. And what is this? This is the result of someone's familiarization run. I guess it was Pyotr Bradin. And he was very close to the concrete. That looks pretty hazardous because now the track is dirty, but we've got some special equipment to help us. Now everything will be cleared out. Ah, yes, this is what happened. Yeah, that was pretty dangerous. Stop, 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 stop. No! Oh. Ah. Yes, there was a little boom, but the car is back to the start. Means it's okay. At least the driver is satisfied with his car's condition. At least he checked the track and the car looks adequate. It looks fine, which means there is no reason not to race. And after the familiarization run, the driver has to go to the starting line immediately without going to the hot pit. Pyotr Borodin, the prize winner of the first event of Russian Dirt Series Grand Prix. His best qualification run was enough to get to the second line of the qualification rating. So now he may change it. Now he may improve it. And now let's see the new prize winner of RDS-GP. What he can do in his first qualification run. He's got a lot of aggression, which we never doubted. Here is that unfortunate place, and he runs through it, even though it really took some special effort. Transition 1, transition 2. Now how rhythmical it all is. From one run to another, it's getting dry and drier, but he spins around. And here is a little wet spot. And Pyotr Borodin, who seemed to have faith in the grip, fails to respond in the proper manner. Dmitry Sherbina also changes his 0 into the health group. I wish that he corrects it all. We hope that our drivers learn how to handle the dry and wet spots on the track. With it, we learn it. But now you could see that no matter how beautiful you began, it was so energetic, so smoky, so beautiful, and then a wet spot comes. The weather is being so cruel to us. Pyotr Borodin also goes to the health group, which is also pretty understandable. And now, as far as top 3 is concerned, here is the situation. We don't have a top 3 in the qualification because we have only one result, 69. That's Artem Leitis. We don't have anyone else. Are we going to have an interview with Artem Leitis? I guess we will, because even though simply technical, but he is a leader of the qualification. But, well, who knows? What if he stays the leader until the end? But now Artem Leitis will do his second attempt, and this would be the end of the second qualification group because all of them decided to move to the health group, and it makes sense. Why torture yourself and your car if you have such an opportunity? I hope that there is enough place in that health group to give room to everyone. We saw the same situation last year, so in such a nasty weather, this is a typical process. Last year we had 15 people in the health group, almost a half of the entry list. Artem Leitis, a fearless driver who is not intimidated by such unstable weather. For the second year in a row, Artem Leitis doesn't go to the self group. And with 69 points, it would have been a suicide because he has got all the chances to improve his situation. Carville Racing, Sartovala Town. Artem Leitis is ready to start. And he's even moving in the direction of his hometown, Sartovala. All right, the run-in is over. Now here starts the 800 meters of the scored section of the track. We've seen him initiate like this, and I'm sure that he has learned his lesson after the first run. Here's Artyom. He takes touch and go number 4, then he does a transition. Everything is running well. And here is the most unfortunate part of the track. And Artyom is very careful. Bravo! And now along the border he slides with the right rear wheel and immediately makes a transition. He's in the 4th sector, and here is the last sweeper, the last set of clips. And it looks like there is a problem with the 9/1 or 9/2. There was something alternative, but I hope that it's still okay. For Artyom, this is a home base. This is his home circuit. This is where he has competed multiple times in other competitions and other series on board the same vehicle. So I guess he's got the knowledge and the experience that helped him avoid the situation that Pyotr Borodin faced when he spinned around. Here it was very dangerous and very scary, but Artyom Leitis brilliantly handled that moment. And something is telling me that this run was better than the previous one. This is my feeling. It looks like he has tackled this weather situation. I've got some new information that... Okay, I'll tell you later. Difference. As soon as I've got some clean information, I will definitely let you know. So the strategy games continue. Someone will go on the first attempt, someone may skip it. But not because of their laziness, but because there is a danger of ruining your transmission on this dry and wet asphalt. And if you recall what Pyotr Borodin did during the familiarization run, you can seriously hurt your vehicle, and that's very dangerous because you don't have much time to fix it. And by the way, what's also interesting, we've got an approximate schedule of the qualification runs. And this far, we conform to the plan. And I want to thank our judges for making their decisions within the time limits. But the schedule doesn't have the health group. And now it's clear that Timofey Dobrovolsky wouldn't be the last contender in the qualifying. We've got a schedule, but the schedules can also change. The plans can also change sometimes. By the way, if someone is interested, Artyom Leitis ran through the first sector faster than in 7 seconds. The time restriction was 9.1, but the 9.1 is a very approximate reference. Now, at the start, in the first sector, the asphalt looks absolutely dry, and sometimes after the rain, the grip is even better. Now, the most problematic point is touch and go 7. I love St. Petersburg. There is a guy in a t-shirt and some guys in jackets. I even see people in sunglasses and lots of people without, because sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it's not. Hello guys, I hope you're having a great time under this fresh breeze from the Karelian forests. I hope that you enjoy the smell of the burning tires and the smell of the pine tree forest. So I hope that you are feeling great. If you are cold, guys, you can get closer to each other and share your energies and keep each other warm. But most importantly, it's good if your mood is good. And if you're home, you know where to go. You can join us here, so please enjoy this weekend. Sergei Kuznetsov is going on his familiarization run because there are things to get familiarized with. But the second group is now over. Artyom Leitis is still the leader. We are waiting for his score, but it feels like there's going to be an improvement. The next ones would be Artur Zelenin and Nadia Stapov. They also would go on their first attempt, so they're losing one attempt. Aha, here's the score. Quite a lot of penalties for the wheels, but on the overall, 32.5 for the angle, 30 for the style. So there is an improvement. That's all good except for the line. The line, unfortunately, has been really damaged. So it's now 79.5. So this is a 10 points improvement as we predicted. So this precision and this cautiousness brings its results. And yes, we are supposed to make an interview with Artyom Leitis because he's a leader this far. I'm not kidding. He's the only driver who has shown any score of everyone who has come to the start. So maybe Artyom knows some secrets that are unavailable to others. So now let's listen to Artyom Leitis.
вообще с непонятками какими-то. Я в эфире?
Am I on air? My friends, hello! This is the interim leader of the qualifying round among RDS-GP drivers, a driver from Carville Racing Team, Artyom Leitis. The thing is that Igora Drive is an amazing place because here you can become a leader of the qualification with 79 points in stock, 79.5 to be more precise. This is the score of Artyom Leitis. So Artyom, I can tell you that really deserve a medal for your courage. You've done a great job no matter what. So what is happening on the track? When we practiced and when the juniors competed, the asphalt was still wet. And right before we went on our first attempt, the sun came out because we're in St. Petersburg. It can get sunny and then it gets raining and it started drying out very fast. And since the configuration is very challenging and the asphalt is different, some parts of it are dry, some parts of it are absolutely wet. And there are puddles. It is really hard to figure out, but thanks God we had the familiarization chances. So I touched the asphalt, so I did my first run as good as I could. Then I checked out what I could change, and on the second run I managed to improve my performance a little bit. In my group, everyone has got zeros for the first run, or something around zero. I have never seen anything like this in RDS-GP. But it's really cool because you are a leader now. Do you think you can hold on this position? Well, if it rains and then the sun comes out, everyone's going to have a lot of fun. Okay, we love having fun, and congratulations to you anyway, because this is the score that you earned, and the weather has been really challenging for you, so it's a great job. Thank you, but I could do it better. I'm sure you could. But you've got what you've got, and let's be satisfied with it. But tomorrow is the most important day. There are going to be tandem runs. I wish you good luck. So now the qualification goes on. Don't go anywhere and support Carville Racing Team. And by the way, I will go to the grandstand very soon. Yes, we love having fun, but the weather forecast is predicting a sunny weather in this area, but you know, trusting weather forecast is not the right thing here in this area. The weather forecast in the St. Petersburg region is something that is very hard to do. We love having fun, but we want to have fun on the dry asphalt when there's a lot of smoke and when the weather doesn't make the vehicles suffer, when it doesn't hurt the transmissions. But it looks like at least our spectators are feeling great. It's not raining, it's already good. We've had some really hot days. It's very hot in Moscow right now. It will be over soon, I know, but now the people of Moscow can enjoy it. And everyone sighed with relief because it's not raining, at least. So now we've got the freshman of Fresh Racing, a driver from Samara, Sergei Kuznetsov, who this season is checking out his Toyota Supra A80, and he loves it. You could see he's beaming after the practice. Now let's see if it's just as good as it was yesterday. The first attempt. Now touch and go 1 and 2 are taken by Sergei Kuznetsov. Now the transition. Collects touch and goes, and here are the threes. He's got to do more work because here the asphalt is very unstable in quality. It takes touch and go 4 with no doubts. The smoke is coming from underneath the rear wheels, and here's a dynamic deceleration. And full throttle, the car is trying to spin, but Sergei Kuznetsov keeps it under control, even though it required absolutely immediate reaction. And now the last sector, and he finishes the run. It looked like some extra smoke appeared in around touch and go 9/3 because he understood that the car was going where it was supposed to go. There are 2 problematic places. The first one is here, 3/1, where he slipped and then he got on the dry asphalt where the grip was very excessive, and then classical touch and go 7. Here are the 2 problematic places, and they occur after the transition. You fall on the dry, And here he almost spinned around, but he managed to hold the vehicle. And because in a similar situation, on board a flanker, he would spin around. Artur Zelený decided not to drive a flanker this year, so we have no flankers. But there was a situation last year. Arkady Tseregradzev was chasing Sergei Kuznetsov, and at first it looked like there was a contact, and that was the reason why Sergei Kuznetsov spinned around. But then we found out that there was no contact, and the flanker simply spinned because of the excessive grip. And now look how carefully he went around 3/3. But, you know, he had the familiarization run. But you should also understand that during the familiarization run, you don't usually do everything 100% because it's too dangerous. During the solo run, you try to add some speed, gain some more speed, maybe get a little faster, get a little braver. So there, you know, the familiarization is good, but it cannot give you all the answers to all the questions. Drifting is such a thing where inspiration means a lot. You've got to feel this signal, this vibration from the universe, and then transfer into performance on track. But once again, it's so curious how it all works, because the configuration is hard. The touch and go 6 and touch and go 7 combination is getting even more difficult due to the wet asphalt. There is something special in it anyway. It looked like the judges knew something. They prepared a surprise for our contenders, but now as far as his run is concerned, it's all pretty good. But guess, due to the instability of the asphalt, we are not gonna see many runs on the schedule. We've got the hats parade once again, because when it gets sunny, the sun can get really severe. My friends, we are happy to see you in this great mood. This is a fuel for us. Wow, Evil's Empire, and that's a child wearing it. This is a very old merch, which means that this child has got very good parents. Yeah, so this is all about the asphalt. This is where the penalties come from. One wheel after touching go 7. Yeah, so, but generally, on the overall, the picture looks well. We've got a new qualification leader. We should have expected half a point better. He is. Then Artem Leitis. Sergei Kuznetsov is the real winner. Are you kidding me, says Artem Leitis. He's got one more run to do to reinforce his position. But now we're going to watch Grigory Gusev, who is also coming out on the start on board his newly built Supra A80. And now it's finally here. He didn't drive it at the previous event. And now instead of the gray and blue Supra, we see a white and red Supra. Grigory Gusev looked very well during the practice session. You could, oh, wow, careful, please, 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 hold on, hold on. Yes, he's on the ground, but at least he doesn't crash into the concrete. And the 3 wheels are still outside, but one is on the track. This is what we value about our drivers. Oh, the most challenging part. Oh, no, this is far too wide, far too wide. He's in the 4th sector. The run goes on, and the judges will tell us later if it makes any sense. It does make sense from the practice point of view, but from the competition point of view, it probably doesn't. I cannot really explain why he went far too wide, but the first sector is almost 6.3 seconds. This was extremely brave, but I think he slipped on the wet asphalt. I think that he didn't go at full speed during his familiarization run, and probably he didn't know about that wet spot in touch and go 3/1, because it's really wet, it's really slippery, and after that there's a dry spot, and he just missed the dry spot because he was driving on the curb. And now Grigory declares that he is going to the health group as well. Okay, we've got a great company in the health group already. The people who know everything about this world, they've tackled it. Now they've got to let the sun do its job, and then they will come out when the environment is more or less clear, and they will do their best to show what they're capable of. But it's also worth remarking that the A80 has got a great potential. This is something like the E92, but there is a significant difference because when Grigory Gusev changed for an E92, he said that the Chaser was better, but he was really, really willing to drive this A80. And I think that there is a little trend. The more Grigory Gusev loves his car, the worse is the result, and vice versa. But he wanted to drive this car at Moscow Raceway. He wanted this A80, but the management of the team looked at the first test and said, well, let's keep it for later. There's also Maxim Grossman, the spot of Grigory Gusev, and we told you about this in our news earlier, yesterday. Maxim Grossman knows the Supra very well, and he has shown us some absolutely exciting runs on board the Supra, and his help was very, very useful. And now finally everything came together. All the pieces of this puzzle came together, and yesterday Grigory Gusev looked very well during the practice. Lukoil Racing team members are all very close together within the same group. Andrei Astapov skipped his run, and then we've got Grigory Gusev and Danila Vorobyov, so they're all together. Danila Vorobyov is now here, and he is locked and loaded. He has already completed his familiarization run. I hope that his teammates have shared their impressions with him. And I hope that the spotter of Danila Vorobyov is also informed about all the difficult spots on the track. Now, Danila Vorobyov was probably the only driver who was really eager to see the rain, but now it's dry. So the universe is merciless. For Danila Vorobyov to drive on the wet, he had to join the boot camp, the junior boot camp, and even though he is small enough, he is far too old for it. But let's take a look at the driver and his car. LR1 Genesis, built by Lukoil Racing team specifically for this driver. Number 98, 3 reds and then green, and here we go. 160 meters of running. Damir Diaturin is burning out, and Danila Vorobyov in the meanwhile is breaking into the sport section of the track, and here is very dense smoke coming out. He's got to be careful here. And this guy dreamt of rain? Oh, come on. He has run through the wet sector very well. One transition, another one touching go 6, and then carefully another one through touching go number 7. Wow, that's so good. And now another smooth transition touching go 8. And this is already the 4th sector and the last transition. And the second half, he's got to press and press and press it. Come on, and he is at the finish. But still, he narrows down the line, but that's still okay. The run looks pretty convincing no matter what. And the line was so narrow because his speed wasn't sufficient. And the reason is the weather and the condition of the track. You cannot do it any other way, just like 3/1. If you don't let go of the accelerator, you do the same as Grigory Gusev. You will have all the wheels outside, and there is also a little concrete wall out there waiting. So Danila Vorobyov did it right in this situation. You see, you've got to start climbing this hill on the part which is still a little wet. And it doesn't work the way you want it to, no matter how much you try. But still, the accelerator operation has been perfect. Yes, there was a micro angle correction, but you cannot do it in any other way because the car still responds to every action of the driver. The steering problems still continue. This BMW and LR1 Genesis. He had the same problems at Moscow Raceway, and I guess that on high-speed tracks like this one, it will always be the same. The same problem was faced by Dmitry Putilin, and as far as I know, there are still some little parasite moves, so the wheel shouldn't do like this. This vibration from the wheel is transferred to the steering wheel, but not vice versa. So this is not about the driver. and it makes a great impact on the comfort of the driver and makes a great impact on the precision. But I'm sure that Danila Vorobyov got the maximum precision possible in these conditions. But you know that Danila Vorobyov is a really cool driver. And once again, people are dressed differently. Here's a young man wearing a t-shirt and his girlfriend is wearing a leather jacket. I think I even know whose jacket that is. He's pretending not to be cold. Well, this is a true gentleman. Okay. And now we see the score of Danila Vorobyov. Wow, this is very good. Just a little correction, it will be absolutely beautiful. This is already 10 points better than Sergei Kuznetsov did, because this is what it happens when the asphalt is drying out. So now it's 90 points for Danila Vorobyov. Why did he want the rain? Because his qualification run was absolutely perfect. And here comes the main expert in qualification. 13 victories he's got, and 4 of them he got with 100 points. Damir Dyatulin from Fresh Racing. And he decided not to go to the health group, and I guess a lot will depend on the result that he's got. But we know that 90 plus is more than possible now. And now Damir Dyatulin is precise like a surgeon as he breaks in the sport section of the track. And now he completely adjusts to the current environment. And now in the virtuoso manner, without any corrections, he runs to touch and go for 2 transitions as a single dance move. Some little stabilization moves of the handbrake, but it doesn't influence the speed in any way. Now the last transition, touch and go 9/1, and now he slides along the white line, collecting the 9s, and he crosses the finishing line. Oh God, I had a feeling that Damir Dyatulin knows what centimeters in these dangerous areas he's got to hit. And he goes around the dangerous spots like a figure skater maybe, or like a, I don't know like who, but anyway, what he does, he's really a miracle. He knows how to avoid the wet spots, how to avoid the dangerous areas. And you can see that there is already a dry transition, a dry passageway through the Igora River, and Damir Dyatulin uses it. This is where the asphalt is getting dry, and now look how well Damir prepared his vehicle to what is going to happen right now. Yes, the smoke almost disappears at some moment, and then it comes back again as soon as the environment allowed him to. So he did the same as Danila Vorobyov, but as a little bit better. He managed to avoid the angle corrections, at least the ones that would be visible to our eye. And I'm almost sure that he will become a new leader of the qualification. I don't doubt a second. The speed in the first sector was 6.6 seconds, which is pretty humble, but it really makes no sense to exceed the speed in the first sector, because there are 3 control points, and the excessive speed would create more difficulties. It would be harder to control the vehicle. The speed must be adjusted in the correct way. Just look how many things you've got to do at this double transition. A lot of steering movements and a lot of lever pulls. But as Damir does, he acts like a pianist. But he does it all at the right moments. He still looks like a pianist to me. It's always so pleasant to watch him in his cockpit. Okay, so this is 98 points. So almost like the younger Tserigratsev, almost like Tserigratsev Jr. And the leader of the qualification is still Arseniy Tserigratsev. But, well, this is 98. What other proofs do you need? And this is only one attempt. Damir Dyatulin has got another one. But the stakes are really high. Now, Fresh Racing drivers convince us that the track is almost the same compared to the yesterday's condition. Sergei Kuznetsov had 80 points for the first attempt. He's got all the chances to improve. Moreover, his teammate has just shown that is quite possible to achieve. Now Sergei Kuznetsov is already in this course section of the track. He's second at the last solo run attempt. And now here touching goes number three. Now a lot of smoke. Touching go 4 and the double transition. Then 6 and 7. And yes, I really love it. It looked like the car wanted to get outside, but Sergei Kuznetsov said no, and now he continues collecting dash and goes. Wow, it's so great and beautiful, following the example of his more experienced teammate. This is a nice run that looked absolutely harmonic. Artur Kuznetsov, Andrei Astapov, and Grigory Gusev went to the health group. But now we should be happy for Sergei Kuznetsov, because he gives me the impression that there are some little paths that you can follow to make a successful solo run. But you've got to know them, and you got to know how to get there. There are some dry parts everywhere now. Now you've got to avoid the wet ones, and that's it. So if you follow the right line, if you stick to the right line, it's going to be okay. 3/1 is still quite a dangerous spot for everyone. We will now see it on the replay. There was a moment. You see, it looks a little patchy. We saw what you can do with the accelerator. Damir showed us, and Sergei Kuznetsov did absolutely the same. But it looks like the track has dried out even more with the due to Damir, and maybe Sergei Kuznetsov also did a familiarization run. I didn't really hear if he did, but if he did, he could have dried it out a little bit more, and he could also understand how much grip there is, and he could make it a little bit more grippy. I want to draw your attention to 3/1, 3/2. According to the new line criteria, it would be likely to interpret it as one wheel outside, because you could perfectly see the line being interrupted by the Supra's wheel, but we will see it now all in numbers. If there is a -2, then it means that this is the wheel penalization. If there is no -2, it means that there is none. Ah, no, there's been none. Yeah, there was none, because this is what I really hoped for. But there are some other penalization for the other criteria. And now we can see the difference between the two different but good drivers. It's 9-2. Sergei Kuznetsov rises to the second position in the rating. He outperforms Danila Vorobyov. Danila Vorobyov has got another run to do, just like Damir Giatulin, by the way. But let's take a look at Danila Vorobyov at first. He is now relaxing out there at the starting line before he starts working. For the second season in a row, Lukoil Racing Drift Team has got various celebrating stickers on the vehicles. Next year they're going to celebrate a big anniversary of their team. But we don't have many results in the qualification rating, but Danila Vorobyov will do his best to write down another one. Now everything is going very well. Touch and go 3 and touch and go 4 have been completed. I don't see any corrections whatsoever. And now he's running through the double transition in a very good way. Now he still is cautious as he enters section number 4. He slides along the wide border, and now finally he finishes the run. You remember that in the first run his line was slightly alternative, but I guess in the second run it was better. I have a feeling that after touch and go 6, before touch and go 7, you can get a little bit braver. Danila Vorobyov went on a narrow line, a little bit narrow, because since the last run of Petr Borodin, the track has dried out pretty much. And I see it because I can see how the vehicles are pushing in, which means that the speed was not enough. Yes, touch and go 7 is a dangerous spot, because this is one of the touch and goes in the double penalty zone. 3/1, the inner 4 and touch and go 7 are pretty dangerous, because the penalization there is more, and they cost 3 points each. And also the car looks a little bit more stable comparing to the first event. That wobbling that you could see with your own eyes at Moscow Raceway has probably not gone, but you can see that it's much less. A lot of work has been done on the vehicle. Of course, the team hasn't been idle, but Danila Vorobyov was dreaming over rain for a reason. But you can see this wobbling only on replays, only in slow-mo, which means that there is some fight going on. But everything looks very well. But let's get back to the McPherson. There are some little details in the suspension. But McPherson would be still a bit more beneficial for the driver in this situation. On the double arm suspension, it is still questionable. Because it's also a matter of diagnostics. But what we have no problems with is the sunshine. Come on, dear spectators, the sun is really working hard for you. So you can sunbathe, but don't forget about sun cream and sunglasses. And now we still have the hats parade. The drifting hats parade. I can see that these guys have already visited our drift shop, our RDS shop, and I recommend all of you to visit the RDS shop. We've got two tents of RDS shop. One is in the spectators area, the other one is in the service park. So please, during the break, take this walk to the RDS shop. It looks like a large supermarket. This is an RDS town, so if you are lost at RDS shop, you can meet your friends at the checkout. Touch and Go 7 was missed, and this is an expensive one. But what we see in terms of the style, Meteor Mohin is giving more and more penalties to the drivers because now the track is predominantly dry. This was an absolutely different run, but the score is the same, so it is still 90 points. This is a good result, considering all these details, that all these things that Danila has been facing in terms of the vehicle control. And now the leader of our qualification is back to the start, Damir Diatulin from Fresh Racing. He represents the city of Krasnoyarsk, and he is driving a Toyota Supra AAT, equipped with a 2J ZGDE engine, a radiator in the rear, as you can just see, and now he starts. And he's got a very, very big fan for the engine not to be hot. Now, a super aggressive driver, Damir Diatulin, is storming into the sport section of the track. And now here's the most interesting part. He adds more aggression. And now here's one transition, another one, and here everything is absolutely uncompromised, without any discounts, no other benefits, no discounts. Here's the last one, but he's already in the fourth sector in between two groups of touch and goes, and the last sweeper through the finishing line. I wonder if he can repeat his score and the success of his first run, because it was all very similar, but it was even better in around touch and go 3. Damir Diatulin has accustomed us to his surgically precise runs. So when you see the slightest micro corrections, it makes us smirk. But here you can see how much faster the second attempt was compared to the first one. But as far as the micro corrections are concerned, these are really little handbrake pulls and before touch and go number 7, but I'm sure that the judges can forgive it. In the second run, there was a micro handbrake pull after touch and go number 7. Sorry, it wasn't the first attempt, but generally speaking, yes, there was a little stabilization, but we could even see it in the cockpit shots. We could see Damir Diatulin do this, but you know, no one prohibits handbrake as such. The question is how the car gains speed, how it maintains speed after the dotted line, and such little stabilization moves are allowed. In the first run, it was a little bit more accentuated, but you saw the result. So it's allowed, but you shouldn't abuse it. That's the thing. But in Touch and Go 7, you cannot understand what is happening underneath your wheel until you get there. And you've got to adjust the speed in the correct manner so that you don't get outside the track, because it would be 5 points penalty for one wheel and 15 points for 3 wheels. And you should also take Touch and Go number 7, and its price is 3 points. If you miss Touch and Go number 7, then you get a great penalty. And you don't want to ruin your result that much. Now let's enjoy the work of this maestro. By the way, you can see that there is much less foot activity and less stabilizing movements, which is also due to the weather. And Damir hasn't blinked an eye throughout this period of time, which means that he is working with his brain really actively. If your interlocutor is not blinking, it means that he is really he's really concentrated on your conversation. All right, so this is the same result as Arseniy Tsarigradzev, right? It's 98.5. So this is the 98.5. Yes, try to get him now. We've got lots and lots of runs ahead, so we're now waiting for the competitors of Damir Dyatulin. Congratulations to Damir, and now we go for a little commercial break.
Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
И настало время интервью.
This is the time for our interviews, and I'm gonna introduce you to the participants of our boot
А
camp.
также мы поговорим
And
с
also we'll
нашими
talk
пилотами,
to our
поговорим о том,
drivers. We will
что нового у них,
Ask
чего
them
они ждут от
what
сезона в
new
целом
has
и
happened to them,
как
what they
для них
expect from the
прошел
season,
этап.
and what was the
Ну и,
first
конечно же,
event
много
like for
интересного
them.
вас ждет сегодня,
You're
и в
gonna
конце
see
дня
lots of
мы
interesting
узнаем, кто
things, and
стал
by the end of the day, we'll find out who wins the qualification of the second event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix. But this is all later, and now watch and enjoy.
Для зрителей РДС, которые
For the
внимательно
RDS
смотрели второй этап
spectators
РДС
who were
Open, пилот,
attentive
стоящий рядом со мной
watching the
здесь,
second
это
event of
Тимофей
RDS Open,
Колобов,
already know this guy. This is Timofey Kolobov, the winner of the boot camp of the second event of RDS Open.
Прямо сейчас,
And right
прямо
now,
сегодня
right
Тимофей
today,
Колобов
Timofey
является
Kolobov
участником
is
учебно-тренировочных
also
сборов
a participant of the Igora Drive boot camp
чем я тебя
at
поздравляю.
RDSGP. Congratulations to you, because
Можешь
you are
считать себя уже пилотом
technically an
РДС.
RDSGP driver. Have you ever thought that you would be one? We didn't really plan it, but now when I'm here, I love being here. I was in the line for the practice with the GP drivers, and I could realize how serious it was. Cool. Are you nervous standing in the same line with such famous drivers? In fact, not really. But I have a feeling that when you go to the burnout, someone is waiting for you, and we burn out together. But generally, it's cool. So you feel quite confident, right? Yes. But I've done around 5 loops. I had some problems with my car, but now we have solved it all. Do you like Igora Drive? What do you think about this configuration, this reverse configuration? Do you feel that it may be challenging, that it may be harder for you than at the previous facility in Moscow? I love this configuration. It's a very high-speed configuration, and I'm getting used to my vehicle because last time it was rainy and the GP guys have dried it out, so now it's patchy, dry and wet. So this is a really racing environment. Yeah, we can say so. But who of RTSGP driver is the one that you would like to look up to? I don't want to say the word icon, but who of them do you like most of all? It's Damir Ziatulin, because first of all, he's my coach, and secondly, he does it perfect. He can hit 100 points at qualifications. What are your plans for this boot camp? Unlike the previous event, you are 4 people now, and you are all very strong. I want to get used to my car in the raining weather, and I just want to enjoy racing with everyone, to do tandem runs. Now Arsenia and Stepa have arrived, so now I can practice with them. There are more and more participants, and I really love it. Have you done any tandem drives with anyone? No, not yet. I'm just getting used. I hope that you do it as fast as possible, get used to this weather and the condition of the tracks, and just enjoy being here among the drivers of RDSGP. Congratulations to you, you're great, and don't forget that everyone loves you and everyone loves your run, so just relax and show everything that you can do. Thank you. I'm sure I can. 100% you can. There is no doubt, Timofey. I don't want to distract you from your practice, so go and practice. Bye-bye. My friend joined the battle. So, how are you doing right now? What's our plans for Friday? I've been doing okay. My car hasn't arrived, but it will be here very soon at around 1 p.m., I guess. But, well, everything is running great. It's adjusted 630 HP. I'm locked and loaded for a battle. The weather is kind of funny, not very good for getting used to a new car. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Is it freshly built? Is it new? Or if anyone has been following Stepan, maybe you know that his father gave him a drift car. It was a year ago, or a little more, I'm not really sure. 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. So is this the same platform, or is it a new one? Is it upgraded? So what's interesting about your car? Before that, I used to have a Chase, and now it's a Mark. So it's a new platform, a brand new one. Yes, we bought it, but we had to replace the engine because the one that it had was very powerful. It was like 1000 HP, and now it's a little less because it was too much for me. There was some rebuild of the transmission. Yeah, so the car required some manipulations. And also, due to this entire situation, it takes a long time to get the spare parts. So we couldn't do it on time. But that's okay. I'm not upset. It means it's meant to be. And probably this is the first time in such a situation, RDS. Or maybe it's not the first time, because many of our experience, and adult drivers have had such situations when their cars are not ready on time or the spare parts don't come on time. So the last night is the last night. This is a common practice in Russian drift series or in drifting in general. So you tell us about the Chaser and about Mark II. So these are large and heavy platforms. Why do you prefer these? I don't know. I simply like this platform. In RDS, there are very few of them, or maybe hardly any of them. I don't really know. I just love them. I just like big ones, just because some of my friends used to drive them in like 2021. How old were you in 2021? I was 10. Yeah, I see. I see. So you like serious and heavy cars, and is it easy for you to drive them? Yeah, generally, yes. My previous car had some control troubles, but this is more about how it was all assembled. But now we've got a new person who is responsible for the assembly. But I cannot tell you anything. I will later. Okay, I will get back to you later, definitely. But you will find this interview in our RDS Inside, because I will ask you about your impressions and what you feel standing in line on the practice with the decorated RDS GP drivers. You may have tandem drifting with them, tandem practice with them, so I will definitely ask you. I'm also very impatient. We are impatient too, so now go and get ready for the practice. I hope that your car comes soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we proceed. We will ask some questions to someone else about their practice days and their experience in RDS GP. My friends, I caught Damir Diatulin. Here's the man who surprised us with his another 100 points in the first event. I have a feeling that tomorrow we will see the same. And this interview is recorded on Friday, so maybe you have already seen the 100 points performed by Damir. But let's ask him what he feels like about Igora and the second event, what you feel and what you can share about your today's practice. I feel like I really want to practice. Yesterday I didn't have a chance. There were some little vibrations, and I spent all evening trying to eliminate them. But we found all the reasons, so now it works okay. So now the rain has started. It was dry yesterday. I've also practiced on the wet for like 8 loops, and I did 1 tandem run. I love it all. My car is running fast. The controllability is okay. Now it's dry and wet, so I'm waiting for the asphalt to get more stable, not to damage the car. What do you feel about the Igora configuration with this reverse configuration with a long run in? I don't that some drivers don't really like this kind of assignment. This first sector, the initiation, the first sweep and the transition, I recall my last year and I don't really remember. It's a little vague. So I need to practice and to recall it all. I'm now riding on the last year's setups, and it works quite fine. But I need stable asphalt. I don't want to drive on this dry and wet because it wouldn't be stable, and I also need to do some tandem practice. Now it's all unclear. In this weather, it's very hard to find the right setups and to understand how your car works. It's more about fighting. So I'm waiting for the right moment. We often meet this season because you are also a coach and a spotter of RDS Open drivers. And at the previous RDS Open event, you worked with a driver who is right here, Timofey Kolobov, who won the boot camp competition. And he came here to St. Petersburg. Are you worried about him? Are you worried about him more than yourself? Of course, I worry about him much more. The first competition it is, and also it's such a high-level competition where all the timings are so strict. You've got to be very precise. You've got to check your car in between. And since I'm the one who set up the suspension, and that's me who helped with some recommendations, I feel very responsible. And I really want to help, to give the right advice so that it works fine, up to the logistics on the track, where to go, how to get to the pit lane and all the stuff. So I'm trying to give him all the information, where the medics are, where the briefing point is. Because when the racer comes to a new facility and everything is new, he feels nervous. So he needs more information. He needs to know. So I'm trying to be helpful. But looking at your driver, you wouldn't say that he is nervous or worried or whatever. He looks very alert, very serious, and very adult. He's a great speaker, and I think that he enjoys what he's doing even more than you guys. Do you have the same feeling? Yes, Timofey is a very calm person. It's very hard to make him lose control or balance. But still, I want him to have less uncertainty around. I'm trying to do it all well. I'm trying to make it all comfortable for him so that he only concentrates on the track, on the assignment, so that everything works fine. But what do you think about all this boot camp? When the boot camp competition is combined with the RDSGP event? First of all, we're just getting started with it, so I haven't got enough feedback. But it's really cool to do it at RDS Open because, first of all, there's me, and I'm not competing. Here it's much more complicated because you miss some of the situations because you have to compete as well, and you cannot be with your trainee all the time. You may miss something and they may have difficulty. You cannot be at the two places at the same time, because here I concentrate on racing myself. So you are trying to give all the information in advance so that he is informed. But as a practice, I believe it's really cool, both for the young drivers, it's an amazing thing, for the juniors, and also for our spectators. It's great to watch, so they can watch these new drivers from the very beginning of their journey. And in fact, they drive really well. Yes, as far as the training is concerned, it's a really cool story because RDS comes to different circuits, and the young drivers can learn different configurations. They can get used to these high speeds, and they learn. They improve their level. And one time, the moment will come when they can become full-scale competitors for our famous drivers. And I'm sure it will happen much sooner than we think. Thank you, Damir. I hope that everything dries out and you practice more today. Here is Damir Yatulin from Fresh Racing. And now we proceed. Thank you, Damir. And we won't go too far away. I will introduce you to another junior. My friends, here is another bootcamp contender, Arseniy Tsaregradzev. We've been waiting for you for so long here in RDS, and finally you are here together with the other RDSGP drivers. But you live with one of them, he's your father. But still, what does it feel like to stand in line for practice with RDSGP drivers, waiting for your turn to finally drift at Igora Drive? It's cool. I love it. Everything is running well. I'm doing great. I practiced with my father, and I ran 3 car bodies away from him. Did you? Yes. Did you expect it to happen? No, I didn't expect. I thought you would like that close to me. Come closer to me. So please tell me what else you didn't expect. I didn't expect I would figure out this track that soon. Yes, it just worked out so easy, and the car works out so well. And what about the dry and wet asphalt, such instability? Does it make you nervous, or you've got such a great skill that you know what to do with it? When you are in the dry, you've got to press the accelerator hard, and that's it. But yeah, it's hard. But I spin around a couple of times, and then I figure it out. But have you seen all of your competitors, other juniors, I mean, the ones who take part in your boot camp? Have you seen all of them? No, I haven't seen anyone yet. But I'm going to go to the grandstand and watch them. Who of them do you think is your main competitor? I think all of them, because they're all very skillful. Did you watch the second event of RDS Open, the boot camp competition? There was Timofey Kolobov and Danila Arefyev. Yes, I watched them. They did a great job. Danila Arefyev impressed me greatly. In winter, he was so weak, but now he came to the he went on his 600 HP car, and he was so great. Tell me about your car. What's under the hood? Had 2Js, a GDE engine, and a Pulsar turbocharger. We want to replace it with a Xona because a Pulsar is on top, and it cannot be controlled with the accelerator properly. But 600 HP, is it enough for you? Almost, yes, right enough. Would you like to have a more powerful car? Yeah, sure. But there are some little things, especially when you climb uphill, you feel that you need more power to climb uphill with a good angle. Are you gonna practice more? Sure, yeah. And today I'm gonna practice from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Yes, this is Arseniy Tseregradsev, and today we will see him qualify, and tomorrow we will see the tandem runs of RDSGP. Just look at this young generation. They are so close to our decorated driver. Thank you. High five. My friends, and here's the man who gave us a beautiful final at the opening event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026, and also so many beautiful decades of drifting. 30 years. 3 decades, or Arkady Tseregradsev, a driver of System Electric Одержимый Motorsport. He is also known as the Tsar, and now you've got the little prince, your little boy. So at first, tell me about yourself. What is the season like for you? What's your mood like as you started season? Because one year after another, you go through lots of mental transformations, physical transformations. You come up with new ideas and inventions. So we are very interested to hear about it. This year started a little better than the previous one. That's for sure. I even qualified at the first event, and generally speaking, this all happened because every year we upgrade our cars, and now I'm taking what I'm doing a little bit easier. Because I don't want to get this proud, like, hey, I'm a GP. I used to do it before, and it didn't give any result. But when you come and you think, like, that's a good track day, it's a nice day, and you simply race and you get to the final, but in the final, I failed to do the same performance as I did during the track day. I lost to Tommy Kiley. Yeah, so it didn't work out the way I wanted. But if I had done the same that I I've been doing throughout the day, I would have won because our speed, my speed was higher generally. But well, we've got what we've got. It's great that you learned your lessons, that you worked on your performance, that you found some weak spots. So now you know that you just needed to let it go. Yeah, and I've got a new slogan. It's don't spin your head around. Don't look back at your opponent, because I've been looking back a lot. I couldn't really control him. Where is he? Oh, I missed a clip. No, this is very unprofessional of me, but what can I do? I'm just a very curious guy. Yeah, things happen. I want to congratulate you on a great team that you've got this year, a great lineup. I don't want to say that last year you had a bad team, but this year it's surprisingly good. Your reunion with Evgeny Losov has been expected by many drift lovers. I'm sure that he's been longing for it as well. Yeah, that's for sure, because even in winter, he told me that you're going to race together. He told me about your concept because it was supposed to be a secret. He was extremely happy that it happened. Can you tell me more about your tandem? Because you're so different, even though you're both Siberians, but your characters, your personalities are different. What's the power of this brotherhood? In fact, we're very similar because we both love drifting. We all started our careers at the Red Ring circuit, and the life of Evgeny Losov is closely bound to mine because I was the one to invite him to the Red Ring. I helped him with some recommendations, and he started growing, he started evolving, he still dominates in all winter drifting, and he's associated with the Red Ring just as much as I am. And we understand each other without any words. And you know, it looks like Losov is like a very severe guy, but he is very nice and kind, fluffy. We are two little fluffy kittens of the drifting world who work hard to develop the sport. This is what we've got in common. I mean, this is not about a commercial partnership, it's more about sharing our knowledge. This is what we've got in common. That's for sure. This is the concept that Evgeny told me about. And now you've got a chance to share your knowledge with the next generations directly, to share your experience and your skills. At this event, you do this with your son. You're a benchmark in the drifting world because you're the... What does it mean? A benchmark is a kind of a thing, like a reference everyone is looking up to. Now I will know. I never heard such a term. Yeah, now I learned a new word. You brought your son up here inside your car, in your cockpit, and now we see such a strong driver who will get to RDSGP in a couple of years. And do you plan to continue this, not only with Arseny, but with other young drivers, I mean very young, the juniors? This is our mission, the mission of me and Evgeny Losov. We are thinking of making a school or college for juniors where we will teach them the top skills of drifting. And we are now in the process of making this decision because we just restarted our team together with Evgeny Losov. Now he's got to adjust himself to the new vehicle. We've got lots of things to do. And we are trying to figure everything out. He and his engineer have 3-hour conversations every day. Slava, our engineer, is a very significant person for us. But with me, it's around 30 seconds. With Evgeny, it's several hours. They have lots of arguments and discussions every time Losov says, "That's it. Now we finally understood each other." But it's enough only for 1 hour. Then he comes back. But, you know, all these discussions bring their positive results because they find some agreements, and he is showing amazing runs. And now Evgeny Losov is getting used to the new team, and our next step would be creating a school that would be available both for adults who want to learn drifting. This would be a really high school. It will be for summer and for winter drifting. For adults and children, winter drifting is an integral part of drifting because the Zhiguli, the Lada, is the base of drifting. Can you tell me what it's like working with Arseny as a coach and a driver? Very easy. He never listens to me. When you praise him, he says, "Yeah, thanks, okay." But when you tell him he's wrong, he doesn't listen. He knows how to make corrections on his own. He's got a huge sim drifting experience, and it's very helpful for him because they know what to do. They learn what to do, how to make corrections in their vehicles, and he knows it all. And he simply applies this experience to their real vehicle. Do you recognize yourself in your son? In terms of bravery, he definitely outperforms me. I wasn't that brave and I wasn't that pushy when I just came to drifting. I was kind of a humble guy, and he's not like that. Do you think it's because of your authority and your reputation it makes him braver than you used to be? These are his mom's genes, I'm sure. Hello, Yulia. Yeah. Yes, these are his mother's genes. Yeah, come here, I'll do you. Yeah, but you say it's helpful. Do you think it's good, this kind of sports aggression? Do you think it's good? This is about self-esteem and self-confidence. When you're confident, you're relaxed. Do you mean it's easier for you to make a psychological pressure on your opponent? This is the second part. It doesn't always work like this because there are lots of guys like this, like, hey, who do you mean to intimidate? But no, but when you are confident, when you're relaxed, when you're not nervous, you make less mistakes. Of course, it's very helpful. I hope that we will see some really cool tandem runs on Sunday. So you did some tandem practice together, as Arseny told me. Yes, once. We did only one run. I failed to catch up with him. He ran away from me, and I was somewhere behind. You know, for a lead run, the lane was dry, and for the chaser, it was wet. But we will do it another time. What do you think of this configuration, the reverse configuration with a longer run in? Because there is opinion that there are some drivers who don't like it. So what do you think? It's not bad, but it's less impressive than the classic configuration with a run in up to 180, because it's like, oh, and every time you think, would I fit? Wouldn't I fit? Now it's around 150. So it's too little for you, boys. Well, it's only a 20 km/h difference, but still it means a lot. Because in the classic configuration, you run into a very high speed and then you slow down. Here you run in, then you slow down, then you go slowly and slower, and then you accelerate once again. It's a technically harder assignment, but it's all done for the drivers of RDSGP to inspire us with your skills, because we know how well you can drift. But this assignment is super hard and it is challenging. That configuration is pretty challenging as well, especially the first transition, then when you get closer to the grandstands. But this is not our last season, right? Yeah, I hope we will get back to the classic one. It was cool when we had two events in St. Petersburg, and you knew, like, yes, I don't like this configuration, but there will be another one. So please give us the second St. Petersburg event back. Dmitry Dobrovolsky, you heard me. Let's start a petition together with the drifting fans. And once again, here's a question about the lineup. We've got new people in RDSGP, so who do you think is the most competitive for yourself? Tommy Kiley, he is a very hard driver, a very serious one, and I am sure that he will make us bleed this season. What surprises you about this guy from Ireland? According to himself, he says that when drunk, he drifts even better. He says, give me a drink and I'll show you something better. We tell him, hey, it's not allowed. And he says, well, no one is here. And he's going, okay. That's okay. And he walks around sad because of this. Yeah, I saw him sad, and he told me that his hobby was drinking. Yes, it is. And he's not shy. And he says, this is where I get my energy. Because if I had a glass of wine, I would say, okay, I go to bed. And he gets more energy from this. And where do you get your energy? From nature, I would say. Yesterday, we went for a walk with Arseny. We walked 14,000 steps, and we felt refilled. Nature, walking, and music. Is it about your age or maybe your life experience when you prefer some quiet walks out in the nature? Yeah, of course, it's about that, because I'm always running around and spending a lot of time with my phone. It affects my nerves. And such walks help you recharge. Yeah, sure, this is why I try to do it as more as possible. This was Arkady Tseregratsev, and we will see him today and tomorrow. Arkady Tseregratsev is always with us. And also, please find his school or his college, sign up, because we are gonna see a new generation of drifters brought up by Arkady Tseregratsev and Evgeny Losev. And I wish the entire team a great patience, but I think that even in 10 years, it will be all the same, just as intensive and interesting. I wish you a great weekend, Arkady.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Многолетний коллектив Fresh Racing продолжает свой путь в Гран-при РДС. Текущий состав гонщиков. Под номером 33 выступает Денис Мигаль, основатель команды. Номер 9 – сибиряк Дамир Идиетуль. Номер 36 – новобранец Сергей Кузнецов. И номер 126 – ирландец Томас Кайли. Поддержи команду, присылай нам факс.
РДС GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка. Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
вообще за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier. Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
С картой ВТБ возвращайте до 3000 рублей в месяц. Выбирайте категории с выгодой до 15%. Получайте больше кэшбэка с подпиской ВТБ+. Оформите карту онлайн с бесплатной доставкой или в офисах ВТБ и Почты России.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Друзья, ну что ж, буквально через несколько минут продолжится квалификация второго этапа Гран-при российской дрифт-серии. Ну а рядом со мной лидер квалификации на данный момент, пилот команды Fresh Racing Дамир Идиатуллин.
This is the qualifying leader, Damir Idиатуллин. Yesterday we agreed that he would have another 100 points result, but 98.5 is also great for the weather that we had before the qualifying for this condition on the track. So tell me, how did it happen? I think this is a great result for this weather. I think that the previous group was a little less lucky because it was much harder. I had some little wet spots. But now I know where to pull the handbrake, where they start full throttling to work out. If you saw the previous RDS inside issue, Damir told us that he had hacked the Igora configuration. So do you still continue? Do you think you still do? The qualifying is not that informative because the tandem runs are a challenge. The configuration is pretty long and there is a lot of smoke coming from the leader, and for a chaser it's hard to find his way around. I hope to practice more during the evening. I had very few tandem runs this far, so we will practice. That's cool, Damir. And what do you think? Who do you think can outperform your result? I think Arkady Tseregradzev, he's got a fast car, it's very good. Because we get deductions for low speed. For every 10 kilometers per hour, it's minus 0.5 or 1 point. Tommy was also very fast yesterday, and he was very stable. So these are the main drivers who I think can be better than me. So let's see who can improve the result shown by Damir Idиатуллин, or maybe Damir stays the leader and he wins the qualification for a second event in a row. But only time will show. I welcome all the spectators of RDS TV and all the spectators at the grandstand. Finally, the weather is sunny, so Damir, you can go and relax, and we will see you a little later. We are back to Igora Drive. Hello, everyone. We welcome everyone. And we will continue the qualification round of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026 very soon. The reference mark is established on a very high level, thanks to Damir Idиатуллин from Fresh Racing, who showed us two very good performance runs on a drying track. And now after the break, I'm sure that the asphalt is absolutely dry, but the time restrictions have been cancelled because the conditions, the weather conditions throughout the qualification round have been changing. Here's Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk. He's running in, and here is the first transition. Very nice and very strong. There's a lot of speed and touch and go number 3. He still collects touch and go number 4. And then the double transition, very dynamic once again. And he manages to go full throttle before the red light, and it works through touch and go number 7. And he is in the 4th sector, and here is touch and go 9, shining thanks to our staff who drew the marks during the break. So this was a very high-speed run, but there were some little inaccuracies which were caused by this high speed. As far as Anton is concerned, I am really happy to see him at the start, and I am happy that I'm very happy that he completed his qualification run, because at Moscow Raceway he had an engine problem and he didn't even get to the start, and now he is ready and his S15 seems to be in a great shape. He's running on the dry track, which is also amazing and it's great, and I'm sure that everyone who decided to go to the health group are also happy. There are 8 of them, and I guess that this condition, that these weather conditions that our drivers are seeing now, do not really foresee going to the health group unless there are any technical problems. So if anyone has a technical problem, then they would go to the health group, and the weather cannot be the reason anymore. It's only important to detect the technical problems on time. So we are now watching the replay of Anton Petryenko. The run has been pretty well, and I guess that we should expect a good result. Let me remind you that the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competitions is the premium motor oil manufacturer IMOL company. And don't forget that we've got our official merch shop, RDS Shop. This is where you can find your style at the Service Park and the Spectators area here at Igora Drive and on shop.vdrifte.ru. The score is coming soon, which means that Anton Petryenko also gets to the tandem runs, but what position he would be on is still a question. Because I remind you that the one who qualifies better than his opponent selects the lane, the leader's lane or the chaser's lane, and the Open Drift Series, the RDS Open, Anatoly Sherbak always chooses the chaser's lane. He prefers to complete the harder parts first. You can see that there are lots of penalties for the wheels. But on the overall, the picture looks pretty good. Look at the angle score, 33, and the style is 31 out of 35. And I'm sure that Anton knows perfectly what to do. Now it's 82, which is a good foundation. And the most important part is that this is a positive result, and he definitely gets to top 32. Congratulations to Anton. And we hope to see an improved version of this aggressive run a little later. The first sector took him 6.3 seconds. He wouldn't be penalized. This is just for ourselves to know. This is a reference point for ourselves to evaluate the speed. Because yesterday the judges developed a time restriction of 6.1. I'm very happy to see high angle and style scores. This means that our drivers understand the judges' assignment very well. And as far as the line is concerned, I'm sure that it can be corrected. Now, number 13, the legend number 13, Ilya Fyodorov and his Ford Mustang S550 with a Coyote engine, which has got over 700 HP, but I still didn't get a clear answer from his team about the power. This is the first Mustang in Russian Drift Series and the first Ford ever in our series. We have never seen any other Fords before, so I want to thank Ilya Fyodorov for this technical diversity that we've got now. Here is it transition, and he makes it before touching go to collect touching goes number 3 and number 4 as well. Here everything is absolutely great. And now the principal point of the square section of the track, and Ilya Fyodorov presses the accelerator on time and perfectly collects touching go number 8. One wheel outside the last transition, and the last clip is missed. Unfortunately, the line is alternative right before the finish. So once again, this is about getting used to the new track. This is positive, which is most important of all. He knows what to improve here, and we're watching the replay and enjoy the soundtrack. Yesterday, during the practice session, you could see that the excessive weight of the car, and I reminded that before the first event, the Mustang was 1,400 plus kilograms. 1,500 kilos is the maximum. And the weight gives extra inertia, and it creates an additional challenge for the driver. Here, until this moment, the solo run was pretty clear in terms of the lines. Somewhere the speed can be compromised in the first sector, of course. So this is the situation when a line mistake or a line inaccuracy doesn't come alone. And since he had to let go of the accelerator, the style score would also be compromised. But how much, we will see it later. Now let's check the first sector timing. He is a little slower than Anton Dmitrienko. Just a little slower. 6.4 seconds. That's all right. We will check the telemetric system as well. Alexander Nechayev prepared a software module that helps us see the parameters and the performance of every driver. So what's happening tomorrow if the weather doesn't bring us any bad surprises, which are still always ready for, and I hope that so are you, then the time restriction would be brought back, and this means that the leader would be evaluated with some very strict criteria. We've got a good tradition at Moscow Raceway when the judges tell us the score of the drivers in tandem runs, applying the qualification criteria, and we will report everything to you. -7 in the third sector out of 11. Wow. This is the angle. The angle score is 23. And here is how much is left. Well, this is quite a decent result anyway. First of all, it is positive. And Ilya Fedorov, with his amazing experience, can bring even such a heavy car to the next round. That is for sure. But if you imagine that he doesn't miss a control point, then I'm sure that he can do. And there is an angle mistake in between touch and go 6 and touch and go 7. And this is what judges used to tell us about. They warned us that they would penalize the drivers very strictly. They don't like the angle fluctuations in that area. And here comes the vice champion of Russian Drift Series, one of the few drivers who managed to win his very first event in RDSGP, Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. And his BMW, nicknamed the Vluchka, or the granddaughter. Last year, this configuration, Anton Kozlov was the strongest at the end of the event, but now his main assignment is to get to top 32. Here's the initiation and the first sector. Wow, it is more spectator, but Anton is slipping out. The driver had to take some action in order to keep it back to the borders of the track, but Anton Kozlov has got such a great experience that I'm sure that he can only do it on the instincts, using his instincts. And now we are watching the replays, waiting for the score, and Anton, of course, will learn his lessons from the replays. So here's the aggression. It's getting high. And now let's get to the moment which is not very pleasant for Anton and his fans, this one. But the advantage is that he managed to bring the wheel back to the track before the full throttle area, because this is where the double penalization zone begins. So it's very possible that it would be only 2 points penalty instead of 5, but we will see it in our table presented by the judges. And obviously, such little inaccuracies are all on the surface. And in the second attempt, there's no really, this is not really a big problem for the driver to correct it all. Generally, the run looked well. Yes, there was some left foot used, but this is Anton's brand mark style. He usually does it. He does it pretty often. And by the way, it's worthwhile noticing that such braking doesn't always entail a slowdown that can be penalized by the style judge. This is just a little correction. This is just a way for the participant to correct the line, to bring the car to the right trajectory. Yes, at the last event, Anton Kozlov really lost a lot of speed using this technique. But now, if these wheels had stayed on the track, I'm sure that we would have seen a really perfect result, a nearly winning result. The statement is really strong. You know that Damir Diaturin is a driver who sets up very high standard. There is almost a maximum for the style and the angle. Yes, this is 90. Just 90, considering how much commitment we have just seen. But it is clear what to change now. It could have been 98 if not these wheels and if not this touch and go. Anton Klemko board his BMW F22, the only representative of heat carpet racing. And now, unfortunately, he's got not a billet block, but a backup engine under his hood. But I'm sure that it wouldn't hold him back. Traditionally, he's very good at this location. He's very good at solo runs. Last year, he was in top 4 in St. Petersburg. Wow, that was a good initiation in the transition. But this is what it should be like according to the assignment. Must be spectacular and sharp. And now this smoke makes it even more beautiful. Here he's got to let go of the accelerator, but the F22 stays on the track. And then there is a flight towards touch and go number 8. And now these are touch and goes number 9. And wow, this was very good. What's the timing? Maybe it would be right to compare Anton Klemko with Anton Kozlov. Both cars are F22s. Both have J sets. But basically, these vehicles are very different as far as their front suspensions are concerned. Anton Kozlov has got Toyota Supra A80 suspension and the subframe, and Anton Klemko has got an upgraded McPherson. A BMW McPherson that Anton handles perfectly. I think that this is one of the best two-arm suspensions that you can find in the McPherson line. Generally, this run is a little faster than that of Anton Kozlov, but let's take a look at Damir's performance. I wouldn't say that Damir was mind-blowingly fast if you take a look at the timing. First of all, it doesn't change the scoring. This is nothing but observations. And this is not even about the drivers, but it's more about the condition of the track, because Damir Diaturin had 36.3 and Anton Klemko has 32.8 seconds, almost 33. But you can see how much the speed changes as the asphalt dries out. The standard is 33 seconds. It was declared yesterday at the briefing. And it is not exclusive. I mean, the top 10 drivers fit in this timing. I also found another tricky place at the track. That is touch and go 2. There is a little bump that makes the drivers cross the track border. On the transition, it creates a risk to slide outside the white line, and that entails a penalty. But the touch and go is the outside touch and go, so it would count in this situation, unlike the inner touch and go, because if you take the inner touch and go with the wrong wheel, it doesn't count. Because then you get both a penalty of a two-point penalty, and plus the touch and go doesn't count. So you should better miss the inner touch and go if you see that you are getting there with the wrong wheel. Of course, it's better to comply with the judge's assignment, and it would be great and perfect, but still. Once again, if not these wheels penalties, what would we have seen? We would have seen 96 points, but no. But we're waiting for the second run, because the general level of the runs is phenomenal. We've got another record that was established at the previous event. The average score of all the qualification competitors. It was almost 90. We used to say, oh, 90 is such a high score. But the level of our solo runs is so high that the judges have to come up with new challenges and the new criteria to distribute the drivers along the rating. You cannot just give 100 points to everyone. Here's the next contender. System Electric, одержимый Motorsport, Ilya Popov and his Nissan 370Z. He hasn't got any qualification victories, but he's got 2 podiums in his record. And I'm sure that he will get more trophies. Here's Lepopov. He has taken touch and go number 2. And as you can see, this is what you can do in between this touch and go 2 and TG3. Here are 2 transitions in a row, touch and go 6. Here you're supposed to press the accelerator, which Ilya does. Here the speed is a little excessive, but the driver... A technical problem. That's bad. A technical problem and very little time to the health group. I hope it's enough for him to fix the car. As far as the qualifying winners and the event winners are concerned, we've got 9 qualification winners and 10 event winners this far. And there are only 5 drivers who have got more than 1 qualification victory and 7 drivers who have got more than 1 event victory. So it looks like winning the qualification in RDS GP is harder than to win the event. But the qualification is good, it's important, but we all understand that a tandem victory is more significant. But even Damir once confessed that he would love to convert the qualification victories into tandem run victories, because Damir has celebrated his 13th qualification victories and he's got only 8 event victories in his record. But Damir Daturin has made a very serious statement for a 14th victory, but we've got lots of drivers who are capable of putting it under question. And we will see them very soon in the nearest future, and one of them is coming next. And this is his teammate, Tommy Kiley, who won the first event. So, such a big statement is hard to do, but it's even harder to maintain it. So now it's going to be very interesting to see Tommy performing at this event. His yesterday's practice looked very convincing, but on the other hand, we've seen lots of convincing runs. Yesterday we saw lots of convincing runs. And speaking about Tommy Kiley and his victory, he was only 35th driver in the history of Russian Drift Series who won an event victory in the entire history since 2010. So this is such an elite club. There are only 21 drivers who have got more than 1 event victory, and Tommy Kiley can become the 22nd if he wins this event too. But there are 28 more people who would be against, and we've got only 6 events this year, not 7, so there are less attempts for everyone, including this guy from Ireland. Fresh Racing, Tommy Kiley, the winner of the first event of the season, on board his Toyota Supra A80, and he's the leader of the personal standings. And here he is. He is running through the first 160 meters, the first sector, the first touch and go. These touch and goes cost 1 point each, and now sharp and clear transition within the borders of the track. I thank you for this angle. So we can see that he is definitely doing it right. And now the key moment. Very good, very aggressive Tommy is, but this border of the track is there waiting for him, and other brave guys. And now the last meters and the finish. And I am really interested in seeing the timing. 33.1 seconds is his overall timing. By the way, we haven't seen anyone faster this far. Well, no, yes. 32.8. We've seen 32.8. Tommy really likes the high speeding speed. Why there is so much smoke? The smoke comes due to the wheel spin rate. Tommy chooses a longer reduction, which makes him produce a lot of smoke. And for this reason, in the first event, in the one more time, he decided to change his rear tires in between the runs of the heat, because after his lead run, his tires had been spent, they had been worn out. Arkady Tseregratsov didn't change the tire, even though he had such a right, but I don't think that it would help him. First, and secondly, sometimes the tires are not very good. You can hit a bad set of tires. But this episode, that final episode of the previous event, I spoke to Tommy about it yesterday, and this is a good example of the right intuition and the right strategic decision. it is also a good example of a good communication between the driver and his team. Tommy wasn't sure about if he should have done that or not, but when Tommy did that one more time and the first run was complete and it was obvious that Arkady was still strong, Tommy asked, and can I change the tires? And the team said, yes, you can, but only once. And this bet worked out. He changed the tires, but without the team, without this right dialogue at the right moment, we don't know what would have been the result. But, you know, it was all good for Tommy, but sometimes it doesn't. Arkady Tseregradzev also looked very happy after the final of the previous event. He is still very optimistic. It's all history now, but you know that it's enough to get to top 4, even top 5, to maintain a chance for the season's title. I also noticed how articulated the rear suspension of Tommy's car is, because as far as I know, he asked his team to make the springs slightly softer compared to Moscow Raceway. It's also a high-speed track, but this is the decision that Tommy made, and now the vehicle squats and it swings up and down like a boat. A Supra is a car that doesn't usually have a very articulated suspension, but if you modify it, yes, here's the -5 for the wheels, out touch and go number 7, but even if we cover this wheels deduction with a hand, he is still not as good as Damir, even though the run was really spectacular. The commitment was amazing, very close to the maximum in terms of the angle and the style. So it's 91 points. I had no doubt it would be a 90 plus. Even in terms of the line, he is very close to the maximum. There was only one mistake, but it was just expensive. The city of Irkutsk is represented by the next driver, Anton Dmitrienko. This is his second attempt. For the first, he had 82 points. His Nissan Silvia S15. And also, he's made a very serious statement for a 90 plus. Would it work out now? Anton Dmitrienko is now gaining speed. Wow. The line is very narrow from the very beginning. Now here's a transition. How much aggression there is. Wow. He spins his car around, and now he's already at the double transition. And now here's another good one. And once again, he's sliding along the borders of the track. This is the way he should have done it from the very beginning. And it looks like the speed is still a little excessive for this condition of the track. But the most important thing is that there are only several meters left, and now we can watch the replays. I guess Anton has overheated his tires. We've got a standardized tire, and it can be overheated. When it is overheated, then the pressure is excessive and the grip is not enough. But this theory is busted by the narrower lines in the first sectors. And here I've got an idea that maybe Anton needs another attempt in the qualifying, because in the first one he went outside the lines a lot. In the second he went too narrow. Maybe on the third attempt he would have done it perfectly. The judges tell us about the thing that we cannot see on the screen. The drivers are now getting penalized for the transitions as well, because according to the assignment, not all of the transitions, but the first and the third transitions must be sharp. And Ilya Fedorov, once again, we know why it happens. Ilya Fedorov's car is still too heavy. It's hard for it to spin around. The inertia is very high. And I know that he's still working on his car, and I'm sure that we will see the results very soon. But the judges can do nothing but penalize. And the penalization is from 1 to 3 points, depending on how the angle judge, Andrei Pauli, interprets it and what decisions he is forced to make. Because once again, if there is a driver who makes sharp transitions, he must be encouraged, unlike the driver who doesn't make such sharp transitions. Now we can see the cockpit of Ilya Fedorov, and we can see him prepare his tires for the run. And we're waiting for the score of Anton Dmitrienko. So first of all, he has done some wide lines. He has done some narrow lines. But something is telling me that the second score, at least in terms of the line, would be a little higher. Because in the first, he had 15 out of 30. And in the second, I would expect something he missed 3/1, right? And even one of the first ones. But they cost 1 point each. Dear spectators, hello, how are you? It looks like the weather is getting better, right? There's a little breeze. I hope that you're feeling great. On the left, I can see the people who are definitely waiting for some certain drivers. This is why they don't look that excited. Just don't fall asleep. You will see them very soon. We're still waiting. And the score will appear very soon. We've got some fresh information from the meteo station. It's 19.7 degrees centigrade. And the temperature of the asphalt is a little over 31 degrees centigrade. So the track is getting to the yesterday's condition. Step by step, we can see a cloud coming out. It is hiding the sun. Okay, in terms of the line, it's really better, that's for sure. In terms of the angle, it's also pretty good. It's 33, and the style is 28.5, but the style was compromised due to the lines that were not correct, and the driver had to do something with it. These mistakes never come alone. This is 81.5, so there is no improvement, but we could see the intention. And now the spotters and the drivers themselves now need to make notes, because someone will have a tandem run with Anton Dmitrienko. Now Ilya Fedorov, Ford Mustang S550, representing the city of Khabarovsk. Okay, Ilya Fedorov and his second attempt. The powerful Mustang with a strong man on board on the left-hand side. Ilya Fedorov is now working out to touch and goes number 3. And we're watching the left front wheel crossing the white line, slipping out from the track, but at least the double penalty zone has been successful. And now the last sector. And here touch and goes number 9. Ilya Fedorov is trying to be careful, remembering that this kind of vehicle can misbehave sometimes, like a naughty horse. Ilya Fedorov is now driving is sitting on the right-hand side. The speed is very good. 33.1 is the overall timing. And the first sector is 6.1 seconds. And the judges have been especially careful about the first sector in terms of the timing. So this is a good statement, a good beginning. It's great to see that the vehicle is progressing and is getting closer and closer to what the driver expects to do. And I'm sure that very soon we'll see an absolutely different Ilya Fedorov and an absolutely different tandem with his car. He said that by the third event, he would have installed a new body kit. The third event is coming very soon. It will be in Nizhny Novgorod on the 13th and 14th of June in 3 weeks. So we will celebrate the Day of Russia all together. And before that, you can travel to Kazan with us to see the third event of RDS Open. This is the 17th season, which is as intensive as the previous ones used to be. And don't forget that 1 week 1 week after the Nizhny Novgorod event at Moscow race, we will have the RDS Fest, the second one in our history. We've got a very intensive program for June. It will be very hard. I just hope that the weather is okay, because last year RDS Fest was amazing and maybe people loved it even more than the events. And I'm sure that lots of people would be enthusiastic to get there. So tickets.vdrifter.ru, and you will be one of the lucky ones who will be watching it in person. I wish you all to enjoy your meal, derbies, public talks, and lots of other interesting things you will see at the RDS Fest, so don't miss it. And we won't miss the score of Ilya Fedorov that is coming out right now. The judges are still thinking, because this is a serious matter. In terms of the line, is more or less okay. Better than the first event, the first attempt, I'm sorry. But once again, familiarization is a familiarization, but then when you go full throttle, you can see that somewhere you don't fit, then you improve it in the second attempt. So once again, there is a whole set of penalties. -6 for the wheels. For the wheels alone, 3 by 2 points. 77 points was his first result, and there is a little improvement in the second, and the total is 78 points. Ilya Fedorov is improving his performance little by little, step by step, and we have already mentioned the transitions, that they are supposed to be sharp and precise in terms of the angle, but this far, unfortunately, he is failing to do it on his vehicle. Anton Kozlov had 90 in the previous attempt, and he lost 8 with the wheels, and we will see what he does this time. I'm sure that the necessary adjustments have been made. I'm sure that Anton Kozlov has got a real computer inside his brain, and he has readjusted it. Now he is doing a very good transition, the right positioning of the car, flawless. Touch and go number 3, touch and go number 4, the double transition into a large angle, and now look how beautifully he performs it. Then another transition and another wheel slips out. But the 5th transition has been left behind. And now look how beautiful it is. This white line looks like an extension of the car's livery. Anton livery now reminds us who won an event here 1 year ago. It's too sad that the wheel slipped out here, and this is a very rare one. Touch and go 8/1 and 8/2. Very few drivers make mistakes there, but this is all because of his high commitment to show us the best performance possible. This is what makes him widen out the line. But look at this transition. And here, just a little, the angle should have been a little deeper, and then I'm sure that the car would have fit in the track. But according to the assignment, the angle has to be small. The small angle is all the angles under 45 degrees. And 45 degrees is still a pretty impressive value. The medium is from 40 to 55, so this is only a 10 degrees range, and everything above 55 degrees is considered to be a big angle. What's really upsetting here is that touch and go A doesn't require sharp transition. We've got 2 sharp transitions, which are the first and the third, before touch and go 2 and before touch and go number 6. All the rest can be smooth, they can be extended, and you can always make a sharp transition. But here's what the judges have been pointing out at the briefing. They say that you can make a sharp transition, but if the angle is too big and if you have to correct it later, you will get seriously penalized. So you've got always to keep your commitment under control. You know that we love the commitment. We love it. I know that the drivers are trying to squeeze the maximum from their vehicles, but you know what drifting is about. There are only 30 seconds for the drivers to concentrate and to show everything they can do and to get the maximum points for this. Now the reference point is 98.5, performed by 2 drivers from different competitions, even though I'm sure that they could have been in the same league, because Arsenij Serigradzev has just proven that even on the wet asphalt you can get 98.5 points. We have 2 Antons in a row, and both of them have already seen the victory in the qualification. Anton Kozlov and Anton Klemko. Anton Klemko has even reached the top 4 here at Igora Drive. So for him, this is really a home track, and he's one of the 9 drivers who have got the qualification trophy. And all in all, we've got, in the entire history of our championship, we've got 38 qualification winners. So yeah, so there are some penalizations. There is a penalty for the wheels. In terms of the angle, there is only a 2-point penalty. In terms of the style, there is also only 2. So this is the total, 94 points. There is an improvement, the second line in the rating, and now Anton Kozlov is in the buy-run zone because top 3 drivers go to top 16 without a tandem battle. But a 4-point gap in between the first and the second place still is a space for someone to squeeze in, and Anton Klimko will definitely do everything he can to get in between, or maybe even to win. So here's back here. This is the initiation, and now the car is moving around the configuration. The first transition, and he presses the accelerator right on time without letting the vehicle cross the border. And on the double transitions, there is a correction, but still, nevertheless, he continues running. Here is another sharp transition, touch and go 8, which is an outperformance of the judge's assignment. He's sliding on the white line, touch and goes number 9, and wow, this is good. This is all very, very good. 33.1 seconds if you are interested. Here's one very sad thing that you should pay attention to. This is what we used to praise our juniors for, and what we should punish Anton for is the attempt to correct his mistake in touch and go 5, because this touch and go costs only 1 point. If you miss it, that's okay, let it go, just go on. But these corrections entail more angle penalties and more style penalties. I don't mean to scold our driver from St. Petersburg. This is just sadness, because this is such a phenomenal run, such a beautiful run. It's like calligraphy, you know, when you write something in such a beautiful way and then you just drop a little ink drop on the page. This is really sad when it happens. And you know, if you take touch and go 5 on a narrow line, you may cross the border in around touch and go 6. And I have a feeling that this is exactly what happened, but we will see what the judges say, because I think that the left rear wheel was still on the line, and a lot depends on the interpretation of every moment. And before the first event, the judges said, that's it. We will now get really serious for every missed touch and go. So what used to be considered to be a taken touch and go will be not anymore. There are squares, say the judges, and now, so please be so kind and plant your wheel right in the middle of it. So if the judges have to make effort looking at the square, trying to figure out if the wheel is there or not, it means that it's not. First of all, it makes the process faster. It makes it easier for the spectators, because we've got to save our time, especially in the qualification runs. And as I look into our chats, it makes me draw a big sigh, because there are some flaws in the run of Anton Klimko. There is still a 5-point penalty and a 7-point penalty for the angle. That is his attempt to correct what is impossible to correct. I hope that he has learned the lesson and he won't do it anymore. Once again, it's 5 here and 7 there, and this is only 80.5. So the improvement is out of question. But still, I really want to see those beautiful tandem runs of Anton Klimko, because he's got the aggression that is necessary there. Now let's see the second attempt of Tom Mikhaili. His result in the first run was 91 points, and he knows where to get 9 more. The Dungarvan town is represented by Tom Mikhaili, a town in Ireland not far away from the famous Cork. He is caught on the dotted line. We'll see if it's a penalty or not. And now, together with Tommy, we run through touch and goes number 3. Here inward to take touch and go number 4. to do the double transition in a beautiful way. And once again, we will check the style score in this spot because it's very interesting to understand the interpretation of such episodes. And now, Tommy, without a second thought, collects touch and goes number 9 and virtuoso meta. So Tommy is in a great shape. You could hear the roar of his 2JZ. Please mercy, says the engine about this dotted line. This dotted line is the border between the leader's lane and the chaser's lane. The qualification, this is the border of the track for the leader. And this is what the judges drew our attention to. And the contenders even asked the judges to extend it, to limit, to restrict some maneuvers of the leaders. Because you understand that you've got to counter shift for the initiation. The initiation must be sharp, which is a rare situation in the judges' assignments of RDS GP. And these large swings simply confuse the chaser. It makes it harder for them to understand. So this is the fastest run this far, 32.7 seconds. And the first sector is 6.4 seconds. Obviously, the asphalt hasn't warmed up enough, but still, there is no penalty. But it's interesting to compare the timing of the drivers, because I know that we're not the only ones. Because you understand that you've got to prepare themselves for the tandem runs tomorrow. The juniors will also do their first tandem runs tomorrow. Today, they will do it today before the open practice sessions. I just saw a Supra running on 3 wheels. Wow, this is a very rare phenomenon. But these chassis setups are comfortable for Tommy Kiley. His aggression made even a Supra go 3 wheels. Yevgeny Losev has done it, I think. I guess an Irish saga will be written about Tommy Kiley. They will make songs and they will sing songs about the guy who managed to 3-wheel at Toyota Supra A80. So that was fast. That was beautiful and spectacular. We can't wait to see his score. I'm sure that Damir can stay calm. This is what I feel. Well, yes. Minus 5-point deduction for the wheels. So, well, Tommy, it was a great run, no doubt, 93.5. I don't know what's going to be enough. This far it's enough for a 3rd place, but we've got 2 more groups to go, plus a health group, where we've got 8 drivers having 1 attempt each, but still. And now Vladislav Yerofeyev from Start Pure Stars Imol on board his Nissan Silvia S15. He's got a new car this season. This is a car with a rich and interesting history. It has been badly damaged at the previous event, but now he is ready to continue racing. Even some upgrades have been done in between the 2 events, and now the aggression is boiling. It's very impressive, and he takes touch and go number 4. But there are some difficulties in the first sectors. No, he even scared that concrete block with his ducktail, and now he's storming into the last sector. It reminds me of the manner of Yevgeny Losev, who said that I can do it for the maximum, but I just don't want to. And I'm sure that Ruslan is having a great time. Sorry, not Ruslan, Vladislav is having a great time and just enjoying driving. Now he's got to watch a replay of his run and just make a little amendments. Now I recall the run of Nikita Shikov, who almost broke the concrete wall. I think that Vladislav was about to do the same, but thankfully he didn't. As far as the novelties are concerned, he's got new shock absorbers and a new suspension. And Vladislav said that this is something amazing and incredible, and that he feels ultra comfortable, and that his car is now faster, much faster. At least this is the way he feels. But you know that the driver's feelings do not always conform to the actual reality. We know lots of drivers who have been through that phase when you get a very, very good vehicle and you try to outperform all the requirements and all the assignments, all the restrictions, and even the limits of the rational things, because they enjoy it, because they love it. Vladislav Yerofeev definitely felt something like this, but the judges will now issue their verdict, and Vladislav will make conclusions. He will learn his lessons. But this is how you develop. This is how you evolve. As far as the vehicle is concerned, finally, it's back to its environment, because it's an 800 HP Silvia, and it feels much more comfortable at Igora Drive, because at the Pechatniki facility in Moscow, I guess this power was far too excessive. But nevertheless, Vladislav Yerofeev rose to the podium for the second time its season, and therefore he reinforced his positions in the top of the table in RDS Open. The leader is Vladimir Afanasyev, aka Negative. But it's really exciting as far as the competition is concerned. We will see what happens here in RDS GP. We are just getting started. Georgy Chivchan is preparing to make his contribution, warming up his hands. Of course, he's not going anywhere before we see the score of Vladislav Yerofeev that the judges are thinking about. And I've got some important information, especially for our spectators who are sitting at home. So, dear friends, while we're at home, we found a car key, a Starline key, at least this is what it says, and it is now at the coffee shop and food court. And we also found a medical insurance policy, and it is at our headquarters. This is where our service park is. When you go to the autograph session, please drop by to the headquarters. This is at the Info Center building. And now let's see the results of Vladislav Yerofeev. Oh, look at the wheels deduction, -17. And another 1 point deduction for the missed touch and go number 1. And it makes a total of -18 deduction for the line, and there are penalties for the angle and the style. So the judges have been generous. Alas, but this is the energy that is flowing in the wrong direction. But he's got 65 points, so he goes to the tandem runs to top 32. So if he learns his lessons, he can do it much better. Now the reigning winner of the Russian Drift Cup, 4-time champion of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, and the history's first winner of Russian Drift Cup from Takaima Forwardota, Georgy Chivchan, who is now about to do the initiation. And here it is. That was an interesting kind of counter shift, and now here is the first transition, touch and go number 2. Now he carefully turns his car in order to collect touch and goes number 3, and to touch and go number 4 he's running to the double transition, 1 and 2. And here, yes, you've got to press the accelerator, which he does, and now he's already in the 4th sector. Another transition, and he's moving uphill, climbing up and up and up and up, out there through the finishing line. You could hear very well how the right foot was looking for a grip. You could hear that the J-set was working in an intermittent manner. It's absolutely normal. I mean that if yesterday the style judge required a smooth acceleration, once you press it and you don't let it go, now it's all different. Now it's a secondary kind of a factor. The main thing is the dynamics, the speed, and if you need to let the accelerator go for a moment, sometimes the car pushes away in a more efficient way when you let go of the accelerator. And this way it propels forward better. And this high-quality run performed by Georgy Chivchan was pretty dynamic, but in some moments I felt a little nervous about the line, but at least he collected all the required touch and goes. And I really wonder what his timing is. It is 33.1 seconds. So this is okay, and 6.3 seconds is the first sector timing. So we compare to what we saw yesterday. We compare it to what the judges saw yesterday. But yesterday it's been sunny all day long, and the asphalt was very well heated. And at the beginning of the second session, and we had 2 sessions yesterday, the temperature, I guess, was close to the maximum. And now it is not really low. It's almost 32 degrees centigrade, which is pretty high. And then starting from the evening and until the morning, the weather has been trying hard to cancel all the efforts of our judges, to make the lives of our contenders more difficult, because in the rainy weather, all these criteria lose any sense. And this weather is typical not only for the entire region, but for this location. Igora Drive is on the kind of a hill. If you know a little bit of geography of the area, St. Petersburg is literally on the sea level. Because in Russia, the sea level is the Baltic Sea, and we are next to the Baltic Sea. So we are now, I mean, the starting point is at the altitude of 167 meters above sea level. So you can imagine such a hill in the center of St. Petersburg. And then the drivers climb 1 meter higher, and at first there is a local ascent up to 168 meters. Then there is a descent, a 5 meters descent to 163 meters. And then there is another uphill climb for about 7 meters. So the top point, the finish is higher than the start. But before you get there, the drivers have to go through all these waves, through all these bumps. Because when the circuit racing track was designed, the designers were trying to use the terrain for the maximum. There is no penalty for the line, but there is some for the angle and for the style. So the result is good. First of all, you could tell it was good. But it's more interesting what kind of lessons Georgi can learn before the second run, because it can get really exciting. Because at last, it's time for Georgi to hit the by-run zone, or maybe to make the Miryaturin scoot over. Why not get another qualification victory? It would be the 10th for Georgi Chevchan. Vladislav Popov from System Electric Energy Motorsport and his Nissan 370Z. He and his brother had some technical problems, and now Vladislav is going on his solo run. The Z, number 11, wearing the colors of System Electric Energy Motorsport. And this is the first sector, the first transition, performed by Vladislav Popov, who is running through touch and goes number 3 in a very aggressive and smoky manner. Very beautiful. Collecting touch and go number 4. There is transition 1, transition 2. And now he presses the right pedal, and look how he touched the white line at the end without any penalties, of course. And now there is the last sweeper, and there is a question about how well he managed to fit this aggression within the borders of the track. But this is a very inspiring run. And by the way, the overall timing is 33.5. That is very good. And I'm really interested in seeing the angle score in the first sector. And let me explain why. Everything has been very good. This far, very stable. But it is a good place to check yourself. Before the transition, the angle was increased a little bit, and now I only need to understand how much it would cost in points, how serious it would be. But generally, the entire run, in terms of the acceleration, it was very stable, consistent, and accurate. You could hear how careful Vladislav has been with the accelerator pedal. The anti-lag started making the sounds only in the transition after that she goes 6, after the transition, near the full throttle border, and he pressed the accelerator at the right moment, so there are no questions about it. As far as the dynamics are concerned, as far as the overall impression is concerned, as far as we can see on the screen, everything looks very well. But we do not always, but the GPS doesn't always work well here. I would like to check that she goes 7 and 8, because according to the assignment, the angle has to be medium, but big angle is also possible if it doesn't contradict the other criteria. And it looked like it was very hard for Vladislav to get out from that angle and to begin speeding up towards touch and go 9/1. But this is nothing but our observations. And we watch the runs only on the screen, and you don't see lots of things when you're looking at the track this way. So I'm really wondering what the judges saw. But a sharp angle increase before the transition is considered to be a severe mistake. And Vladislav was adding the angle in a gradual manner, in a very smooth angle. So there are no sharp moves. But still, this angle fluctuation shouldn't be there. You've got to keep your angle more stable. But once again, this is theory. We're trying to analyze the performance of the drivers as much as we can based on what we've got here. We only have our eyes. We only have the broadcast. And especially the angle is very hard to evaluate, and we have mentioned it a number of times. But if you take one step back, we can see that Gocha made a very good run, but he was on the edge between the medium and the big angle near touch and go 8. And there he didn't add more angle. If we take a look at the best attempt of Damir, then he did it differently. His angle was in between the small and the medium according to the dynamics. So this is where I guess he lost that half a point. Here are the result. Here's the result. There is a little penalty for the sector, but there is none in sector 4. So all of that was pretty right. So this is 28, 30.5 and 33, and the total is 91.5 for Vladislav Popov and his run, and he is the 6th in the rating. And here comes another representative of System Electrica Держимый Motorsport from Irkutsk, Evgeny Losev, and another Nissan 370Z. Evgeny Losev, who has always has some little difficulties when he's getting used to a new platform. And now let's see what he managed to achieve at the practice yesterday. Unfortunately, he doesn't get touch and go 4/1, but he's got a lot of aggression. And now now you can see that Evgeny Losev is breaking into sector 4, collecting touch and goes number 8. The 5th transition, the last one, and here is a lot of speed. This is how the masters do. It's better to lose one wheel and not do nothing instead of taking some action and losing more. If you have one wheel outside and you have it outside for a long while, it is still one penalty. But if you get out and then come back and then get out once again, you get 2 penalties. So I guess Evgeny Losev has been wise. If you are not sure that you can keep your car within the borders of the track, you should not do anything. The chaser in this situation would simply synchronize with you, and you would simply reach the finish. So the first attempt of Evgeny Losev is a brave one, but we never expected anything different from Evgeny Losev. His overall timing is 34 seconds. 34 seconds for this 960 meters. Even the measurement starts from the Furidashi, or from the middle of the run-in. I guess the half a second was lost due to the slipping wheels, the wheels that slipped outside. And I also suppose that once you cross the border of the track, you slow down a little, because the grip is different. But it's always nice to see these aggressive runs. Of course, the judges will evaluate it all, and we will watch it all, and Evgeny Losev will learn his lessons. If he wants it by run zone or not. What if he wants to go to top 32 and compete from the very beginning? Is it one wheel or 2 wheels? Yes, the line is far too wide here. And then he gets back. This is not a wide line. This is a narrow track, I guess. Oh, this is the big soul of Evgeny Losev. I'm happy to see you smile, my dear friends. And I'm very glad to see that you are wearing less and less clothes. And I don't hint at anything, but it means that you are comfortable. Finally, yes, we had some rain in the morning. Yes, the first groups had a hard time, but now it's all fine. But for Evgeny Losev, it's not. He's got a 10 points penalty for the line and a 5 points penalty for the style. And this is inconsistent speed, I guess. Or maybe this is an excessive grip. It's hard to tell. And the first sector timing is far too big. This is a kind of this is a bewildering result, but still the overall impression is good. Even regardless of this result, the fourth driver of Fresh Racing, Denis Migal, who is the founder of the team, and his Supra. Let's go. Now we're about to see what Denis can do on the foundation of his experience. The car propels forward in the first sector. Now here's the first transition. That should go 1, 2, 3. And they won't go anywhere. Now Denis, wow, look at this sharp transition. That should go 5, even with outperformance of the plan. And now he slows down, but then he has to work with the accelerator for the car not to get into excessive inertia. And now that should go 9. He's running to the finish. The first attempt is completed, and that's good. We are happy to see it. Well, it was not an absolutely successful attempt, but there is a large and experienced team that will definitely give the right piece of advice to Denis so that he can correct all of his mistakes. But we consider Denis to be a new driver, but this is his 57th event in his career. He joined us in the Russian Drift Series Grand Prix in the year 2017. Can you imagine? But looking at the year of joining the series, Denis is one of the most experienced drivers, but also we see the progress. But this means that we look at such drivers with a different eye compared to the rookies, the newcomers who are just learning, because this is a very competitive environment. But there are some newbies who join us and win the events right away, like we saw this year, this season. But first of all, we want to congratulate Fresh Racing on the super good solution, a super good decision to bring Tommy Kiley and Sergei Kuznetsov. But just like Sergei Kuznetsov happened to be in the shade of the other drivers of RDSGP on his rookie year, now Tommy came to the team and Tommy won the event right away. And Sergei still has to do some work to achieve his first victory. But still, the overall level shows us that this driver from Samara is more than capable of doing it. Now it's Denis in his cockpit, and this is a truly sports-like helmet design. There are only 5 drivers who joined Russian Drift Series earlier than Denis, by the way. The first sector, once again, just like Evgeny Losev had. It looks like Denis was looking up to his ex-teammate. But the score of Denis will be higher, 25, 30.5 and 29. And this is 84.5. He's the 9th in the overall qualification rating. And now the next contender is already waiting at the start. And this is Ivan Palmin, Supra A90. He represents Carville Racing Team. He had a problem with the cylinder block last time, and now he's going on his first battle run. And look how fast it starts. Ivan Palmin seems to have missed his car. And now here's the initiation, and now he goes to attack. He presses the accelerator, and look at this transition. Unfortunately, there was a correction that you could see with the naked eye, which means that the judges saw it as well. And now touch and go number 4, and 2 transitions that look like a single dance. So touch and go number 7 towards the 4th sector, and a very sharp transition. But is it a medium angle? We will find it out very soon. And now together with Ivan, we cross the finishing line and breathe out. There is a result, and it looks like the engine is fit. It's not very good that Ivan Palmin couldn't practice on board his vehicle. And it is just because even he has a backup car. The Supra A90 and BMW E92 are very different cars, even though their rear suspensions are the same. But you need some track time. You need to do as many runs on your vehicle as possible in order to find the comfortable setups, in order to prepare your vehicle for the solo runs and then for the tandem runs. And to do this, you know to do as much practice as possible. And when your car is in the garage, you cannot do anything. If we see a correction through the camera, it means that the judges see it even better. And we have mentioned it multiple times, so please don't forget. Touch and go 5 is taken, touch and go 6 is taken. And then this Supra is squatting on its rear axle. We will see it right now. Wow. We see the front axle go up. And this is how close everything is to each other. Someone may say that ideologically the F22 is similar to the A90. And you can also see the mark on the Supra. Yes, there is a McPherson on the front and the multiple arm on the rear. But still, you know, it's not that easy in motorsports. Even though Carville Racing team is now working on their own customized suspension for the Supra A90. And as soon as this solution is ready and tested, and as soon as they prove it efficient, they will apply it. They will apply these setups and solutions on the BMW F22, the backup car for the entire team of Carville Racing that Grigory Burlutsky used to drive last year. So we send our warmest regards to Grigory Burlutsky. You're welcome back. 2 points penalty for the line, and now let's check the rest. There's an angle penalization in Sector 2. But generally it's 28, 31 and 32 points. And this is a 90 plus, 91 points and the 7th place in the overall qualification rating this far. Not bad for a new car that has spent most of its time in the garage, not on the track. And now Vladislav Yerofeev is back to the start. He is a driver from the 4th group, so the 4th group begins in 2nd round. Start per stars IMO team. Vladislav didn't succeed in everything in the first attempt. He got 65 points only, so now it's time for him to change the situation. We have seen aggression. Now we've got to see some accuracy. Now let's see if Vladislav Yerofeev can do that. The car pushes the inward transition number 1. And here it is always better than in the first run. You can tell that he shifts inward according to the judge's assignment. He takes touch and go number 5. And now he scares the concrete blocks again. But these concrete blocks are not that easy to intimidate. Done one but last transition. And now the last one into touch and go number 9. I think that he manages to stay within the borders of the track. But it looks like there is still a 2-point penalty, but now the run looks more inspiring. You could tell it from the very start. Vladislav Yerofeev was trying to be more careful, and he started off very clearly, very carefully. But in around touch and go number 6, the track was still too narrow for him. And then the wheel danced a little boogie-woogie outside the track. And then in touch and goes number 90, everything was okay again. The Silvias S15 have been failing to fit in the track this far, which is an interesting trend. He was trying to talk his car into keeping within the track. And come on, please, please don't go anywhere. But the car said, no, we're going directly in touch and go number 2. But this is only 1-point penalty. I just hope that he doesn't really ruin it with all these corrections, because here he had to take an action not to make it worse. At least he didn't accelerate before the dotted line, but at least he didn't decelerate too much. So I hope it won't be such a serious style deduction. Vladislav Yerofeyev represents Starpro Stars IMOL, so he's got a corresponding sticker on his vehicle. But Vladislav Yerofeyev managed to find his way around really well, but he slipped outside to the ground. And clearly, as he slipped to the ground, there is less grip, and it creates an additional risk of spinning. But he managed to keep the car under control, and he didn't even press the accelerator too late. So the situation was saved. You shouldn't turn drifting into rallycross. At least not at Igora Drive, because it can be a scary track. It even has a little trampoline, due to which sometimes we make a chicane. Because in circuit racing it can cause some serious consequences. Okay, whatever, I will tell you more about it later, but now we're waiting for the score, and it's almost ready, which means that we will see the table very soon. And you can see people racing around the karting track, and they feel like real racers. This is a pretty meditative picture, but unlike Moscow Raceway, where we also have this panorama, here it's at least a little bit dynamic. Oh wow, -16 for the wheels. For the wheels alone. And the first touch and go is missed, which is -17. In terms of the angle and the style, it's more or less fine, considering all the adventures Vladislav had on the way. So this is now 69. There is a little improvement, but he's still on the 15th line of the rating. So now let's move on to forward racing. The most decorated driver of Russian Drift series. He's going on his second run, and we're going together with him. The initiation a little bit braver than previous time, and indeed, Bocha understands what his mission is now. He's got 95.5 points right now, so he cannot think of anything except for the victory. Now here's another transition, touch and go 6. And he continues pressing the accelerator, emitting clouds of smoke. Now he is in touch and go number 9. And this speed looks very impressive. But now this is the finish. There might be a style penalization in around touch and go 6. This is a very precise run, just like the previous one, and it's generally very similar to the first one. But in the second attempt, he looked a little more aggressive in around touch and goes 3. He pressed the accelerator a little earlier. There is a little more smoke, and in touch and goes 6 and 7. He maybe is less precise. He is slightly faster than he was previous time. Including the first sector. So now he illustrates that the initiation speed has been pretty good. The first 2 sectors were great. After touch and go /2, the first sector finishes. There are 2 antennas, also known as the loops. So it looks like he pressed the accelerator a little late. It doesn't automatically mean a penalty, because the full throttle area means that you cannot decelerate anymore. The speed should stabilize and start growing. But for this reason, it gets especially interesting how it changes the score, or if it changes the score. Because it is all happening right in front of the judges. And looking at it through your naked eye, you can understand much more than looking through the camera. On the camera, it looked very beautiful, especially when the smoke started coming. And I remind you that in the first attempt, Georgi had 95.5 points, which is currently the second best result. He's losing 3 points to Damir Diatulin, the leader of the qualifying. Damir has got 98.5. The second attempt of Damir was 98 points. So 98.5 points wouldn't be enough for Georgi Chevchan to move Damir down in the rating. Look at this carbon structure of 2 fans. Wow, it's very beautiful. Vladislav Popov is waiting for his turn, waiting for permission to go on his second run. And Ilya Popov is in the health group, I guess, because he didn't go on his second run. I didn't hear any official notifications, but I don't think that we need one. If his car is prepared by the time the health group begins, he will come out to the start, and I really hope that he does, because even if the car is not in very good shape, I'm sure that he can get at least 60 points or something like that just to get a ticket to the tandem runs and fix the car during the night. I think that Ilya is okay with not starting the competition with a by-run zone. We don't have double zeros, we don't have any technical favors. And oh, the third sector, that's it. Just a little, and please, yeah, this is touch and go 7. 1 point was deducted. But, well, you know, this is when your decorations don't work. You've got an assignment and you've got to comply with it. 98 points and the second line in the qualification rating. So now getting in between Damir Diatulin and Georgi Chevchan would be very hard. And getting over would be also very hard. Vladislav Popov will do his best to do it. He had 91.5 in the first run. The driver of System Electric Одержимый Motorsport, and his 370Z. He did a very spectacular first run, and we've got some very serious drivers in the next group. Plus, we've got the health group full of very skilled drivers, and now both touch and goes are taken. And touch and go number 2 is taken, and now he's sliding on the white border. He is breaking into the third sector. And just look, long before the run line, he presses the accelerator, but the speed is excessive. Touch and go 8 is taken. Now he's got to pass the 9s and to fly across the finishing line. Now let's check it out. What our stopwatch shows. 32.8 seconds is the overall timing. So it's a little less than Gocha was. A little slower than Gocha, a little slower than Tommy. And he had to work it seriously with the clutch after touching go number 7, because the car went where it wasn't supposed to go. There is a bent line on the track which provokes the driver to shift left, preparing for the transition. The judges mentioned it at the briefing, and the drivers also notice that you feel far too free at that moment because you have a full wide field of asphalt and you don't see any reference points. So there is a lot of space because this is a new modern autodrome and there is a lot of asphalt, and finding all the reference points is hard. Plus there is a terrain. The drivers sit very low, very close to the ground. There are huge blind spots, especially in this direction. And seeing those marks on the asphalt is very hard. Let's be honest. So at least some borders, at least some reference points are very helpful, because otherwise it's very easy to lose your way around. By the way, here at one famous championship, they use a very interesting trick. They take a passenger door, they make it transparent, polycarbonate. They make it transparent for the driver. so that the driver has a door-sized window into the door. And now you only need to make a transparent fender and a transparent hood cover, or just a skeleton design, a transparent vehicle, and then the drivers would see everything. Or you can make periscopes and cameras, but the thing is that you don't really have the time to look around when you drift, because you have to mostly follow your feelings. You can put lots of cameras all around to see where every wheel is, but I think it will be distracting for the drivers. It will make the drivers think about what they haven't done rather than what they should do. Or it would be the effect of a security guard who is sitting and watching the video surveillance cameras and falling asleep. Here's Evgeny Losev, who has shown us an over-the-top aggression that made his score melt. Look at the colors of the frame and the livery and the driver's helmet. It's so aesthetic, so beautiful, so harmonic. This is why Evgeny Losev looks a little frivolous at the service park to compensate for this style attack. And wow, this is so sad. How come? -9 for the wheels. Yeah, Vladislav Popov could have got the victory, but it's only 21 for the style. And the other criteria, so great. Instead of 99, he gets 90 only, even without an improvement. But okay, we've got to move on. The life continues. Another driver from System Electric Одержимый Motorsport, Evgeny Losev, representing the city of Irkutsk. At the moment, he's got 78 points in his record. I wouldn't call it a very serious record, but at least he's already in top 32. In terms of the main mission of the first attempt, he's done everything that he had to do. And now we are waiting for an improvement. And this is what you're supposed to do from the very beginning. And here's the white line is somewhere there around the contact spot, and now the double transition. 1, 2, and then you go on and on and on through touch and go number 7 to transition number 4 into touch and go number 8, and now the last transition, the transition number 5, and once again the white line wides is saving Evgeny Losev from a 2-point penalty, but at the finish there will be a penalty for the line. But the good news is that it's definitely more than 78 points, I guess. I would be really surprised if it's less. But in fact, in the first run, the overall nature of this movement has changed from the very beginning. Because in the first run there was that catastrophic angle correction. He simply had to save the situation, and the high score was out of question. The second attempt started off very well, in a really cool way, and it continued pretty consistently. But the wheels crossed the borders once or twice. But this is just because he's such a big man with such a big soul and such a big heart. Who cares about those white lines? Of course the judges care, yeah, I know, but this is why you need to learn your lessons. These goddamn lines can change a lot in the tandem runs, because we remember that the leader's actions will be evaluated on the basis of the qualification criteria. Secondly, they will be evaluated even stricter than those of the chaser, because the criteria of the chaser are different. When the juniors do their tandem runs, we will remind you how it's all done and what the judges look at. And this far, this is the bumper of the Nimbus 2000. It makes his car look a little bit shy or a little bit thoughtful. Okay, whatever. We're waiting for the results, and we hope that they're more impressive than they were in the first attempt. Out of the 15 drivers who have been at the start, Evgeny Losev has got the 14th place, which is very unusual. for such a driver, but I would like to remind you that if Yevgeny is, if it's not working out for Yevgeny, then it's not working out. But it's not only about working out, it's not about luck. It's just, you know, he's just running at full speed. He understands that he's not fitting the track borders. So the last thing he would care about is trying to push his car in. But oh, whoa, whoa. This is evacuation of Ivan Palmin from the burnout area. And I hope that nothing critical has happened, but it looks like the suspension is out of the chat. Or maybe some pins are off. Minus 15! Ah. Okay, now imagine it's not there, and then it's 97.5. But we cannot ignore this minus 15. Or we can, but it doesn't change anything. 15 for the line, 33.5 and 34. So this is only 82.5 because the borders of the track have been multiply crossed. But he rises one line higher, and he outperforms his garage neighbor. Denis Smigal from Fresh Racing Toyota Supra A80, and he represents the city of Moscow. And he will go on his second run, and also a little bit of the UAE because he takes part in some competitions there. But okay, let's concentrate on the present. Denis Smigal is breaking into this court section of the track, and now his transition number 1 to touch and go 2 to touch and go 3. So precise along the white line, then exactly according to this assignment of the judges. The transition touch and go 5, touch and go 6, and this Supra tried to go in an absolutely wrong way, but Denis Smigal didn't allow it to. Now the last transition touch and go 9, and as the example of Evgeny Losov shows, our judges are never liberal about it. They're absolutely merciless when they penalize the drivers. In around touch and go 7, you could clearly hear that the car didn't respond to the driver's actions. He pressed the accelerator, but the revolution rate of the engine didn't immediately go up. He had to kick the clutch to wake the 2J setup. As far as I understand, the Fresh Racing team decided to stay away from the anti-lags that support the turbocharger pressure. So they have to operate the clutch more. And why they decided to do so? It's all because the mechanical manifolds are more reliable than the electronic ones. And the mechanical manifolds can also be used with the anti-lags, but it makes it the entire structure even more complicated, and it gets even less reliable than the electronic manifold. And in the meanwhile, Ivan Palmin's car is levitating, but this is not the kind of levitation that Ivan Palmin would like to do. He decided not to go to the health group, and he doesn't really have to because he's got 91 points. Why would he zero it down? Like, for what? Just to enjoy another ride? It would be a fun decision, but I don't think that it's necessary at all. Denis Smigal had 84.5 points for his first attempt. And by the way, let's explain it to our spectators once again, why this line evaluation is so strict. The thing is, widening the line and extending the distance allows you to move faster. That allows you to run away from the chaser. And the judges said that they want to prevent it. And this is why the drivers will be penalized starting from the qualification, so that no one does it in the tandem runs. And this is what they do. They stick to this decision. And this is why such spectacular runs like that of Evgeny Losov turned out to be not so good. And it can disappoint some of the spectators, especially the fans of Evgeny Losov, and I know that there are lots of them. And even those who are not his direct fans still like him because he's charismatic, he's a great speaker, he has created so many gold quotations that we all remember and repeat all the time. it all works for his overall image and reputation. But the judges' criteria work this way, and nothing can be done about it. I'm still surprised. I won't be surprised if Evgeny Losев one day writes a book or makes a collection of his quotations, and it would be published as a big book. Because you can imagine what kind of a merge it would be, a book. What other drivers have a book of their own? He could give his autographs. We are approaching the 6th group. We are still waiting for the score of Denis. And the largest group is number 7, the health group, the new one. So, there, every driver in the health group has only one attempt. Once again, this pink frame that highlights these sad figures. We did our best to explain why it's so strict, why there's so little left of the line score. It's only 21. 31 is the angle score, and there's 28 points for this style, so it's 80 points. Denis has got no improvement, and he stays on the 10th rank with the best attempt of 84.5 points. And the next one is our ex-judge and our current driver, Mikhail Davidyants, and his BMW E30. The front suspension of BMW E36, a Toyota engine and gear set transmission. So what's there left? I don't even know. Mikhail Davidyants and his E30. And here's the first attempt. You can hear the tires squeak. And now here's transition number 1. It's wow! Look at this. To touch and go number 3, and he shifts inward. And now this is touch and go 5. Another transition. And the right pedal to the metal. And transition number 4. He collects touch and goes number 8. And the final 5th transition, and he misses the touch and goes. So the line is slightly alternative, and the angle has also been modified. The philosophy of Mikhail Davidyants. There is some power in the engine, and I will unleash it all. Because the grip is slightly excessive for this engine power. And this is the reason why in some places the lines have been a little bit too narrow. Like here, for example, touch and go 7. And touch and go 7 is one of the expensive control points. It is 3 points. And number 9 costs 2 points each. But still, look at this vibe and looks at this commitment that he demonstrates. There is a lot of commitment. So we're very thankful to him. You only have to set your car free and let it go wider. The base of this E30 is very square, absolutely square, so it's hard to make it slide like this. And under acceleration, it's really very unlikely. But Mikhail has multiply mentioned that all the suspension manipulations is about making the car slide to gain inertia in some moments. And also this is how the assignments are made, because you cannot do the entire assignment with a power slide. And you will see it at the next event, because there are some certain inertia drift areas. And first of all, it's very close to the grandstands, and there are lots of incidents that occur. Lots of people can't wait for the Nizhny Novgorod event, and this is our oldest track. And here you can see a little cosplay of the Nizhny Novgorod track, the double transition with a sharp transition to a big angle. There is a very similar area in Nizhny Novgorod, but it's all reverse, in the reverse order. But, well, you know that everyone wants to be surprised. Everyone wants to be something special. And, well, this is what we're trying to do. We're doing our best to, because drifting is about the same. You run in, initiation, then transitions that you do as many times as required, and the finish. At least 2 transitions. Here we've got 5. This is one of the most it is one of the tracks with the greatest number of transitions in our calendar. Plus, this is a very long one, 960 meters. Plus, to draw more parallels with RDS Open, the length of the scored section of the track in Pechatnik is 442 meters, and there are 5 transitions as well, and 3 of them are within 140 meters. We won't let you forget how to work with a steering wheel. You've got to do a lot of physical works, but what are the judges thinking about for so long? The score is almost ready, so they're thinking, yeah, they are, but they're double checking, I guess. I don't think that this is about 100 points. Unfortunately, no matter how much we long for another 100 points, it's not gonna happen now. No way. This is a kind of a summit that is still inaccessible. Only 3 touch and goes are missed, 2 wheels penalties, and some style and angle penalties as well. Just bring your line to order and you will get 96 points. This is 83 points this far and the 11th rank, but everything is more or less clear where to look for the missing points. I hope that Mikhail does it in the second attempt. Here's not the slowest one, even though his vehicle has a very low power. This is 32.6 seconds. And now the reigning champion Russian Drift Series, Arkady Tsarigradze from System Electric Energy Motorsport. He's one of the fastest drivers of our yesterday's practice sessions. And let's see if he can unleash his potential right now. The line is far too wide. And now he is collecting touch and goes number 3. He goes to the double transition. Transition 1, transition 2, acceleration, and through touch and go number 7 without breaking the track borders to the transition number 4 in the last sector. The last touch and go number 9 and the finish. I wonder what Arseny says about it when he sees the run of his father. Yeah, in between the attempts they can definitely talk. And the time is the same as that of Mikhail Davidans. In between the runs, Arkady will definitely come back to the garage to get a new set of tires, because these wouldn't work anymore, that's for sure. And what happened immediately after the initiation reminds me of what happened to Evgeny Losov in his first run. Also the same thing, there was a visible correction. Something is working out wrong. And by the way, there was one of the touch and goes 1 that was missed. Here it is, 1/2. It's important that if that 6.1 criterion had been applied and if the driver had fit that criteria but still missed one touch and go, he would have been penalized for the line and for the style, which makes these clips more expensive. So once again, we are telling it all in order to prepare you for what happens tomorrow, because the forecasts are positive. I don't want to jinx it, but the forecast for the weather is pretty positive, and it makes me very happy because just look, it's so beautiful. The track is so great, such a great vibe. Everyone is working hard to show a fast and smoky run. Of course, it's not always harmonically combined with the criteria of the judges that were established for you to distinguish between the good and excellent drivers. But still, the vibe of Moscow Raceway continues here in St. Petersburg. But generally speaking, from the face of Arkady Tsarigradze, you would never tell that something was going wrong. He only had to lift up his visor because it started falling on his eyes. But generally, in such a sunny weather, many drivers put their visor down. But here, I guess, the cockpit of the driver is arranged in such a way that he doesn't have any sunshine in his hands, in his eyes, I'm sorry. And yes, there is a 2-point penalty, but I don't see anything criminal about it. Everything is more or less uniform. Only Sector 4 caused no questions. Sectors 1 and 2 if you see a line mistake, it goes hand in hand with the style and angle deductions. So it's 85 points. He is on rank 10, but this is not what expected from the reigning champion. But this is what we have, and we have what we have. And now the rookie of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix and both championships. He is here with a wild card, Alexander Leonov from Moscow on board his BMW E92. Let's see what Alexander has in stock for us. And he starts his first official run in RDS GP. The first sector is over, and then the sharp transition, the car pushes inward. And now he's got to go inside according to the plan, and now the double transition. And yes, without any confusion, he presses the accelerator and flies into sector 4, which is already there. And now the last transition, and 9/1 is taken, and the car decided that it felt more comfortable inside the track. But okay, he has some difficulties on the way, but the first attempt is done. It's positive, which is already good and inspiring, and it is comfortable for everyone. It's worthwhile noticing that Alexander Leonov joined RDS at the Winter Cup, which is here at Igora Drive in December last year, and he's been progressing in a crazy manner. He starts in winter on a ladder, and then he goes to summer drifting on such a powerful, insanely powerful vehicle. So this is really absolutely challenging. And Alexander is trying to find his way around. On one hand, this is Igora Drive, a very good and high-quality track. On the other hand, he's got a super powerful vehicle that he has got to learn how to drive. But he's doing quite a good job this far. And this is exactly the situation when they say that the driver has to catch up with his car, because the car is very competitive. He just needs to learn how to direct this vehicle in the correct manner, and I'm sure that we will see him learn very soon. And he's got another run to do, and once again I'm sure that he's gotta do just as the run that would be as rhythmic, as committed, but a little bit more precise. So we are now waiting for the score, and we enjoy this beautiful view, the blue skies and the white clouds that don't threaten us with any rain. Group number 6 has got lots of drivers with crazy ambitions and abilities. Roman Tivadar is on your screen, and then there will come Timofey Dobrovolsky from the same team. We have seen Arkady Tsaregradzev, but I feel like saying, Arkady, please try to reboot yourself and start it all over again. But you know that you won't be a two-time champion without a reason. It's never random. He's got 2 100-point results in a row. It was like a curse that he broke at some moment. Roman Tivadar is now the reigning holder of the Russian Drift Cup. It was a truly beautiful, brilliant ending of his previous season at Rostov Arena, and Takayama Forward Order has got all the trophies possible. Only the drivers of this team has got both trophies of Russian Drift Cup. But this year we will do the same, so in September we will get back to Rostov Arena. It was very hard for the judges to calculate the score of for the line of Alexander Leonov, but he only has an alternative vision, I guess, but the angle and the style are very decent. He just needs to correct the line. The line is 6, and then there's 31.5 and 28, and the total is 65.5. And he's got one more run to do. He can relax, he can breathe out, and then I'm sure he will show us a much better performance. Roman Tivadar, Takayama Forward Order, and his S15 with a customized suspension and a capybara as a passenger. Forward racing, S15, you remember that Nissan Silvia's S15 wouldn't fit within the track, but we will see what the forward racing S15s can do. And now here is a little cleaning operation because there is some dirt on the track. Oh wow, yeah, there is some ground that has been brought to the asphalt. I guess that this was someone's familiarization run, and perhaps it was Roman Tivadar himself. But since he is here at the start, it means that he hasn't hit the concrete. But he did the same as Petr Borodin, who also drives a forward racing S15 with the same suspension. These two vehicles are literally clones. Petr Borodin and Roman Tivadar have got the same vehicles, and Timofey Dobrovolsky and Georgy Chevchan also drive clones. But unification is everything, because first of all, 400Z and an S15 are unified with each other as much as possible. Of course, the suspensions and the body kits are different, but everything about the transmission and the engine is interchangeable inside these vehicles. But Petr Borodin has got a different turbocharger because everyone has got Precisions, and Petr Precision has got Bokmona because he just had it and he was happy with it, and the team is happy with it as well. Why not show us a tractor, thinks our drone operator. Okay, so here we go. Now we are ready to start, I guess. The track cleaning sign for the driver to understand what's happening. And now all the signs are removed. And you know that while the track is cleaned, the driver can go for an extra burnout. Roman Tivadar has got 3 qualification victories in his career. Now let's see, maybe the 4th one happens. And now here he is, together with Roman Tivadar. We're running to the first qualification attempt. Yes, this is where the track border is, and this says how you feel it. Look at this transition. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, yes, this is why we recalled who won the qualification here last year. Ah, no, the line is far too wide. Roman Tivadar is pressing the accelerator and slides along the track border, on the border of Sector 3 and Sector 4. And now the last sweeper, and through touch and go number 9, he runs to the finish. I'm going to check the telemetrics. 33.8. It's not killingly fast, but it looked so dynamic. The rear wheel startled because you can tell that the accelerator was pressed at the moment in a very aggressive way, but there were some little flaws in terms of the style. But in terms of dynamics, he managed to push away from the wide border in around touching over number 7. And there were some little corrections. Once he introduces some little corrections, his run would be absolutely brilliant. And plus, Roman has got a very specific kind of setups. His car always moves very smoothly, as though it's floating on the track. But I'm afraid he can be penalized for the angle at the initiation, because according to the assignment, it has to be sharp. Or maybe he compensated it with the sharpness of his transitions. But this is also Roma's brandmark style. He likes sharp transitions, and he's very good at fixing the angle. So it's really recognizable. It's very distinctive. And I recall the other drivers of Takayama Forward Auto. This is just his style. The style of Takayama Forward Auto. And by the way, Igora Drive is the team that is always very good at qualifications. Just recall the first year. Because a lot has happened in our history. For a long time, we didn't have an autodrome in St. Petersburg. We were longing for an autodrome that would correspond to our requirements. And finally, this facility was opened and Russian Drift Series came here immediately. It was the year 2020, the pandemic year, when we started our season a little late, and then we simply stormed through all of our locations, and Roman Tivadar just joined our DSGP in that year, and he immediately got his first victory. Yes, there is a penalty for the initiation. In the first sector, minus 2.5 penalization, and there are more deductions. The most important one is for the line. By the way, the 2.5 points, the minimal penalization for the initiation angle. So it's 82.5, but there is an understanding of what to do. That's the most important and the most valuable information. Let's see the next driver of Takema Forward Auto. The last driver who is not in the health group. I mean the one who has got 2 full-scale runs. Timofey Dobrovolsky, Forward Racing 400Z. This is, he had very impressive practice runs. He was one of the few who found the right key to the touch and go 6 and touch and go 7. And the other sectors are also very good, and now he takes touch and goes number 3. Transition 1, transition 2, come on, come on! Ah! Oh, what are you doing to me, Timofey? And now his transition number 7, smooth and nice as assigned by the judges. And now the last one to touch and go 9 towards the finish. Whew. This was the transition of the day. Yeah, touch and go 7 was something mind-blowing. But according to the assignment, the transition must be sharp and the angle must be big. And this is the fastest run this far. Or not. Ah, yes, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. I take my words back. This is not the fastest one, but it looks pretty dynamic. And of course, this turn, oh wow. But once again, this is not a violation of the judge's assignment. A sharp transition, a big angle. It was sharp, the angle was big. So we don't even need drift dynamic systems to tell it was. The acceleration was pressed on time. In the double penalty zone, the track borders were not broken, because losing 5 points in this situation would be very bad. And now let's look at it from above, the bird's eye view. And look at the angle. As he reaches a certain angle, that angle he maintains. The sweeper was bending, and therefore the angle was reducing to the medium. It was 88 degrees, so it wasn't even a backward. And a backward is possible there, hypothetically, but it's not required, let's say so. And then this transition looked pretty smooth, but once again, it doesn't have to be sharper, but it is supposed to be a medium angles, and so it was, 51 degrees, and wow, this is something like Georgy Chevchan on board his old Silvia. He used to do such transitions. And in the middle of the previous season, we saw that moment when the Z, the forward Z, started running in the way that was very similar to Gocha's S15. This is what Gocha was trying to achieve. And as soon as Timofey got this vehicle, he didn't conceal his admiration, and he kept complimenting his car. And you could tell from the quality of his drifting that it's really good. It's not only about praising his team. It is really working, but we remember that on board his S15, Timofey also looked very, very convincing, especially in challenging weather conditions, because he won his first qualification and he won his first event under a heavy rain. I wouldn't say that he was very happy that the weather was like that, but he was successful. And the Timofey's victories were so extreme that the race had to be stopped, or some support from excavators was required. You remember in St. Petersburg we had a pouring rain when he won the qualifying. We just saw our colleague at the grandstands. Alicia doesn't believe that someone outperforms the Mirdia Turen, because if someone does, she will have to interview them, ask them how it happened, but it looks like No, it looks like no one is intending to. And she doesn't believe in that. But there are some characters, I believe. There are some characters who could be not that successful in the first run, but there is another. And I'm sure that they will do their best to use it in a proper way for their benefit. So now we're waiting for the results, and here they are. You will see it all very soon. And once again, we see the same thing over and over again. And this last frame, you can see the number that we don't like at all, but we cannot do anything about it. And the potential 98 turns into 89. The same figures, but a different sequence and a different taste and a different impression. Yes, you change the places of these numbers, and now the result doesn't look good at all. Well, not good, but you know where to look for those 9 points. Now, Mikhail Davidians on board his BMW E30, a driver from Moscow, who last year looked very convincing in RDS Open, and he gained the right to compete in Russian Series Grand Prix. And he did use that right, which many drivers do not succeed in doing. But he did, and now here he is on his second run. And yes, you're not supposed to touch that curb, because that white line is the border of the track, and many of the drivers have already felt that effect. And now Mikhail Davidians is working through touch and go 5 and touch and go 6, and he's pressing the accelerator to touch and go 7 towards sector 4. Through touch and go number 8 and toward the 9s, and then up and up the hill, missing the last touch and go. And also you could see that the right wheel went wider when it wasn't supposed to. You could see this crazy thrust of this car of Mikhail Davidians. I haven't seen anything like that for a long time, but on the other hand, I haven't seen a BMW E30 for a long time. It looked like we have already said goodbye to this platform, but no, you cannot just forget the E30. Yeah, this is, of course, a hybrid of different BMW models. The front suspension of an E36, yes, it is not very different from the E30, but anyway, it is wider, so you can make a larger turnout. Plus, the rear suspension has been upgraded. Yes, it is geometrically similar to the E30, but there are lots of setups that can make your vehicle more grippy, which was actually done. Plus, Mikhail Davidians has had some transmission restrictions, and now he's got a higher power in his engine, and he knows how to use it all perfectly. And I know that he enjoys it greatly, and he is having a great time. He loves these high speeds, and he has never achieved such a high speed this far. And of course, there is a certain adjustment process. There have been 2 wheels outside, and he missed all the TG's line, and there are 3 of them, and each one costs 2 points, so therefore he's got -6, and there is -10 for the line. 30 out of 35 for the angle, and 32 out of 35 for the style, which makes a total of 82. 1 point less than for his first run. But anyway, he can definitely write down these scores into his records, to his assets, because it is a positive result for him anyway. He's already in top 32. And now we are ready to welcome Arkady Tseregratsev on his second attempt. In the first, everything went wrong. Well, not everything, but lots of things went wrong. He got 85 points only. Let's get back to Mikhail Davidians. 82 and 83, but missing the clips. And the burnout, Arkady Tseregratsev was faster than during his combat run. But I wonder what happened. Okay, whatever. The main thing is going to happen right now. His second qualification attempt. The reigning champion of RDS GP is now breaking into this court section of the track. And now for touch and go number 2. And he is sliding on the white line, collecting all touch and goes number 3 to touch and go 4. Into touch and go number 5. Into the deceleration zone. And he is dancing on the right pedal. Through touch and goes number 8. And up the hill towards the finishing line. And yes, 32.13 59 seconds, and this is very close to the yesterday's standards. I've got an impression that the drivers do not really expect such a grip on the track. I mean, Arkady Tseregratsev in the first attempt, and Evgeny Losov did the same thing, and I think that this is why it happens. There's too much grip on the rear axle, and the car pushes inward, and it makes them correct the situation. It looks like, yes, there are some delicate setups that were made, some delicate adjustments, but they are not enough in order to balance out the entire run. And this is a complicated task to tackle. First of all, you've got to ensure enough grip for the car not to slide outside the track. And on the other hand, the grip doesn't have to be excessive so that the car doesn't push inward too much. And this balance is very hard to catch. Perhaps the sun has warmed up the asphalt. Moreover, there is an angle to conform to, an angle requirement. Because, yeah, the car goes inward, just straighten it out a little bit more, but you cannot do it. It doesn't work this way because there is an angle requirement, and even if you do it somehow, it doesn't mean that the score would be satisfying for you. In terms of the angle, you can get 5 points instead of 10 in some sector, and you will get this -5 deduction. So adjusting one thing, you risk losing another one. And in this equation with an endless number of variables, it is very hard for the drivers, the mechanics and the engineers to find their way around. And let us not forget that there is one very important truth. The drifting, just like any other motorsport, is a competition for the drivers, for the mechanics and for the engineers. Without a proper team, it would be impossible for the driver to aspire for some high rates. Because this is a team sport, even though the main contenders are the drivers, it is still about the team. And we know how much enthusiasm there is in Lukoil drift team as they construct their new drift car. Because the engineers want to have fun, you know, because they are very bored within the circuit racing standards. And look at this clear line, absolutely perfect. If not this angle correction in the first sector, it would have been, you know what it could have been. It could have been even more fun, let's say so, but the angle, it's not bad. It's 94.5, which is a decent result. This is a rank 3, and this is a by-run zone, no doubt. But in this family competition, Arkady Tseregratsev loses to Arseny. Alexander Leonov is now at the start. His second attempt, in the first one he had 65.5 and rank 20. By the way, all wild cards are very close to each other in this rating. Together with Alexander, let's go on his second qualification round. The first one was remarkable with its alternative line, and I wouldn't say that it's very correct right now as well, but there are some improvements. It means that the lessons have been learned and the progress is coming. And now this is touch and go 6 and acceleration, and once again an alternative line. The last transition, and there is only an uphill climb left, a 7 meters climb, and yes, he finishes it up as well. A very beautiful color of this car, and I guess that many of the spectators recognize it. There have been no critical changes in the car livery. As far as the runs are concerned, the second was generally similar to the first one, with the only difference that it was a little bit more precise in terms of the line. In the first one, I remind you, there were some bad results. I mean, there was a 6 out of 30 for the line, and now I'm convinced that this number would be at least 2-digit. According to our initial timing, the autograph session was supposed to start half an hour later. If you want to, if you don't want to miss the autograph session and you don't want to watch the health group, you can get up and go to the autograph session. But first of all, we've got to finish the scheduled qualification round. There are 2 more drivers. We've got 8 more runs of the health group drivers, plus the scoring, and I have doubts that you can do it in 30 minutes. So, dear friends, as soon as we have any news about the timing, we will let you know. We've got 9 drivers in the health group, so there will be 9 runs. So let's say that every run is approximately 30 seconds, and then round it up. So 30 by 3, 27, 270 seconds. I can do it. I can make it. Yeah, 30 seconds is half a minute. So 5 minutes of pure drifting plus the scoring. There is a chance that we start on time, but we can be around 10 minutes late, according to my calculations. But here's what we need to understand, that according to our current schedule, at 5:55, the juniors must start their tandem runs, and I hope that it happens. So the line is 3 times better than previous. Now it's 18. Who can boast a triple improvement of the score? Дамир Туrinkanet. Okay, so this is an improvement to 78.5. He's on the 18th. This is better than Evgeny Losov did in his first run. This is now a good statement. He outperforms Ilya Fedorov, for example. We've got 20 people who have already qualified. And here is one of them, Roman Tivadar from Takema Forward Auto, and he's forward racing as 15. And he's got things to prove to the judges and to himself. And here he is. He accepts the challenge. Transition number 1, very good, but it was just as good in the first run as well. He collects touch and goes number 3, and through touch and go 4, he goes to the straight line through 2 transitions. Now he's got to press it, and now here's the board of sector 3 and sector 4. And the last transition, and there is far too much speed, says the vehicle. But Roman Tivadar brings the S15 back into the track, and all together we watch the replay. Roma has done his job. There is nothing he can change now. I would pay attention to the smoke in the second attempt. There was not that much. And I guess that this is because of the reduction. That was short enough. I mean, the wheel spin rate was not very high, and it also helped the driver to propel the car efficiently forward. But unfortunately, this pursuit for the speed entailed a certain slip of the wheels. Let's check the stopwatch. 33.7 seconds, and these are the wheels outside, because when it happens, the driver has to let go of the accelerator and the speed falls. And the first sector wasn't crazy, it was 6.4. Well, we've got what we've got. It is what it is, and this is the worst moment. I think this is where most of the time has been lost in this last sweeper. Because starting from here, you've got to accelerate, you've got to press the accelerator and speed it up, or at least not to lose it. And Roman had to lose it a little bit. He had to wait until the car gets back and look around. By the way, we've got a champion in the first sector speed. That is Timofey Dobrovolsky, and he will come back soon to complete his second run. Almost 6.3 seconds, but at least it's but you could tell, even visually, you could tell how much Timofey was trying hard to unleash all the resources of his Z and to convert all the Newton meters into kilometers per hour. And I totally appreciate it. And I remind you that it doesn't influence the score anyhow. What happens during tandem runs, I cannot tell you right now. I will let you know as soon as I get the information from our judges. And now we're waiting for the information about the score. the combination of the three criteria. And here it is. Unless. 20 for the line, 33 for the angle, and 31 for the style. And the total is 84 for the second run. There is an improvement, and he even rises a little bit in the overall qualification rating to rank 13, which absolutely doesn't correspond to the ambitions of Roman Tivadar. And now, in the meanwhile, we welcome Timofey Dobrovolsky, who has shown us an incredibly inspiring first run. But once again, the borders of the track were too narrow for him, and he got some penalties. He lost 9 points for the line, and he had 89 out of 100. He also has got a passenger, which is a reference to Charles Eng. Okay, here we go, the run-in and the initiation. Now let's see if he can do it all, and everything is beautifully highlighted by the sun, and the white lines, and unfortunately are visible, and we see how they're crossed. And now here's that phenomenal brand mark transition in touching go 7, and the transition number 4, and this is the sector 4, the last one. And now, in the meanwhile, Timofey Dobrovolsky is taking touch and go 9 and crosses the finishing line. And once again, we can say that he did everything that he could. His qualification is over now, and the next one is the health group. Stylistically, these two runs were very similar to each other. Unfortunately, there were some flaws in this second, but he just chose some other places for slipping out. But unfortunately, he wouldn't avoid it completely. And it really hurts me to see how such beautiful runs that are worth 95 plus points, at least in terms of the overall impression, because visually and from the as far as the commitment is concerned and the transitions are concerned, it looks like this driver deserves a 95 plus. He deserves being somewhere around top 3. But the judges could have drawn these lines a little wider. Like, be more creative. Come on, maybe we should volunteer and go and draw these lines ourselves. But if we don't stop now, I guess we can be assigned to go and to draw these lines on the track. But that's okay. The track is one for all. We've got a 98 and 98.5 result, and we even know who did it. Damir Idiatulin, Arkady Tseregradzev, Georgy Chevchan. But this is much better than it was. Now, there is a difference, 24, 34, and 33 for the style. And it makes a total of 90 and 90, much less penalty, and this is 91. 91 and rank 8. In his second attempt, and he outperforms Van Palmin because he had only one run, unfortunately, and the second one would not happen. And now we proceed to the health group that would be opened by Ruslan Arefyev on board his BMW M4 G82. He is from Moscow, and he's one of the wild card drivers from RDS Open. Of course, every driver had his own reasons to go to the health group, and the main one was the condition of the asphalt at the beginning of the qualification. That patchy asphalt is not something that they've been dreaming about, and now the G82, the longest vehicle in the history of Russian Drift Series, is here. And he hits touch and go 4, and yes, this is transition 1, transition 2, and once again, the main mission is something above 0. And the rest doesn't matter. These are the details of the judging process. And now Ruslan Arefyev has got to get to the finish, and he is there. Whew, yeah. Even though the car was longing to shift inward, it's been trying to catch on the asphalt and to stop drifting. It would have been really sad. Even though Ruslan Arefyev has got much more drag racing experience than drifting experience, but it doesn't mean that he's got to use this experience here. This is the difference. between a racer and the person who simply relaxes and enjoys the process. You've got to learn. This is all about learning. And by the way, this is the most efficient way of staying young. It's to learn, to find new challenges, to accept and to gain new skills. Through lots of challenges, through lots of obstacles, he has made it through the configuration. The health group drivers also have the right for familiarization, but this is not a remedy. I also remind you that the drivers have been practicing in a similar weather, so now it's more or less clear what to do. And it's absolutely not clear what to do when the track is drying out in patches. Artem Leitis is the only one who managed to conquer this patchy track. But Artem didn't really do it all right during the practice. He had all different difficulties. The car would go far too wide or far too narrow or spin around. But once he's gotten that weird patches, everything came back to normal. So maybe his result is not very impressive in the absolute. But it has been the best until Damir Yatulin came and brought it back to order 98 and 98.5. These are the two runs of Damir Yatulin that are absolutely phenomenal. But not for him, because we all remember what he's capable of. He has spoiled us. Let's call it correctly. We're waiting for the score of Ruslan Arefyev, and we prepare to see the next driver. That would be Dmitry Putilin. Yes, here he is. BMW E92, the car that the mechanics had to work on during the night. But they have already had some sleep. The car is okay. The mechanics are okay too. He represents the team of Star Zaimol. This is a freshly built E92. The Ural Fighter 2.0. The first version of the Ural Fighter is now in Chelyabinsk. And this season, and Dmitry would really like to compare these two vehicles, to compare the impression, because that one is also a E92, but it has got to use it. And he's got a different transmission, so it's all different. And now he's only learning how to drive this newly built vehicle, which is built according to all the latest technologies. So this adjustment process does take some time, and it does take some effort, because there are also things to get used to. And you know what? If a driver has nothing to learn on board a new vehicle, here's a question. Why would he do it at all? Ruslan Arefyev said that he changed for an M4 and it felt like the same E92. Like these 10 centimeters didn't really matter for him. He doesn't care? Okay. So regardless of this abundance of analytical figures, you can tell that the main thing has happened. Ruslan Arefyev is now in top 32 with a result of 59 points. This is still a positive result. This is the main thing. This is the minimum that we wanted to see. Yes, the line is hardly compromised. It's compromised badly, but, well, globally it doesn't really play any role. Dmitry Putilin representing the city of Chelyabinsk. Stars are a mole team at 2GZ GDE under his hood, and a Samsung sliver in his hand. And he is going on his health group run. The E92 is starting off 160 meters of run in. And this is the time for letting the car drift. The line is a little narrow in the first sector, but once again, this is not the main thing here, just like other subtle details. It's all about getting to the finish without any critical mistakes or technical problems. He's pressing the gas, he does, and now he goes on the fourth sector. There's very little left to the finish. And here is the last control point. Yes, thank you, Dmitry. It looks like by the end of the second sector, he woke up. And he got that vibe back, and the second part of the track it looked much more convincing. Yes, you could tell that he missed one of the important touch and goes, which is 3/1. But starting from the inner touch and go 4, which also costs 3 points. He pulled himself together, concentrated, and started going exactly on the clips without crossing the track borders. The 9/1 was also skipped, but this is only 2 points. Do we care about 2 points? I guess we don't anymore. We only need to see a positive result. This is not a 0, and this is what we welcome. Touch and go 5 is also only 1 point, but this is all because there are lots of control points all around the track, and they are required in order to direct the leader's line, because the right line here is only 1. I mean, for drifting. Of course, a circuit racing line is different. It would be opposite to the drifting one, even though in some areas, in some places, it can be different, like no-go zones, and also the judges ask the drivers get closer to the apexes, to the peaks of the turns. I'm speaking about the Jingo number 4. But it is required for the leader not to cross the way of the chaser. And the no-go zones are lava only for the leaders. For the chasers, they don't exist. We're waiting for the score. The line judge is doing his calculations. He begins the counting. But these numbers are being prepared. We can't wait for them. But we've got the answer to the most important question. And the next contender is already there. Dmitry Sherbina is there. No, this is Stanislav Antropov. This is not Dmitry Sherbina. I'm sorry. This is a Mazda RX-8. But generally, the front suspension is still similar to a Supra. While we're waiting for the score, I would like to thank our most alert subscribers and spectators and listeners who noticed this little inaccuracy in our morning news, which is about the statement that starting from the year 2018, we didn't have any Mazdas. We did have Mazdas, but it was an RX-7, not an RX-8. And this is the score of Dmitry Putilin. Yeah, maybe not the best run ever, but 75.5 is more than enough to go to top 32. This is 75.5 points more than a 0. The last time we saw a Mazda was in 2021, and here it is. It is back in 2026. Stanislav Antropov from Omsk, and his RX-8 is already here on an absolutely customized suspension, and I hope that it will help Stanislav. And now here is initiation, and the left rear wheel is dancing on the border. Transition number 1. Now you've got to widen the line out, but not that much, because you've got to collect touch and go number 4. He takes touch and go number 5, and he hits number 6, and he hits number 7. Oh no! Oh no! Unfortunately, this is a 0. So, congratulations to Anton Kozlov. Maybe it's not too early. It's too early to congratulate anyone, because we've got 6 more qualification runs. I mean that they can move him down, but unfortunately Stanislav is out of the game. He finishes his competition at the second event of RDSGP. Now let's take a last look into his cockpit and get back to the start, where Dmitry Sherbina is waiting for his turn. He is from Carville Racing. He represents Moscow, and he is driving his new Toyota Supra A80. We've got lots of new vehicles, and it's really delighting because everyone is changing. The drivers are trying the new cars, and that's good. So here Dmitry Sherbina begins his racing attempt, and this is a familiarization run. That's okay. We would like to see it anyway. Why not? Moreover, sometimes you can see the things that are even much more fun than what you see now. By the way, Let's get back to the numbers. What cars we've got here? We've got 7 Toyotas and 11 Nissans. Make Nissan great again. And somewhere here you see the promo code GALASA to get a discount at RDS shop. It will be better for you and for your financial welfare. And our schedule is changing. We don't have the final information because we cannot start the autograph session before we finish the qualification. So we hope that we won't have any double zeros anymore. We cannot say that we had a double zero at the first event. There was a technical failure before any score had been hit. That was Anton Dmitrienko, who is already safe. But this is a sad tendency when we lose some contenders. But I hope that we will get over this curse in our season. So if you want to see someone, or if you have just joined us, in the health group, we've got Andrei Astapov, Petr Borodin, Grigory Gusev, Artur Zeleный, Ilya Popov, and Dmitry Sherbina, who is already going on his first and last qualification run. He did have one attempt to qualify in his group, and he had a 0 for an unchaseable run. And the unchaseable run occurred in a very untypical place, in the 4th sector. We hope that it doesn't happen anymore. The asphalt is dry now, and I'm sure that Dmitry is ready for a fight. Yesterday he showed it during the practice sessions, and this is a very powerful transition. And then through that shingle 4 with no adventures, 5 and 6. And oh, come on, what are you doing to us? Why? Why? Be careful. Why is it happening for the second time in a row? This is absolutely untypical for our drivers. Is that nerves, anxiety? Because I would call it a double pressure zone instead of double penalty zone. This is a very challenging transition. You've got to slow down. No one wants to slip out there because it's a double penalty zone and everyone is being very careful. It's always very hard to get your car back from a deep angle, and all these criteria plus the only attempt that you've got, they create a huge psychological pressure. Why don't you make a transition into a middle angle? Why risk that much? Why go all in such a critical spot? There's also a touch and go number 7, and yes, it's expensive, but come on, you just need to get a positive result to make it to top 32. But just get 60 points, that would be enough. You wouldn't be lost in the rating with the 60 points. Take 58 if you don't want to risk it. Just stay on the safe side. This is all about my nerves. I'm just worried about every driver as though he was my brother. Don't take it seriously. I'm just very sad to see such situations, because let me repeat it once again. Absolutely all the drivers of Russian Drift Series, Open or GP, can drift well. Absolutely all of them know how to accelerate and how to steer. There is no doubt about it, but the psychological pressure, especially for the drivers who do not have a rich competition experience, can sometimes ruin it. And you could see it. This is only the 9th event of Dmitry Sherbina. For Stanislav Antropov, it's the 1st. And even when you transfer from Open to GP, you feel extreme psychological pressure and responsibility, because the budget is different as well. Petr Borodin, who zeroed down his first attempt in the same way as the 2 previous participants, is also under the same pressure. He's got to do the same, but he's got to go further than touch and go 7, and I hope that he does it. The driver from Takema Ford Auto on board his S15 is going to touch and go 3, and then he shifts inward, collecting touch and go 4, and here is the key moment. He spins the car around, accelerates, everything is out under control. Sector 4, touch and go 8, and this is the last 150 meters of the distance, and the driver from Almaty is already in top 32. Thank you, we say to Piotr Borodin. Yes, it can sometimes be hard not to cross the borders of the track, and Piotr Borodin seems to have succeeded. Here in touch and go 2, I had some doubts, but still he stayed within. This is exactly what I told you about. Piotr decided not to risk it in touch and go 6. He didn't make a transition into a big angle. It was medium, at least visually. Yes, he will be penalized. But at the same time, his run was very, very good. All the touch and goes have been taken. And the angle was 67. Timofey Dobrovolsky had 88. It was almost a backward, but 67 degrees are quite enough. I wouldn't even call it a safe run, because you could see that Piotr took it very seriously. But, you know, with his huge motorsports experience, it would be strange to expect something different from him. And moreover, the speed is very good, 32.6 seconds from start to finish. Is really good. It's a very decent result, and out of them 6.38 seconds are the first sector timing. The run-in plus touch and go 1. So this is a very, very good speed without any critical mistakes, which makes him relax, you know, because when you see 2 runs with spin arounds, you may get nervous thinking, wow, what is something spilled out? But we've got the stuff, we've got the marshals who will definitely inform our drivers if there is any oil on the track or anything like that. Plus, we've got the race director, and he's sitting in a room with lots of monitors, and Igora Drive has got lots of cameras, video surveillance, and every centimeter of the track is visible to the race director, so that he always makes sure that it is safe and clear. Yes, at some moment, I thought that Piotr Borodin may also be very cautious about it, but he simply did a good run, a good, decent, solid, robust run without hysterics or any extra emotions. So we should expect a good score. And yes, yeah, in around touch and go 6, there was a wheel outside, but all the rest, it's very good. And it was a by-run zone statement, but now it is, there are 5 vacancies in the by-run zone. And now let's take a look. So this is 91. Piotr Borodin has got rank 10. And who do we have in the by-run zone this far? Apart from the Turin, Gyuri Chevchan, Arkady Tseregradzev, the ones who are there by default, there are Anton Kozlov and Tommy Kiley. So you can hear Andreas Stapov roar. He is cheering himself up. Andreas Stapov from Yekaterinburg, Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and his BMW E92. Right now, this tandem will go on its only attempt. Andreas Stapov with a newly cured turbocharger is running, and here is the sport section of the track. Already under the wheels of the C92, the first transition. And he runs into touch and goes number 3, and then he shifts inward, takes the inner touch and go number 4, then 5 and 6. And here there can be a penalty for the line, but Andreas Stapov is not thinking about it on the way, because he's already in sector 4. He is already, yes, he is already collecting the touch and go number 9 and crossing the finishing line. Yeah, so there is a positive result. It's not a 0, so congratulations to Andreas Stapov. He's in top 32, even though he's in the health group for a technical reason. By the way, he's one of the few drivers who really decided to move to the health group due to the technical disorder. There was a turbocharger problem. It just wasn't there. I mean, it was physically there, but it didn't work its functions. And during the practice sessions, he didn't notice anything wrong, because the Asphalt was wet and he didn't really need a turbocharger to make his car drift. So JZ can simply drift and it can carry such a big structure on the wet asphalt. I mean, this turbocharger was probably blowing, but its efficiency was less than 50%. And I guess it was enough for the boost off. Like, everyone is driving with a boost off on the wet asphalt, because otherwise the vehicle would simply stay in place and not go anywhere, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So you've got to reduce the power. What else do you do? You reduce the torque threshold in order to make your car move forward. Danila Vorobyov, for example, on board his E32, had one of the least powerful cars last year, and at each event he simply prayed for a rain. Maybe this is why we had such a terrible weather last year. Maybe those were Danila's prayers, and now he's got a more powerful LR1 Genesis, and there's no more need for rain, so his prayers don't work anymore, because he's not praying for the rain. No, he did. He said he prayed for the rain. He wanted the rain to happen, but he didn't get it. We're waiting for the results. They're almost ready. And first of all, it's clear that the by-run zone is not getting bigger. And secondly, Andrei did quite a good job performing the judge's assignment, unless that number in the pink frame. Why is this frame so pink? Because such a bad number and such a beautiful color. Okay, 21, 33 and 30 makes a total of 84. 84 points in total, and he is on rank 15. This is common for the health group. So here, somewhere in the middle, Artur Zelenyy is now at the start on board his flanker F. He's got 3 of them. He's got a whole fleet, a squadron. So Artur Zelenyy in his only qualification attempt, and the flanker. Some problems with the run-in, I guess, but I hope that this is not an unchaseable run. Now here's transition number 1, and here everything works pretty well in the first sector. Shift C inward, touch and go number 4, a very common route for this configuration. Touch and go number 6, a little correction. Touch and go 7 is taken even regardless of this, and he goes to sector 4. 220 meters from touch and go 8/1 to the finish, and there is less and less distance for him to go, and yes, bravo, good. So he took his car to the finish. Even somewhere I felt a little concerned, but this is all about the structure and the mood of the driver, who said, let me show you what it's like. The car has got a new front suspension, so if you missed our news yesterday night, you can check it out on all the video hostings and video platforms. It is available on VK Video and on YouTube and our Telegram channel. So please subscribe and use it, and I hope that it works well, because all the news are published on our Telegram channel in the right chronological order. And now we enjoy the view of this sparkling flanker F. Yesterday, by the way, the designer of this car, Sergei Kabargin, also visited the track day. And he also... And the black flanker of Sergei Kabargin also was here. It was not a hallucination, I'm absolutely sure. But once again, let me remark that the main weapon of the flanker is also its weakness. It's a very precise vehicle that requires very high precision of the driver. But this is a wisdom that is applicable to all spheres of our lives. Our flaws come from our advantages. This is a dialectic principle of the opposites. It requires truly neurosurgical precision, and this is why Charles Ang loved the flanker so much, because, yeah, it does require precision, but for a circuit racer, it's a very clear task. A 9-point penalty for the line. In terms of the angle, there is 3.5, in style it's -4. Looks pretty robust. Yeah, it's good. And now he would complain, you don't have the second attempt. You've got the information of what to do next, but you can only do it tomorrow. And now it's 83.5. So this is not the buy-run zone. We've got the same people, but at least the buy-run zone is not getting bigger. Artur Zelený has got rank 16, and now we welcome another driver of Lukoil Racing Drift team. And I'm so happy to see the burnout area and Ilya Popov's car there. And the car of System Electric Одержимый Motorsport has a chance to bring all of its cars to top 32, which is great. And now Grigory Gusev and his Supra A80. Yes, it is not right. A 2JZ under the hood. This is all correct. He represents the city of Nakhodka, and right now he is going on his qualification run. RDS Europe, RDS Asia have been already conquered, but Grigory Gusev, but the summit of RDS GP is still unconquered, and this is the most inspiring goal for him. Grigory Gusev is doing his first and only attempt. Look at this transition. This is... The energy is as strong as the Pacific Ocean, and now he is so energetic and so committed. The double transition, now acceleration, 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 and then a smooth transition to touch and go 8 with a little angle gain before the final transition. But the most important thing happens right now. He crosses the finishing line without any critical mistakes. Whew, we breathe out. At the first transition, all my body was, you know, I froze. I was so scared. And here is the right timing. 6.1. Someone complied with the standard. And the overall timing is 32.7. This is not the temperature of my body right now. This is the timing from the border of the first sector to the end of the sport section of the track. But yeah, now it already smells like compliance with the time restrictions, but the fastest runs belonged to Arkady Tseregradzev, 32.4, Georgy Chivcham, 32.7, also looks very nice. So Mikhail Davidyants has 22.279, but the line was narrow, so we cannot really take it into account. Tamikali, 32.7. So this is approximately where Grigory Gusev is around. And would it be the maximum for the line? We haven't seen these 30s for the line, because previously it was a common practice. We used to say, line is very easy to gain. But, you know, the speed is an important criterion. Now our style is about the speed. We've got some additional criteria for the acceleration and stuff, but the speed is everything, because the speed changes everything. You cannot collect the right line with insufficient speed. But also doing it all in style and with full commitment is, yes, I'm telling you that this is going to be 30 for the line. As far as the line is concerned, in Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, I spoke to Dmitry Yermokhin, one of our judges, and he said that when you're driving, you're trying to target at a point, not a square. Even though every touch and go is a square, 170 by 170, from inside the car, it doesn't look that big. First of all, 170 is not big if you remember how fast the car is running. Roughly speaking, there's almost 100 meters. Well, almost 1,000 meters from start to finish. Almost a kilometer. Which means that if we divide it roughly, it would be 32 meters in 10 seconds. 10 meters per second. This is the average speed. 36 kilo... Oh, no, wrong. No, it's all wrong. Let me take a calculator. I'm not a very good mathematician. I don't really like calculating out loud in public. So multiply by 36. No, wrong. Divide by 3. No, wrong again. Okay, it's 30 meters per second. Okay, this is what I wanted to say. So in 1 second, the car covers 30 meters. So you can imagine how tiny this touch and go looks. So this is all absolutely insane. You know that 170 is big when you walk around, but it is absolutely different while you're driving. 108 kilometers per hour is the average speed. I was supposed to multiply 36 by 3. Okay, this is the reverse engineering and arithmetics. So 1 second is 30 meters of distance. Incredible speed. And you're also drifting. You're going sideways. There are lots of parameters. You've got to monitor all these parameters. And plus, you don't really see it very well. Sectors 3 and 4 have been compromised in terms of the angle and the style. There is a 9-point penalty for the style and a 4.5 points penalty for the angle, but still, this is a very good run. First of all, 30 for the line. Thank you, Grigori, because I'm really tired of these deductions. It is 86.5 and rank 13. Grigori Gusev surpasses Denis Migal. And now the final run of the health group. Hooray! Ilya Popov. And I guess we will definitely find out what happened in the first run of this driver. The most important thing, I said congratulations to Anton Kozlov for a reason. He won't leave the by-run zone anymore, but the destiny of Tommy Kylie now depends on the performance of Ilya Popov, but Sergei Kuznetsov is the next candidate. But we would like not to extend the by-run zone. Ilya Popov, initiation. Wow, look how beautiful he finds the white line with his rear wheel, then he collects all TG3s. Even without seeing the marks, you can tell that he does it all correctly. Transition touch and go 5, touch and go 6. And yes, there is a little handbrake pull before touch and go 7. But the most important thing that he goes on, and he's already in sector 4, and these are the last touch and goes, and he crosses the finishing line. Wow, wow, wow. And one more time, wow. This is that micro handbrake perhaps was the reason of those little problems in the round touching or 7. I'm not completely sure that he managed to reach that little square with the rear wheel, and that square costs 3 points. That's bad. That's so demotivating. And once again, I wonder about the border, but the experience shows that the judges are being very strict about it. Yes, they are very demanding. They require a very strict compliance with these borders. So if they do, the drivers have to comply. But generally it was very beautiful, very good. 32.9, by the way, looked a little faster, but it was super dynamic and aggressive transitions. A great run, what else can I say? Yeah, it was outstanding. And now attention to the judges. Moscow time is 5:21 p.m. and after the end of the qualification we can speak about the beginning of the autograph session. It will take around, I cannot tell you how long, because I don't have any information from our management who would be able to enlighten me. Yes, 5:40 is the beginning of the autograph session, but how long it's gonna take is still an open question. This is a secret. But those who have already got to the service park, which I know is not that easy here at Igora Drive, which is huge, it's a 100-hectare space, I really envy you because the atmosphere there is amazing. What we saw at Moscow Raceway, when the pit lane is filled with people and everyone talks and takes pictures and takes autographs on all the possible surfaces. I've seen lots of ways of taking autographs. It's all awesome. It gives the festival vibe. Yeah, I've got the information The runs will continue at 18:25 p.m. So I guess that the autograph session will take around 30 minutes. So these are the results of Ilya Popov. No, he doesn't cross the track border. It looks like he managed to stay within, and touch and go 7 was missed. You could see it on replay. He failed to get it. And -2 points for the start for the handbrake. Without it, he would have had enough speed to hit touch and go 7. I guess he had doubts about the stability of his car. And he's got 93 points. He could have got 96 or even 98, but he has rank 6. But unfortunately, the technical failure deprived him of the first attempt, which would have been very helpful in this situation. So dear friends, right now we go on a break, but only after we congratulate Damir Idiaturin on the 14th qualification victory in RDS GP. I wonder how long it will take the other drivers to get a little closer to Damir Idiaturin. I guess he is the only one who's got a 2-digit number of qualification victories. Top 5, Damir Idiaturin, Georgy Shevchan, Arkady Tsarigradzev, Anton Kozlov, and Tommy Kiley are in the by-run area because we will not see them in top 32. Some of our drivers, some of our spectators may be upset by this fact, but our drivers should be happy, even though this strict compliance with the track borders and the merciless penalties, we still have a lot of 90-plus results. Danila Vorobyov is the 12th. His best result is 90 points. And it is very delighting that many drivers managed to save themselves with a single attempt, but still there are 2 drivers, Dmitry Sherbin and Stanislav Antropov, who failed to qualify this time, so they don't get to top 32. So my condolences to Carvel Racing. They lost one fighter. Stanislav Antropov, you're welcome to the other events of RDS GP. Yes, your first event wasn't lucky, but I'm sure that you wouldn't be demotivated. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's emotionally challenging. But in an hour, we will continue the runs, and these will be the tandem runs of our juniors. And right now, during the break, we present you the highlights of the previous RDS Open event.
Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые любители дрифта! Предлагаем вашему вниманию обзор второго этапа открытого чемпионата российской дрифт-серии, который состоялся в Центре технических видов спорта Москва 16 и мая. Жаркая, наконец-то по-настоящему летняя погода пришла в московский регион. Под 30 градусов. Довольно компактная и интересная по-своему трасса. Ну и 15 участников, которые сражались по сетке Double Elimination. Но начнем с судейского задания. 442 метра общая протяженность участка, из которых 60 метров это разгон, 10 точек контроля стоимостью от 4 до 2 баллов, целых 5 перекладок на столь коротком промежутке. Ну и по традиции разделена была конфигурация на 3 сектора для оценки угла и стиля. По углу нужно соответствовать требованию судейского задания. Угол может быть малым, средним или большим. Ну и, кроме всего прочего, оценивается стабильность угла, отсутствие коррекции и ступенчатость перекладок. По стилю самое главное вовремя нажимать на газ. 3 линии открытия газа. Первая после Touch and Go 1, то есть после постановки. Вторая после Touch and Go 5. Там идет замедление. Затем нужно активно нажимать на газ. Ну и после Touch and Go 6, Touch and Go 7. 2 самые дорогие точки контроля. Там также есть линия открытия газа. Судейский состав полностью состоит из пилотов Гран-при российской дрифт-серии этого сезона. Андрей Остапов, Михаил Давидянц и Тимофей Добровольский. А сейчас переходим к лучшей квалификационной попытке. Это Валерий Богачаров из Ростова-на-Дону. Выступает он на автомобиле BMW E92. Первая победа в квалификации в его карьере. И попытка эта получилась очень зрелищной и качественной. В особенности первые 2 сектора. Классная постановка. Вовремя нажимает на газ Валерий Богачаров и стремительно мчится со стабильным углом по всей дистанции. Далее еще одна линия открытия газа, перекладка, и начинается 3-й сектор. И здесь случилась небольшая помарка у Валерия. Пришлось отпускать газ и спасать ситуацию, но справился с этим ростовчанин и пересек спокойно финишную черту. Да, безусловно, именно эта оплошность и повлекла за собой большой штраф по стилю, целых 4 балла, но тем не менее этого хватило для того, чтобы оказаться самым результативным пилотом квалификации второго этапа. 94 балла из 100 100 возможных заработал Валерий Богачаров и таким образом избавил себя от необходимости сражаться в первом раунде парных заездов в связи с тем, что у него не нашлось соперника. Остальные пары Владислав Ерофеев против Алексея.
Because he had no opponent. The other tandems, Vladislav Yerofeev versus Alexei Razinkov, Anatoly Щербак versus Ruslan Arefiev, Igor Zolin versus Stanislav Antropov, Andrei Овчинников, Alexander Shettinin, Dmitry Dobrovolsky, Sergei Davidadze, Anton Stroganov versus Alexander Leonov, Sergei Korneev versus Vladimir Afanasyev. And the upper side of the bracket, we have the drivers who haven't had any losses, and those who lose go to the losers bracket. And we will figure it out later, but now let's begin with the first tandem run. Vladislav Yerofeev versus Alexei Razinkov. This is an aggressive initiation performed by Vladislav. Alexei is pretty close to the leader, sacrifices the angle in the first turn, which is allowed for the chaser to do. The chaser is evaluated by 4 criteria that stay unchanged: angle, line, proximity, and mimics. And the angle is the first one to sacrifice. But here, regardless of the sacrifices, Alexei still left a little air in between the cars, which his opponent may take advantage of. Now they swap the roles. This time Alexei is the leader, and Vladislav Yerofeev has got to demonstrate his driving skills. And also the chasing skills as well. This is a synchronized transition, and the first sector is over. The distance between the cars is increasing, but in the third sector, Vladislav Yerofeev finally manages to get closer to the leader, and then, of course, he doesn't let him go until the very finishing line, until the last control points. Here it's important to understand that the judges compare the two leaders' runs and two chases runs, and Vladislav Yerofeev looked more convincing compared to Alexei, so Vladislav gets to the next round in the top bracket, and Alexei Razinkov goes to the losers bracket. The next tandem, Vladislav Yerofeev from CMR Bank versus the reigning champion Anatoly Щербак, who changed his vehicle at this event. He used to have a Nissan S14, now he's got a Silvia S13 with a Chevrolet Corvette LT5 engine with a turbocharger over 700 HP. Ruslan Arefiev has got a 2JZ engine around 700 HP as well. But in this situation, considering the size of the configuration, the racing track is only 10 meters wide, the large power is not an advantage. But Anatoly Щербак does a great job as a chaser. By the way, time after time, Anatoly Щербак would choose the chaser's lane, and he would give his opponents the leader's role in the first run, and this strategy has been working for Anatoly pretty well. He gets to the next round, and unfortunately Ruslan Arefiev loses as he gets outside the track in the first sweeper. The run-in is only 60 meters, and in this 60 meters the drivers had to gain the speed of at least 90 kilometers per hour not to get a style penalty. The next tandem are to Igor Zolin from Tomashi Racing versus Stanislav Antropov. Nissan S13 versus Mazda RX-8, which is a pretty rare vehicle in our drift area, but Igor Zolin is running at a pretty high speed. Stanislav in the first two sectors was pretty far away, but in the third he gets close enough and begins a really serious combat with his opponent. There was almost a contact, did you see that? And now we proceed, and Stanislav Antropov is the leader. Igor Zolin was almost getting ahead of him, but now the Mazda RX-8 is the leader. Igor Zolin is chasing, and as a result, Igor Zolin is having a technical trouble. And due to this fact, he cannot continue the chase. Stanislav Antropov had to continue the run, whatever it takes, and which he does. Now Igor Zolin gets to the losers bracket. The next tandem of the top bracket, the first round, Andrei Ovchinnikov from Moscow on board his Nissan Silvia S14 versus Alexander Shettinin on board his BMW 36. For Alexander, this is the first performance in the Open RDS Championship. Andrei Ovchinnikov has been with us for 3 seasons, even though he's pretty young. He's only 20 years old, and we can see that Alexander is having a problem with keeping up with the leader. But generally, this event was very adventurous for the rookie. His car would lose its power time after time. But now the drivers swap the roles. Now Alexander will be the leader, Andrei Ovchinnikov will be his chaser. He's got to demonstrate as close tandem drifting as possible to get himself a place in the next round. Alexander, in the meanwhile, has got a problem, which is definitely a power problem, because there is no smoke coming from under his wheels, and under the hood they're all over 400 HP, and he straightens out. He simply straightens out, and Alexander has to capitulate in this round. Thankfully, the double elimination system allows the drivers to continue the combat after the loss. So Alexander will do it, and Andrei Ovchinnikov proceeds in the top bracket. Dmitry Dobrovolsky versus Sergei Davidadze. A driver from Start Pro Stars. I'm on board his Nissan S14, nicknamed the Thunder Grom. He is now the leader. He is running through the configuration, chased by Sergei Davidadze from Samara. On board his BMW 36, and look how beautiful this transition is performed by the Samara driver. He has changed his front suspension. Previously, his E36 had a front suspension from a Supra AAT together with a subframe, but the experiment was considered to be unlucky, so the previous suspension was changed, and now the driver feels much more comfortable on board. Now Sergei Davidadze is the leader, Dmitry Dobrovolsky is the chaser. They move in a parallel, synchronized. Sergei Davidadze is performing the judge's assignment, and if it's not an A+, then it's an A definitely. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is being very precise and aggressive as a chaser. Only sometimes he lets his opponent go a little bit, but just to keep up with him later. And the result, Sergei Davidadze is a little stronger. One judge voted for it one more time than the two others against. So Dmitry Dobrovolsky goes to the losers bracket, and Sergei Davidadze proceeds to the second round. Anton Stroganov is now on the screens. He's the leader, the rookie, a 16-year-old driver who was a junior at our winter competitions, and here we also had a junior competition as well. And he is chased by Alexander Leonov, also a rookie of the season, but he is much older. As far as the run is concerned, Alexander was having a lot of difficulties in the first two sectors, and the third sector is pretty slow. And here, at a distance of 140 meters, the drivers perform 3 transitions. Very technically requiring element, and in tandem drifting it's especially difficult, but Alexander does it perfectly. Now they change the roles. Now Antonov's task is to get as close and aggressive as possible, and he wasn't absolutely flawless as a leader. He had one wheel outside, and he perfectly understands that now he's got to work it, and he's got to be aggressive, and he's got to show up near the BMW E92 driven by his opponent, which he does. Even though he's so young, he's only 16 years old, but this is a really perfect run. And now let's see the results. Unanimously, the judges vote for Anton Stroganov. Sergei Korneyev from Start Pro Stars. Aimol versus Vladimir Afanasyev, the winner of the first event of the season, which was held in Ryazan at Atran circuit in a very challenging weather. Vladimir was the most stable of the drivers, but now the weather is absolutely different. And now it is pretty hard for Vladimir Afanasyev. He's got the least powerful engine in the entire championship. Unlike Sergei Korneyev, who's got a freshly built Toyota Supra A80 with a powerful engine. And Vladimir failed to get close enough everywhere, but near the finish he showed a pretty high quality drift. Now they change the roles. Sergei Korneyev is the reigning bronze prize winner of RDS Open. Vladimir Afanasyev also got a bronze prize, but in the next competition, which we don't have this year. And we see that Sergei Korneyev is pretty far away behind his leader. He's got to be more aggressive, otherwise the judges would give the victory to his opponent. In between the runs, I was told that Vladimir Afanasyev may have a 0 for the second run, because there was one concerning moment, but the judges didn't give him a 0, and therefore Vladimir Afanasyev wins, and due to his passiveness, Sergei Korneyev loses. Vladimir Afanasyev gets to the next round, and now we move to the losers bracket, where we've got 3 tandem. Alexei Razinkov has no opponent. He's gonna continue in the next round. Dmitry Dobrovolsky from Start Pro Stars Mall versus Alexander Shetin. And once again, I remind you that he's a rookie of the championship, and this is his first event at Russian Drift Series. Dmitry Dobrovolsky and his S14, the Thunder, running through the configuration. In the first two sectors, Alexander Shetin is having difficulty keeping up with the powerful opponent. By the third sector, some tandem drifting begins, but then Alexander immediately falls behind. The transition synchronization is lost, and the mimics of the synchronization is a very important criterion for the chaser. And Alexander had some particular problems there. Now let's see what Dmitry Dobrovolsky can do as a chaser. Alexander Shetin is careful at the initiation, slips one wheel away. Now Dmitry Dobrovolsky can see it all and mimics it all. So Alexander misses touch and go 4, which is a pretty valuable control point. It's quite hard for Dmitry Dobrovolsky to keep up with the slow and an imprecise leader, but still he does a great job. And the judges really appreciate his efforts. Unanimously, they vote for Dmitry Dobrovolsky, who goes to the next round of the losers bracket. Now he has no more chance to lose. Sergei Korneev, another driver from Start Pro Stars Mall versus Alexander Leonov. Now at the configuration, Toyota Supra A80 versus BMW E92. Sergei Korneev is just getting used to his new vehicle, but now you can already see how comfortable the driver from Yekaterinburg is on board the newly built Toyota. Alexander Leonov is trying to get used to summer drifting as such, because he started practicing not so long ago. In winter, he was at our RDS Winter Cup, and now he has joined the summer season as well. And he started with a very powerful and a very well-prepared BMW E92 with a 2JZ GDE engine under the hood, over 700 HP. But now Alexander sometimes has some little mistakes, just like he did now in the first sector. He got in the no-go zone, which means that he broke the borders of the track, which is not allowed for the leader, and he also missed touch and go number 2, and he also gets a penalty. But his opponent saw it well, and therefore Sergei Korneev gets the victory in this heat. Now we stay here in the losers bracket to see Igor Azorin from Tamashi Racing versus Ruslan Arefyev from CMR Bank. I remind you that Igor Azorin had some technical problems in this heat, which were successfully tackled by the team. And now the driver on board his car, his S13, the leader. He's running through the configuration. Ruslan Arefyev is trying to keep up. He sacrifices the angle. Nice transition is performed by the driver of the Bank team. They're doing really great, very stable. And there's almost a contact, but thankfully doesn't. And the first part of the heat is successfully over. Now Ruslan Arefyev is the leader. He's a driver from Moscow, and his colleague from St. Petersburg, Igor Azorin, is the chaser. And he chases him in a better way than I guess his opponent did in the previous run. And now the 4 wheels of Igor Azorin are in the no-go zone. That was a very dangerous situation, but he managed to slow down and to wait for his leader to get ahead. And then in a very correct way, he adjusts himself to the leader's line, avoiding contacts. That was a really critical moment, but Igor did it correctly, and he's got the victory. Now we move on. The next round, the second round, is the top-bottom. Bogacharov versus Yerofeev, Cherbak versus Andropov, Ovchinnikov versus Davidadze, Stroganov versus Afanasyev. These are the drivers who won the heats in the first round, which means that they still have a chance to lose, an opportunity to. Now this is Valery Bogacharov versus his colleague Vladislav Yerofeev. Valery Bogacharov, the qualification winner, is now the leader. Traditionally very aggressive and dynamic chases performed by Vladislav Yerofeev, and Valery Bogacharov is also doing great. Both drivers seem comfortable at this speed. Vladislav Yerofeev has got one of the most powerful engines, and plus the grip is pretty strong on this Nissan Silvia S15. And now, using all these tools, Vladislav Yerofeev is showing a great chase run. Now they change the roles. The leader this time is the driver from Start Pro Stars Mall, And the driver from Rostov-on-Don is chasing him, and he begins the chase very closely with a lot of aggression. There was almost a contact in the first sweeper. Vladislav Yerofeev loses one wheel outside. Now there is a minor contact, and then there's another one, because you can see the bumper of Valery Bogacharov falling apart. The third sector, the most precious one in terms of the style, and now Valery Bogacharov falls behind. And this is one of the reasons why he loses to Vladislav Yerofeev. The first two sectors were absolutely magnificent, but the good news is Valery Bogacharov now moves to the losers bracket, which means that he continues the fight. Now, Tamashi Racing Team, Stanislav Antropov versus Anatoly Sherbak, who traditionally gives the leader's right to his opponent to build his strategy in the correct way. And now we see that Anatoly Sherbak is as close as possible. He jumps on the leader, but at the same time he avoids contacts, which of course puzzles his opponent Stanislav Antropov, who in the second run would have to work really hard to get an advantage and to convince the judges that he is stronger in this tandem. I remind you that at first the judges compare two lead runs, then the two chase runs, and this way they select the leader. Anatoly Sherbak has one wheel outside, but this is still not confusing for Stanislav Antropov. He is aggressive to the maximum. He's very close. And now here's a dangerous situation, a contact. And unfortunately, the driver from Omsk blocks the transition of Anatoly Sherbak. And Anatoly goes to the next round. Stanislav Antropov continues the fight in the losers bracket. Andrei Ovchinnikov from Moscow is at the start, and his opponent is Sergei Davidadze from Samara on board his BMW 36. A synchronized initiation, a little gap in between the vehicles. It looks like Sergei Davidadze is trying to stay on the safe side, which makes sense. It's really correct. The most important part is to play the second and the third sector correctly. Now the transition. Once again, the transition of the driver from Samara is great. Andrei Ovchinnikov in his turn is showing a perfect lead run. And by the way, for two events in a row, he was second in the qualification. This time, he needed just one more point to win the solo runs. And now the drivers swap the roles. Sergei Davidadze this time is running along the configuration, and Andrei Ovchinnikov is really having a hard time. For some reason, he's falling behind. Perhaps he cannot handle the speed, and this doesn't look like a good statement for the victory. I would say that it's even impossible, which we actually see. Sergei Davidadze still wins the heat. One of the judges voted for one more time. Anton Stroganov, I remind you, he's a 16-year-old driver, a rookie, versus the winner of the first event of RDS Open this season, Vladimir Afanasyev. They're gaining speed. Nissan Silvia S15 and BMW 36. There is a contact. One wheel slips aside, and it slips outside the asphalt, slips into the grass. But Anton heroically saves this situation. Vladimir Afanasyev has nothing else to do but to chase his leader in the most aggressive way possible. They cross the finishing line and swap the roles at the start. Now this is the turn for Vladimir Afanasyev to be the leader, and Anton has got to show the best chase run possible. It must be convincing enough, but on the other hand, he's got to remember about the serious mistake of his opponent. But this absolutely doesn't influence the driver's mood at all. This is why this mistake occurs. It almost blocks the transition for the leader, then one wheel is off, and the car almost straightens out. Yes, Vladimir Afanasyev made a very serious mistake as a chaser, because the contact at the initiation occurred by the mistake of Anton Stroganov also influenced the decision of the judges. And 2 versus 1. They go for an OMT. Anton Stroganov is the leader again. This time there are no contacts. Vladimir Afanasyev is getting close enough in the first sweeper in the first sector. In the second sector, traditionally, the drivers let each other go, because in the pretty short distance there are 2 transitions, so it makes no sense to lean against the opponent. And in this third sector, it's very important to keep synchronized at all the transitions. And this is everything that Vladimir Afanasyev did perfectly. And now Anton Stroganov is the chaser. Now his aggression, his fervor would be really good because his opponent has been a very good chaser. Now Vladimir has got to do an equally good lead run as well. But Anton Stroganov is right by the side of his opponent. No blockings, no mistakes this time. A good synchronization and the final transition. And finally, here they are. They cross the finishing line, and this time, once again, very similar cars, but one of them is left-handed and the other is right-handed. Andrei Ovchinnikov is driving a right-handed Silvia S14. So the platforms are the same. The general characteristics of the engine are the same. Probably the one of Dmitry Dobrovolsky is a little bit more powerful, but the power doesn't matter that much. Andrei Ovchinnikov is not doing very good as a leader. He misses several touch and goes. Also, he is not really right working with the accelerator. Now they change the roles, and right now Dmitry Dobrovolsky is performing the initiation. Andrei Ovchinnikov chases him, and they run together with the same angle, with the same transitions. And then finally Andrei Ovchinnikov attacks the leader and keeps the distance really short at the end of the third sector. A little asynchronization of the transitions, but then Andrei Ovchinnikov immediately stabilizes this element, and by the finish he gets close enough to Mr. Dobrovolsky. Well, yes, here both drivers were a little unstable, so the judges say that this is going to be an OMT, which we will see right now. Andrei Ovchinnikov is the leader. Nissan Silvia S14, number 313. The driver represents the city of Moscow. Versus Dmitry Dobrovolsky, one of the most experienced contenders of RDS Open and the master of sports, and he is also the winner of the Russian circuit racing championship. And probably this circuit racing experience is not very helpful in drifting, because these disciplines are the opposite. The circuit races need to keep the grip, and the drifters need to drift and to slide. So everything has got to be done opposite. But Dmitry Dobrovolsky knows how to do it anyway. And now here's the contact, a pretty serious one. But regardless of it all, Dmitry Dobrovolsky, as though nothing happens, continues the run. And now he's got to take it to the finish, whatever it takes. If for any reason Dmitry Dobrovolsky straightens out or spins around or stops drifting, it will give him a 0 for this heat. But Dmitry has no problems whatsoever. Yes, Andrei Ovchinnikov was a very serious opponent, but still his initiation mistake influenced the decision of the judges. Dmitry Dobrovolsky gets to the next round. And now we've got the tandem of Anton Stroganov versus Sergei Korneev, the youngest driver, only 16 years old, and Sergei Korneev is one of the oldest ones in our championship. Silvia S15, Supra A80, two legends of Japanese engineering and two very strong drivers. Sergei Korneev is a bronze prize winner of the Open RDS Championship of the previous season. Anton Stroganov is a rookie, but from the very first performance that he showed, from the very first meters of his drift, you can see that this young man definitely has a great future in drifting. Moreover, among juniors in the Winter Cup that took place here at the same venue, Anton was second. And now Sergei Korneev is the leader this time. Anton Stroganov chases him, and he chases him close enough, chasing the Supra A80, and then suddenly the excess of aggression causes a fatal mistake for the young driver from Moscow. Sergei Korneev from Yekaterinburg has got to reach the finish, because this is the main condition for the leader. If there is no contact, the leader has got to finish the race, which Sergei Korneev did, and this is why he is in the next round. Now let's move to the losers bracket again, and now we continue watching it. Valery Bogacharov versus Igor Azolin, and the team derby, Dmitry Dobrovolsky versus Sergei Korneev. Two drivers from Start Per Stars Mall will meet in the next round of the losers bracket. Now we continue with the tandem of a driver from Rostov-on-Don and a driver from St. Petersburg, and now we're gonna see a very interesting heater, BMW E92 and Nissan S13. There was almost a contact before the initiation, but thankfully the wheels are undamaged. And now here it was very close to the contact, and Igor Azolin is really risking it, showing everything he can. He strips the rear bumper of Valery Bogacharov, and then he hits him on the wheel. And then, whatever happens, the driver from Tamasha Racing is not confused at all. He's very determined and very aggressive in this fight. Now Igor Azolin is the leader, while Valery Bogacharov chases him down. Unfortunately, this run was not meant to happen. The contact at the initiation ruined it all. Later, we found out that Igor Azolin had a technical problem at the initiation. One of the drive shafts simply failed him, but still Valery Bogacharov made a contact. But Igor Azolin failed to come back to the start, so Valery Bogacharov, through a by run or a solo run, a pure formality, got to the next round. And here it's important to understand that for a driver who does a by run, it is not even necessary to drift. He just has to reach the initiation zone on his own in order to demonstrate that his vehicle is capable of moving. And at this moment, as he crosses the line, Valery Bogacharov becomes the participant of the next round of the losers bracket. In such a relaxed way, he saves his resources. You can see that his E92 is pretty wounded. It has no bumpers. It has lost one of the headlights, but still Valery Bogacharov continues fighting and holding on to the dear life. I remind you that he has got one loss, and it means that he does not have any other right to make mistakes. But he can still get to the final or even win the event. But to do this, he's got to get through all the challenges of the losers bracket. Now, here on your screens, we see one driver from Moscow, another from Yekaterinburg, a Nissan Silvia S14, the chaser, and the leader is Toyota Supra A80, Dmitry Dobrovolsky and Sergei Korneev. The power is more or less equal, and here we can see that Dmitry Dobrovolsky is aggressively attacking the leader, synchronizes all the transitions, and even in the places where the other drivers remain pretty humble, Dmitry Dobrovolsky still continues fighting. Here, immediately, Dmitry Dobrovolsky shortens the distance and gets closer to the leader. Now they swap the roles. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is the leader, Sergei Korneev is the chaser. Now the initiation. Sergei Korneev is a little late with the initiation, but this is a kind of a technique that the drivers sometimes use in order to control the movement of the leader. And here Sergei Korneev controls the motions of the leader in a really awesome way. He shows a great tandem drifting, very good synchronized transitions, synchronized just in the same way as Dmitry Dobrovolsky did in the first run. A very powerful run of two truly experienced and strong drivers. Sergei Korneev wins this tandem run. And now we get back to the leaders bracket. Here we've got two tandems: Vladislav Yerofeev versus Anatoly Sherbak and Sergei Davidadze versus Vladimir Afanasyev. Vladislav Yerofeev represents Start Pro Stars IMO, and Vladimir Afanasyev is from Tamasha Racing team. It is also important because in the Open RDS Championship we also have the teams competition as well. Vladislav Yerofeev is the leader on board his Nissan Silvia S15. In Nissan Silvia S13, driven by Anatoly Sherbak, is the chaser. And now here the aggression is over the top. Two very powerful engines. One is a 2JZ, the other is a V8 turbocharged LT5. And here Anatoly Sherbak gets too much inward with all the four wheels. He is in the no-go zone, so he leaves no space for the leader to do his transition. So for Vladislav Yerofeev, the second run turns into a formality. He simply has to stay somewhere close to the leader in order to get a ticket to the semi-final of this event. And please notice how calm and how precise Vladislav Yerofeev is. Yes, in the third sector, he even gets closer to the leader because the leader allows him to do so. Anatoly Sherbak is a very experienced and stable driver, so he is a champion of the previous season for a reason. But still, that mistake ruined all of his efforts. But Anatoly Sherbak will also go through the losers bracket, and it gives him another chance. Vladimir Yerofeev versus Sergei Davidadze. Moscow and Samara. Moscow versus Samara. 2 BMW. We'll find out who will go to the semi-final. Vladimir Afanasyev, through deceleration, turns his car around, and Sergei Davidadze seems to be very comfortable on board his standard suspension vehicle, but Vladimir Afanasyev has got a problem with his car. He has been complaining for the controllability. For some reason, his vehicle would go right less stably than it would go left. Probably there are some power steering disorders, and it makes a great impact on the comfort of the driver, so he failed to finish the first run. So now Sergei Davidadze has got a huge advantage after the first part of the heat. And in the second part, Vladimir Afanasyev makes 2 contacts with the leader. For Sergei Davidadze, it's all very simple. He only has got to get to the finish, which he successfully does. And therefore, he gets to the semi-final, where he's going to meet Vladislav Yerofeev. And Vladimir Afanasyev goes to the losers bracket, where he is going to compete with Sergei Korneev. And Anatoly Sherbak, therefore, will meet Valery Bogacharov. This is the fight for a chance to get to the semi-final. And for this, they have got to work really hard. The specificity of the double elimination system is the fact that the driver who loses, especially at the early stage of the event, has got lots of runs to do. Now, Valery Bogacharov and Anatoly Sherbak. Valery is the leader, Anatoly is the chaser. And now, traditionally, aggressive run of Anatoly. We see the big angles and active acceleration, very close tandem drifting. This time, no transition problems. He lets the leader go for a while just to let him do the transition. And here is the final one, and they finish this run. The chaser was incredibly close to the leader. And just look how loud the engine of Anatoly Sherbak is. Valery Bogacharov, I think, couldn't hear anything but the roar of this V8 throughout the run. And this proximity creates a problem for Valery Bogacharov. He makes a serious mistake. Yes, he doesn't block the transition, but he falls behind the leader and straightens out at the end. So unfortunately, Anatoly Sherbak is recognized as the winner in this tandem. It's pretty obvious this time. Sergei Korneev versus Vladimir Afanasyev. We can see them both at the start. The driver from Yekaterinburg is now on the left-hand side, which means that he's going to be the leader. 60 meters of run-in. And here they are. Vladimir Afanasyev will have to fight with his vehicle, first of all, because he failed to tackle the technical problems in an instant. So he said, I'll just go as it is. And by the way, as it is in this situation, it's pretty good. Sometimes the distance between the cars gets bigger, but Vladimir is making all the effort to mitigate it, and he does it pretty well. Yes, one wheel has been outside, it has slipped, but nevertheless the tandem ended in the hot pit, even without getting to the second run, because Sergei Korneev's generator failed him, so he couldn't come back to the start. And now here's the next round of the losers bracket, and by the way, this is the fight for the semi-final. And here, Vladimir Afanasyev versus Anatoly Sherbak. Anatoly is hesitating at the start. He lets his leader go far away, and for this reason, he's got to actively keep up and play the chase. But with this power, with this grip, he manages to get close enough to the leader by the beginning of the second sector. Vladimir Afanasyev is still stable and relaxed. Yes, perhaps he's not as expressive as he himself would like to be. But the most important thing is to collect all the touch and goes without making any critical decelerations, straightenings, and so on and so forth. And now we can see what a serious mistake Anatoly Sherbak does at the initiation. At first, the angle is far too big, then deceleration, then he misses a touch and go. One wheel slips outside the borders of the track. So this is a real mistakes jackpot collected by Anatoly Sherbak. Vladimir Afanasyev surprisingly mimics it all, even though there are some controllability difficulties, but after such a mistake, it would be insane to hope for a victory. Vladimir Afanasyev, therefore, gets to the semi-final, where he will be waiting for his opponent, and his opponent will be the one who loses this heat. We've got only two drivers who haven't had a single loss, and these are Vladislav Yerofeev and Sergei Davidadze. A driver from Startpro is the leader, and the chaser is Sergei Davidadze from Samara, the driver who has already shown his best result in the career. Last season, he got to top 8, and this time he's got 1 foot in the final. And he has already guaranteed a podium to himself. That is for sure. Now the transition, the final one. And here Sergei Davidadze is trying to stay careful because the bets are far too high. Now they change the roles. This time Sergei Davidadze on board his E92 is the leader, and Vladislav Yerofeev is chasing him. And in the first sector, Vladislav Yerofeev is far away. It looks like he cannot keep up with the leader. By the end of the second sector, he still fails to get close enough. Then there is a contact occurs in between the vehicles, and now it's very important for Sergei Davidadze to make it to the finish regardless of all these adventures. But Vladislav Yerofeev just simply ruins the entire run. Something is going terribly wrong for this driver from Georgievsk, unlike Sergei Davidadze, who gets to the final and is now waiting for the winner of this heat. And here we've got Vladislav Yerofeev and Vladimir Afanasyev, the drivers from Startpro and Tamashi Racing. As far as the teams competition is concerned, it's a very important heat because these two teams are basically competing with each other for the leadership in the competition, in the championship. And here they are, the introduction, the winner of the first event, Vladimir Afanasyev, versus the bronze prize winner of the first event, Vladislav Yerofeev. They're here right now, and look at this jump! Everything is over at the very beginning. This is a very serious contact which damages, which totally ruins the suspension of Vladimir Afanasyev's car. It is absolutely useless to continue competing. Vladimir Afanasyev is the guilty party here, and his opponent gets to the final very heavily wounded as 15. Yes, his car can move, but the precision is out of question. Now, the initiation, Sergei Davidadze has got to be extremely careful because he's got some controllability issues on the car of Vladislav Yerofeev. The right front wheel is in absolutely wrong position, that's for sure. Plus, one fender is off and the wheel is naked and it's very easy to crash into it. All these things should be taken into account, and it is very necessary not to risk too much, at the same time not letting the leader go, but Sergei Davidadze does quite a good job. Now the driver from Samara is the leader and the chaser is Vladislav Yerofeev. And Vlad is having a serious problem with control. He's fighting hard, he's doing everything it takes, but still the damage is far too heavy. It's not critical, I mean, his vehicle is still capable of moving, it's still capable of drifting on its 4 wheels, but as far as the race is concerned, it's very, very hard for him to fight for anything serious. So this is how Vladislav Yerofeev loses, and Sergei Davidadze for the first time in his career gets a victory. Vladislav Yerofeev is the second. This is his best achievement this far, and we can see that Vladimir Afanasyev stays on the top line of the rating after the 2 events, and he is on the 3rd place in this event. Vladislav Yerofeev is the second and the third in the first and the second events, and then the bottom part, the losers part, is on your screens now. So we shouldn't forget about the teams competition. Here After the two events, everything is pretty interesting and close. Tamashi Racing is on the first place with 538 points. Start Mall is on the second place with 520. CMR Bank has got 193. 18 points is the gap between the two leaders, and this is basically nothing for a drifting competition, especially considering that one driver can get 272 points for a victory, and these are the prize winners of the second event. Sergei Davidadze, the first victory in his career. Vladislav Yerofeev, the second podium in a row, and by the way, he has just discovered the podiums. And Vladimir Afanasyev, who had a victory at the first event, has now come third. Who could possibly imagine that Vladimir would be the leader after the two events? I think that even Vladimir didn't expect it to happen, but now everything is going really well. Everything is going for his advantage. The weather has been also very good for him. I remind you that his car has got the least power in our championship, but this configuration is pretty good for it because it's very compact. Sergei Davidadze, who I remind you has got his previous suspension back, has started showing a very good result, and the team's competition's result. Third place goes to CMR Bank, consisting of two drivers, Ruslan Arefiev and Alexei Rezinkov. In the second place, we've got Tamashi Racing, Stanislav Antropov, Igor Drive, and Vladimir Afanasyev. And in the first place, the winners are Start Mall, Sergei Korneev, Dmitry Dobrovolsky, and Vladislav Yerofeev. And this is the end of our review. This was Evgeny Shadrin, brilliantly translated by Katya Adamovich. And see you in Kazan on the 2nd and the 6th and the 7th of June. And see you later.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Многолетний коллектив Fresh Racing продолжает свой путь в Гран-при РДС. Текущий состав гонщиков. Под номером 33 выступает Денис Мигаль, основатель команды. Номер 9 – сибиряк Дамир Идиетуль. Номер 36 – новобранец Сергей Кузнецов. И номер 126 – ирландец Томас Кайли. Поддержи команду, присылай нам факс.
РДС GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что это, моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier. Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
С картой ВТБ возвращайте до 3000 рублей в месяц. Выбирайте категории с выгодой до 15%. Получайте больше кэшбэка с подпиской ВТБ+. Оформите карту онлайн с бесплатной доставкой или в офисах ВТБ и Почты России.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
And our Saturday is not over yet. The first day of the second event of Russian Drift Series GP 2026 is going on, and very soon we will see the first tandem runs. Can you imagine? And This is all thanks to our youngest contenders. Yes, we've got a very intensive schedule, and the first 2 heats of the juniors battle held within the framework of our boot camp, held with the support of the Young Drivers Development Program IMOL Juniors, will take place right now. And I remind you that the drivers will take part in the competition in the round-robin system. We will not have a classic elimination system. 3 points for a victory, 1 point for one more time, and 0 points for a loss. Today we will see the first round of this battle. The first place with the fourth, Arsenij Tseregradzev versus Daniil Arefyev, and the second with the third, Timofey Kolobov versus Stepan Popov. I remind you the qualification results. The mind-blowing 98.5 was shown by Arsenij Tseregradzev on the wet asphalt, and he confessed that the uniformity of this asphalt was helpful to him. The second run was done by Arsenij on a patchier track because it started drying out, and as usual, it usually dries out in this way. And the confirmation was the result shown by the RDS-GP drivers. There was a massive transfer to the health group, and this all happened in the nearest past, and the result of Arsenij Tseregradzev still hasn't been surpassed by anyone in our competition. The result of Stepan Popov was 80 points, and Daniil Arefyev got 53.5 points. This was a self-rescue session, and as far as we could see, this is a family thing for the Arefyevs, because Ruslan Arefyev did approximately the same. The winner of the qualification of the boot camp is absolutely amazing, especially considering that only one of the adult drivers managed to get the same result, and it was enough for the victory. But if we compare 2 attempts, if we imagine that there could be a common protocol for the adults and the children, then Damir would have probably be 1 line higher than Arsenij. The tandems are already known. They have been declared, and Arsenij Tseregradzev has the right to choose the lane in every of his run because he qualified higher than anyone else. In case of the equality of the score, we will determine the winner by the qualification result, and this is all clear. Arsenij always has an advantage. So we will see how it all works out, but most importantly, the judges work in the same manner as they do during the adults race. The leader is evaluated with the qualification criteria, and the chaser is evaluated by the proximity, mimics, and then the line and the angle. Arsenij Tseregradzev is the leader, Daniil Arefyev is the chaser. Toyota Altezza versus BMW 92, both cars equipped with 2GZ engines. Daniil Arefyev starts a little earlier because he is the chaser. He has such a right. And now it's time for the Furidashi, and the Radin is left behind. There is a gap in between the 2 vehicles, and Arsenij cannot even fit into the track. Daniil Arefyev, by the way, is also somewhere there, cannot make friends with the white line. And it's going to be very hard to reduce it. Oh, my God! Yes, unfortunately, the distance reduces and it gets negative, and I can predict that this heat wouldn't continue, judging by the position of the rear wheel of Arsenij Tseregradzev and the front wheel of the E92, but it looks slightly better. But now the Altezza is limping to its limping home. So the speed is very high, and there is always a risk of a contact, and it happens in adult competitions very often. We've seen lots of them during the yesterday's practice. So this is not an inevitable thing, but this is one of the parts of any motorsports. After all, there are some certain safety requirements, and the standards for the safety are very high. There is no discount whatsoever, and I hope that both drivers feel well. By the way, Timofey Dobrovolsky, who had a contact with Pyotr Borodin yesterday, said that he did have his head against the frame because the Z was hardly shaken. And the Z was hurt less than the driver, because for the Z it was kind of easy because it got hit in the wheel, but there were no physical trauma. So I hope that our young drivers also feel okay, except for some psychological trauma, because spinning around like this, I guess, is not the most pleasant experience ever. Speaking about Danil Arefyev, he did what he was supposed to do. He really did reduce the angle and run after his leader. As far as the guilty party is concerned, I guess the judges will tell us everything, because this will determine the destiny of this heat. I remind you that starting from this season, we have a new standard in our regulations, which is mutual guilt, a mutual fault. If the leader also broke any kind of rules or regulations and the chaser was running after him, then the fault can be mutual. And then in our situation, both drivers would get 1 point each. And the mutual fault, as a rule, is declared in the situation if the chaser hardly severely cuts down the distance, and then there is a reason to say that it was mutual. And why I say this? Because there are some prerequisites for such a decision, because Arseny went on a very wide line. Danil was running after him with a smaller angle on a narrower line, so this decision would be made automatically. Now the judges will study the situation, they will analyze who went full throttle at which time, and if we could see a replay, we would definitely love it, because we love karting, yes, and it's fun, but we didn't come here for this. And now we're waiting for the decision of the judges about who of these two drivers was wrong. Or maybe both of them were wrong, that everyone gets 1 point and everyone goes home. The mechanics will have to do their job. But we're not going home. We have one more heat to do. But the drivers, yeah, the drivers will go home and prepare for the tomorrow's competition and start their post-competition analysis, the follow-up analysis. We will see another tandem today. These two contenders are closer to each other in the qualification rating. These are Timofey Kolobov and Stepan Popov, who is driving the monstrous Mark II. So we've got very diverse vehicles in the junior series, but as far as the length is concerned, these vehicles are pretty comparable to each other. And the paradox is that the sedan coupe, the Skyline, is not really big, but due to a longer door, it appears slightly longer. Okay, so this is a mutual fault. Yeah, so this is the situation. It's good that we managed to give you the required information on time. But you see this, if such a thing happens, and I'm speaking about the leader's actions, it's very hard to press the accelerator according to the assignment. Because, yes, Danil Arefyev was really behind. Yes, he was running after. He was trying to catch up. But the judges also had questions to the leader. And in the past, it would have caused multiple replays and analysis. But now, in such a situation, we simply declare mutual fault and we can figure it out much faster. And this is our hot pit. During tandem runs, we always have a hot pit, even if we only 2 hits. There is Artem Shabanov, the coach of Danil Arefyev. Here is Maxim Grossman with Danilo Vorobyov. They're so surprised at what has just happened, even though there is nothing so surprising about it, because after all, they're juniors and they're fearless. Any collision is not good. Of course, we prefer beautiful tandem drifting from start to finish, but it's not a secret for anyone that this is one of inevitable components of motorsports that makes it a little more spectacular. Let us be frank with you, okay? So the highlights of such contacts and collisions, they don't cause any health problems or catastrophes. They always attract a lot of attention. Here's Arkady Tseregrasov running after his son, trying to figure out what happened. But I don't doubt that the drivers are absolutely okay, and I sincerely hope that it's really so. The cars will be fixed. We've got the mechanics. Everything will be okay. But the drivers are what we care about. I hope that all the safety system have worked properly. Yesterday we showed you the seat of Danil Arefyev standing on very, very high legs, but it's a real sports seat. Homologations and all the components are there. It's very convenient when you only have to replace the seat as the driver grows up, and the rest of the car is absolutely ready. So now the teams will try to fix the cars for the second run. Something is telling me that the mechanics of Arseniy Tseregratsev will have to do more work. But now they're checking the angles. They're checking if everything is okay. Arkady Tseregratsev is watching everything. It looks like Alteza doesn't even need any fixing. At least the car is standing on all the four wheels, and it means that it doesn't require any technical works. It's more about diagnostics. And I'm trying to see it all through the camera and to find out what is going on there. The wheel is really turned out in a very wrong position. So, my dear friends, the toe is really out of order. Yeah, some arms have been bent, or maybe one arm has been bent, and it's very unlikely that the heat will continue. Yes, my friends, there is a possibility that we might not have the time to see this heat until the end, and it's very likely that we don't see the second heat of the juniors because we've got to stop the broadcast at 6:40 p.m. But until that moment, anyway, we will continue watching everything that is happening around, and the results of this heat and the next one will be published on all the social media of Russian Drift Series. So please subscribe, follow us on all the platforms convenient to you, all the messengers, and there you can see all the results. And tomorrow in the pre-race we may show you some of the highlights. Why not? If there is a technical possibility, then we'll definitely do our best. We see Danil Arefyev slightly upset, looking a little sad. This is what I can tell you from his posture, at least. And yeah, so there are 4 minutes until the end of the competition timeout, and this is exactly how much we've got until the end of the broadcast. I wonder if the juniors also have one competition timeout for all the heats. I think we need to find it out. Haha. Yeah, the Alteza is not going anywhere. We've got the new information. We will be on air until 7 p.m. So if this heat is over, then we will proceed to the next heat. Because sometimes the absence of some element means that everything is okay with the drivers. At least no one requested any medical assistance. It means that only cars are damaged. So this is okay, we breathe out. And as far as the cars are concerned, yes, there is an engine. It looks like nothing can be... Ah, no, Arseniy goes back into the car. There are 3 minutes until the competition timeout. And you can see that no one is doing anything. No one is fixing anything in the Alteza. So this is mutual fault. These are 2 zeros for the both drivers. So if one of the drivers is delivered to the start and he doesn't know by run, it would be still an OMT. So this means that they get 1 point each. Once again, I remind you that for the victory in the boot camp competitions, the contender gets 3 points. For a loss, he gets nothing. And for one more time, every driver gets 1 point. Just like in many sports, this is the way it happens in the round robin. 3 points for the victory and 1 for a draw. So the run started, as the run started, it was dictated by Arseniy. The speed was very, very impressive, and the only thing Danil was capable of doing is to try to catch up in the deceleration zone. The majority of the adult racers would have done the same, but you could see what happened as a result. So let us not emphasize this moment, but the mechanics are still doing something. So this is a sort of a rehearsal. The mechanics also need to rehearse and they need to practice, and something that looks like a personal tragedy for someone is a practice for the mechanics. They try to fix the bumper, but it doesn't hold, so they are breaking it off. The champion of RDS GP is taking a personal part in it. Yeah, carbon Kevlar is a hard thing to tear off, but okay, so they take it off Even if carbon Kevlar is damaged, it's hard to take off. It is hard to explain all these movements. You can simply... This is just another practice for the driver, and that's it. So, yes, they're on time until the end of the competition timeout. The buy run will happen, but a buy run is a buy run, but who makes it happy? We will see now. We will check out the regulations. And this is a full evacuation of the Altezza. And this is obvious. The fact that Arseny limped to the hot pit doesn't mean anything. It is also very important to minimize the damage. Right now, Danil Arefyev is going to the start. The evacuation services are getting back to their initial positions. And now we see the buy run sign for Danil Arefyev. This is a buy run for Danil Arefyev. Zero, zero, right? Nil, nil. Haha. Yeah, so interesting. It is such a situation that is not foreseen by our table. Anyway, now we can see that the buy run has been completed because he has reached the initiation line. The table we've got in our regulation is intended to describe all the possible situations, but this situation is not foreseen because the judges are supposed to compare two lead runs to chase runs, or at least two lead runs, and we have only one lead run. But if we compare one run to a zero, then it's obvious. Now we'll see what the judges say about it, because the leader has already said his word. Bravo to Danil Arefyev. He has already demonstrated that his car is not very badly damaged and that he is also fit. But the car, well, the car doesn't really look well. Let's be fair. And now the next tandem will come and start. Timofey Kolobov versus Stepan Popov. They will go on their familiarization run because the weather has changed a lot since morning. And now we will see the second heat, and we really hope you will. Let me remind you that the general sponsor of our championship, Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, is VTB Bank PGAC. The official sponsor of the competition is the premium motor oil manufacturer iMol Company. The official sponsor of our competitions is the premium motor oil manufacturer iMol Company, and iMol supports both Russian Drift Series from the very first event of our series and also the young drivers. And thanks to the iMol Junior, we've got this boot camp competitions. This is the third junior boot camp if we start counting from the Winter Cup. I remind you that at the Moscow event of the Winter Cup held in Pechatniki at the Technical Sports Center, the first boot camp was held. And it's really great that every time we see familiar faces who continue practicing. Let us not forget that we also have our official store of our merch and souvenirs. RDS Shop is available in the spectators zone and online on the website shop.vdrifty.ru. It looks like we've got a precedent. We haven't had such a situation before. We've got the mutual fault that zeroes down the results of both drivers in the first run, and here is the result. We've got only one result available out of the 4 that's required for the judges to make a full-scale decision. But since to the mutual fault of the drivers and the absence of any result whatsoever in the very first run, it looks like there cannot be a winner. And the reason is both of the drivers were mistaken. And it would be unfair for the driver who cannot continue the competition, because otherwise, and this is a fantasy of mine, but then this way you would be able to eliminate your opponents by kicking them out or going for an OMT, and if your opponent doesn't come, then you win. So it looks like there is no winner. This is a curious situation. We've got another rule that we should remember. If one driver is guilty and the other is not, then he's a winner. But here the fault is mutual, which means that if we declare the winner, then the faulty driver has won the heat, which is a nonsense. It contradicts the entire spirit of our regulations, even though the regulations do not foresee such a situation. No one ever imagined that it might happen, but this is why our regulations are continuously edited in the mid-season, because we collect them precedents. We thank the juniors. We didn't want this accident to happen, never. But now we've got the precedent that will help us to resolve such situations in the future. And this is why we've got the sports scrutineers team. We've got Dmitry Dobrovolsky. And now these scrutineers are the body who discuss the regulations based on the reports that they get from the judges. So this is like a disease that will be called after the patient. So now Timofey Kolobov is getting back to the burnout area because there is no decision from the judges. They've been heating up the tires, and now they're cooling down. Yeah, the racing track needs to be cleaned. But we don't see any results, and the result, there is no result. So we've been speaking about the fact that if this is an OMT, every driver gets a point, and in this situation, both get a 0. Wow. So we've got 2 losers. Yeah, so these are the circumstances. What can we do? This is something like, 2 teams that didn't show up for the match. We've got a special chat here where the judges explain their decisions, and now it is absolutely quiet because usually there's judge 1 writes OMT, judge 2 OMT, or like winner 1, winner 2, and every judge makes his own independent decision. Starting from this season, they make their decisions anonymously, but now we don't have any decision from none of them. And this cleaning, I guess, was provoked by the familiarization of the next tandem of the drivers. They decided to familiarize themselves with the entire area because this is a very picturesque place, and the drivers tried to touch the curb as well, and the grass as well, and the ground as well. Who could possibly imagine that we would have a 0-0 instead of 1-1? But this is a situation, well, it happens. But on the other hand, let's agree with the fact that declaring the faulty driver a winner is not correct. And once again, we can see that this pickup can also move in reverse gear, and the tractor probably can do the same as well, but it doesn't want to. But the tractor is very big and scary, so it's better if it goes face front, because who knows what happens. Whatever, the cleaning is completed, and now the marshals have left the racing track. And now let's see the second heat contenders. We've got only 10 minutes left. I hope we've got enough time, but the run takes around like 32-35 seconds. 2 runs take 1 minute and 10 seconds. So now we're now waiting for Timofey Kolobov to burn his tires out. This is Skyline, 2 doors, very old school cars, and it's right-handed, because I remember that Maxim Twardowski was scolded for making a GDM car into a left-handed one. But you just take a 200 SX rig, but this would be absurd. It's clear how you do it, but why would you do it? Because That's because the driver may be comfortable this way. So these are two right-handed cars. They are both at the start, and both have never been left-handed, which is also interesting. Timofey Kolobov is the leader, and the chaser is Stepan Popov. Nissan Skyline versus Toyota Mark II. This is something from 2013. Bring me my 2010. All right, so Timofey chose the leader's lane to start the heat. And here they go, 160 meters of run-in. I'm speaking about the first part, and now the Furidashi and the left rear wheel of the Skyline has danced to dance on the white line. Stepan Popov hardly made his mark fit behind the leader. There will be questions about the leader's line, I'm sure. Now here's a transition before touching goes 7. And the fourth sector is already on the wheels of the cars. A synchronized transition, another synchronized transition. Bravo, guys! Here the line of Timofey is slightly too narrow, but Stepan is okay with it. It looks like Stepan cannot be scared by anything. Not the walls, not the line inaccuracies of the leader. In the first two sectors, there were some difficulties with synchronization and with getting close enough. But still, the run was very high quality. It was a tandem that was closed. And it looked like Stepan Popov didn't really expect such a maneuver from Timofey Kolobov. And it increased the distance between the cars. And there was even a kiss the wall performed by Stepan Popov. And this is why I say that he is not intimidated by concrete walls. And this was absolutely beautiful. And here Stepan Popov could possibly foresee this shift inwards. But let's make a discount for the power of the car of Timofey Kolobov, only 530 HP. Yes, this should be enough to get 81 qualification points, but holding on to a perfect wide line in the last sweeper, it is probably too little, because it's hard to do even for 800 HP vehicles, but for a 500 HP car it really requires a driving skill. And Stepan also deserves our praise, because he did such a great job. As soon as it became possible to get close enough, as soon as he could see where the leader was going, he immediately got on the right track. But the kiss the wall conquered my heart. Something fell off of the rear bumper of the Mark, and well, this is a masterpiece. The last transition is a feast for my eyes. This is a good rehearsal before tomorrow. Yes, the speed may be not as high as the leaders of the qualification, I mean the GP drivers, but these guys are juniors and they didn't have a chance to qualify on the dry track. So at first it was wet and it was patchy, but let us pay a tribute of respect. No double zeros, nothing like that. All of them deserve the right to take part in the tandem run, so they all did a perfect job. This is a truly adult competition. After all this, perhaps the trunk needs to be fixed with a tape, and it's so important because if it opens on the way, then it may fall off and it may hit the chaser, and we don't want that. Every driver will do 2 hits each, except for these 2, and based on that, based on the total sum of the score, we will see the gold and silver prize winner of the boot camp competition. But now no one has got any score at all, because the first heat of Arseny and Daniil ended with a 0-0 score. We wish Alteza a good health, and we really hope that we see him tomorrow in his tandem runs, because there are 2 more to do. Demir Daturen with a radio appears, yes, because the coach has to be next to his trainee. But Timofey needs a super close chase run to compensate all the little flaws that he made due to the lack of power, but still they were there. This is how the trunk is fixed. I hope that the tape holds well, because tape is everything for us. So many lives have been saved with this simple thing. And now the team is using the rest of the competition timeout to give the driver a little piece of advice. But it looks like there is only 5 points for the line. Timofey, he's got only 5 points for the line. And we could see how many clips have been missed and how many white lines have been crossed. It looks like we've got only 2 white lines, the left one and the right one. But there are various kinds of curves and stuff, and yes, and these are a challenge. And this is where Stepan had the situation when he failed to get the 3 points for the inner touch and go 4, and also got in the no-go zone. Timofey, sorry, yeah, that was Timofey Kolobov, sure. And Stepan Popov had a different mission. He had to break the curse of his leader's movements. He had to find a way to get closer, and he did, and he got close enough. And the 5th transition was super close. So we can't wait to see the continue of this heat. And I've got a request to the competitors of the second event. Please remember this transition and do the same tomorrow, just like the Skyline of Timofey Kolobov and the Mark II of Stepan Popov. These are very beautiful cars. I love them all. I don't know how much track time there was, but this is all beautiful. This is an advantage of the cars that are not super powerful. You don't waste a lot of tires. If our 800 HP vehicles spend a pair of tires in 2 runs, I think Timofey can do 4. And by the way, the juniors also have a standardized tire, just like in the Open Championship of RDS. So you can see this red lacy marking. So it is all the same as the adults have. No cheat tires, nothing like this. Plus, the juniors are evaluated just the same as the adults, and you have already seen it. And the participants themselves, the contenders, have requested the judges to judge them this way. Now they change the roles. Stepan Popov will be the leader, and Timofey Kolobov will have to do a hard work to compensate for everything that he has lost during the first run. So if Stepan Popov does a clean lead run, he will have a serious chance for a victory. But this is all theory. Now let's proceed to the practice. 3 reds and 1 green. Let's go. They're already playing these strategic games. Yes, Stepan could see that Timofey started moving before the green light, and he stayed a little longer at the start. Yes, there's a little distance, and there are some line flaws, and the leader is really going on an alternative line, but Timofey is getting closer and closer. Yeah, touch the curb. Oh, the concrete startled when the Mark II approached. And they're already in the 4th sector, the last transition. Oh, there is a correction. Stepan Popov made a correction, and Timofey is absolutely relaxed as he gets to the finish. Now, I think it will take the judges quite a while to think it over, because the lead run of Stepan Popov wasn't absolutely flawless. Let's see a replay. I want to tell our judges that you've got a minute to make up your mind so that we could see the result of this run before the end of the broadcast. Or, my friends, you can see the result of the heat online. You can find all the information on our social media if we cannot show it while we're still on air. But something is telling me, because there have been lots of adventures on the way, and I make some soft little hint that it looks a little bit like an OMT. If Timofey doesn't get a 0 for his chase run, because I have some suspicion that he is straightened out for a while. So, dear friends, our time is almost over. I remind you of the Telegram channel of Russian Drift Series, which is the easiest way to get all the latest information. And you can also join us tomorrow if you want to keep this suspense. And tomorrow we'll let you know everything about today, and you will see our news. We still have this format, and there was even a contact, I guess. So I personally do not see anything in the judges' chat. I don't see any information. So I need to know if I say goodbye right now or I can declare the result, but I don't have the result. And let me tell you about tomorrow's schedule. We start at 10:12. We begin top 32, and we will have 2 junior heats. And then, according to our plan, we've got the drivers' parade and the opening ceremony that we will show on air in the recorded way. And top 16 starts at 2:10 p.m. And the warm-up for the greatest fans will start at 9:15 a.m. It will last for an hour, and 9:15, the entrance opens. The autodrome opens for the spectators, so the drift lovers are welcome here early in the morning. It looks like we cannot get the result from the... Yes, finally, at last, we've got a winner in this heat, and this is Timofey Kolobov. Congratulations on this great achievement. And I think that Stepan will definitely say his word tomorrow. And we say goodbye and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.